Welcome back, ladies and skeletons. Hope you guys are doing well. I am doing well. Oh, geez, that is, thank you. That is Midori the Maid Dream Core. I like Maid Core too much. The Maid Core is, thank you. The Maid Core is mainly just for the hotel arc, but the hotel arc is over. Thank you. How's my audio? How's my audio sounding? I hooked up a really crappy backup. Oh no, a really crappy computer just to do the restream for the YouTube stream. It doesn't look like it's going well. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Oh crap. Man, how delayed is that? Oh, that probably looks like shit. It shouldn't, like... The audio seems to be playing, but the video is just crappy as fuck. Oh, great. What a shitty computer. They can't even run, like, literally just OBS pointed at Twitch and stream it to YouTube. Sorry, YouTube people. This is day one back from not streaming. A little robotic. I don't know. Let me see here. Let me check over on Twitch. How does this sound? Testing 1 2 testing. We have audio. Play something, please. Anything working? Don't have any dropped frames. Why is this frozen? Why isn't this playing? It's not playing anything. Wow. On the fly technical errors being sorted out. Play something! Refresh, I guess. Hardware connection. It's not a connection issue, it's just a hardware issue. The laptop I'm trying to use to stream to YouTube is basically like just a piece of shit. Can just do the bare minimum. Okay, fine, we got movement. Let's see, bare minimum. Play something, please. Okay, immediately when I unmute it, the audio stops. Oh boy. Yeah, alright, never mind. Fuck this. Let's just start. Let's just get going. Let's start going where it all ends. Over on Twitter. He has the wrong pinned tweet. He has the pinned schedule is the old schedule. Like you would think, like as part of your routine with making a new schedule, you would pin it. But no, this is the pinned one from the 18th. And then if you scroll down, you get the current schedule. Like, that's so stupid. This guy can't do anything right. Nothing right. There's so much to get caught up on. I've been kind of staying away from the Snortex since I don't have really an outlet to vent my frustrations towards this absolute joke of, oh my god, what a thumbnail. This absolute joke of a streamer. Our sub box is a boomin'. There's a lot going on here. A lot happened. Let's see, where do I start? I guess I guess I should start with the Twitter. I don't know. The totally business-related Twitter. The old laptop is working. I do have it connected. I have the backup here. So everything is mostly working, as long as I can remember to get it running. Let's see. Say something good about this game, Street Fighter V. Nobody plays it anymore. God
damn it.
Stop this!
That's a bad thing, Phil. That's not a good thing. It's like if you ask someone, hey, name one good thing about Darkside Phil, and your answer is no one takes him seriously. It's like, is that a good thing? I guess it's a good thing for everyone else, but it's not really supposed to Be the answer if you're trying to come up with something good thing about him. Elon Musk is a grade A moron. By the way, this is a business Twitter. You can still do business. This is a Twitter dedicated to business, as we call people morons and idiots. I like this one. Mudahar from the guy, the ordinary gamers. I'll offer 5,000 for an interview, and DSP is like, no. About what? Nonsensical drama? And then you scroll up, and then he responds to the tweet. He just responds to it. Like, what? Like, is this before and after the gin? Like, which one was the gin response, and which one was the sober response? The one where he called him an idiot, and then, like, hours later is like, well, on second thought, okay. So bizarre. Calling Adam Craigler a greedy pussy. Pussy shit for hater bucks. I saw the response for that. Of course, like any rational person, he's like, you know what, fuck this guy. This guy's a piece of shit. LOL, DSP is such a loser. Phil blocks anyone that challenges him. Creators who can't take criticism are so soft. Sad and pathetic cowards. Can't even handle pancake jokes from parody accounts. Well, I don't sit here seeking out accounts to block. Yes, you do. Yes, you absolutely do. You look at, like, responses from other people's Twitter and you block them. Like, come on. If someone spams me with stuff that ends up filling my feed with stuff from my haters, I block them. I only use this for business. I only use this for business. Really? Really, Phil? Is this business? Elon Musk is a great moron. That was a business tweet, by the way. Okay, buddy. Legit grade A moron. And he's filthy rich. That means you should hate him more because he has money, of course. And in charge of so much in life. What are you talking about? Like, I don't even use Twitter. Elon Musk doesn't control anything in my life. Unless I, like, want to go to Mars, I guess. Yeah, piece of peace beat DSP in Street Fighter. Goals, right? Something we all want to do, but I don't have my fight stick with me. It's in another castle, so I couldn't. It'd be nice if I could check, like, how my stream is running, but I guess that's not in the cards for me. Twitch.tv. Twitch apparently runs on the... Oh my god, like, holy shit, like, you can't even pull up the front page of Twitch at work. It's like the front page of Twitch is not safe. Like, you can't even pull up the front page of Twitch. Great. Thanks for the full... It's like the front page of Twitch is not safe. Like, you can't even pull up the front page of Twitch. That's a little weird. It's a little like, I don't know. What can I do with the settings here? The limiter. Maybe I can turn it. The limiter. How about I turn off the limiter? Does that sound better? Oh god, that's loud. Maybe if I turn this down here. There. Now there's a little bit more of a range to it, isn't there? We got NVIDIA noise suppression. Don't need gain. Like, literally, you can't even, like, pull up the front page of Twitch without it being not safe for work because there's someone, like, with literally just their tits out. You got straight up front page tits out. Oh, the big question, can I make costumes again? There's an update on that too. Okay. Well, let me get to that. Let me get to all my stuff here and then I'll talk about Blender. I got a lot to talk about, including, like, my next video update, next stream update. Let's start with this nonsense. I know you guys have a lot of questions. Thank you, Delorio. What are you guys doing? What happened to the old laptop? It says 1080, 80. Yeah, like, Secret Life is gonna have a field day with this year's worst moments of DSP. Like, how can he even, like, go through it? He's been pretty bummed lately because YouTube is demonetized him, basically. Hopefully he gets monetization back. But they dinged him for, like, reused content. They're like, you can't be monetized because your channel is just nothing but reused content. And it's like, what the fuck? It's like the definition of transformative content. Everything is edited to like a professional level. Like he goes really out of his way to add a lot of bells and whistles to his top 10 lists. I guess he needs to be more like me. Just needs to put in more random shit like songs and documentaries about other people like Russell Greer. You guys have seen my videos lately. I've been making videos when I couldn't stream. How's it going, Darkseid? Of course, hand tracking stopped working. Let's see, hand tracking, come back. There we go. We can wave at people. It's good stuff. I did the year 1 video. I did a little clip video and sent it over to Decepticon because he's going to do a 15-year retrospective. Glad I don't have any dropped frames yet. But then I followed it up with a bonus video about his Street Fighter antics. Does any of this sound different than what you hear nowadays? Did I find a point? Well, I'm back home.
All right, everyone.
I'm back home at the homestead. And they kindly let me use an office for streaming. So I just set everything up within the past few hours. Hopefully it sounds okay. Aw, I missed you guys too. Oh man, I'm really pushing my limits here, aren't I? Okay, close this, close this. I got Adobe Premiere open, I got so much open, but I don't have any encoding overload. We got the burgers. Burgers are working. Oh god. Okay. Chat's working. Let's see if we can get through this stream without minimal hardware problems. We've got, that being said, in about an hour and a half? Yeah, we got about an hour and a half of just dicking around, getting caught up until the actual React stuff. Let's see, let's go through this Twitter, because there's been a lot going on. Like, the aforementioned, like, someone has to tell DSP that this guy is offering him $5,000 for an interview, and he's like, no! And then literally, he's like, well, never mind, actually, yes. And then he goes up on stream and he's like, no one will interview me ever. Yeah, the React is Monday. I'm actually thinking about, since Decepticon is not going to do... well, actually, he said fuck it when it comes to the Mortal Kombat, so he's not going to play that today. That's another thing that happened last night. The guy buys a $500 fight stick for a game that he rage quits on day 1. Is anyone surprised? Is anyone really surprised? He's like, fuck this, I'm not going to play Mortal Kombat again. I guess we can watch that. If YouTube's going to work. Actually, I should probably, if I'm having so many issues, pull it up over here. Let's see. Yeah, we got that being said, number 65. Is that audio working?
Howdy, folks. Are you tired of all the urban style and hard rock style DSP songs you hear on the radio these days? Well, then you're in luck, because I've got it.
Stuff. Man, there's so much to get caught up. I don't even. Hey, what the fuck? Okay, thank you. Don't do that. Giving me a hard time already. Let's see. What's he doing? Let's look at this stupid. Does he do the daily rap in short forms now, or what?
Hello, everyone.
Check this out.
After playing the Mortal Kombat 1 beta all day, I am very disappointed.
How's it sound? Does it sound right? Is there any echo? No, okay. He's very disappointed, you guys. He's disappointed in Ed Boon. You guys fucked up. You guys in NetherRealm couldn't figure it out.
As a fan of fighting games and a fan of
No, you're not.
this
No.
franchise, I don't know what they were thinking. They have
What were
huge
they
competition
thinking?
in Street Fighter 6, which had 2 incredibly successful betas and a huge, great launch in June.
But you hated it.
This game doesn't hold a candle to it. First of all, the online connectivity is nowhere near as good as Street Fighter 6. Street Fighter 6, on average, a bad connection would be considered 60 to 80 milliseconds. That's the best connection I got in Mortal Kombat 1 today, and I live in Seattle.
I thought you said 60 milliseconds was like the sweet spot, because this idiot has literally actually said that if you have a low ping, that's bad. If you have a low ping, that's bad. That's what he said. Like, he's been playing fighting games for years and years and years, and he doesn't know the simple concept of the lower the ping, the better it is.
A hotbed of gaming, so there's no excuse for those awful connections.
The excuse is that your internet connection is shit because you don't know how to set up your own home connection. That's the excuse, dimwit.
The game is very basic. It plays slow. It has high-low mix-ups.
The game is very basic. What is that? Oh god. I mean, I guess he's on a time crunch because he decided to do this on a short. Look at that face. This looks like one of Blink Dweevil's like face overlay where it just makes him look sadder than he really is. But no, he really is this sad about Mortal Kombat.
And these cameo fighters is the highlight, but it has wonky floaty jumps.
Wonky floaty jumps. He's really trying to get a lot out in a short amount of time, I guess. What does that mean? Wonky floaty jumps.
Imprecise normals, moves that
imprecise normals
look like they miss but still hit. It just isn't up to stuff with Street Fighter 6.
It isn't up to stuff. Cut. Start over. It isn't up to stuff. Does he even realize he fucked up? Probably not.
The best thing it's got going for it are the graphics, and even that's not as good as Street Fighter 6. So after a whole day, I was pretty bored. I'm pretty disappointed, and I hope that the final game's better, but to me, it's just not looking so good.
No, yeah, Phil. Between the beta and the final game, it's gonna be a huge jump in graphical quality. Let's count on that. Let's just count on it, just so we can be disappointed. Why not? Because that's what we want. What about the daily crap? You have more to say? The daily crap. Street Fighter beta is ... Oh my god, what is... God, he's predictable. Hold on, let me hide this. Get this out of the way. Bear with me, I'm trying to get back into the swing of things. Takes me a little time to kick off all the rest.
Well, everyone, good evening.
This is like the beginning of it. Stop! This is like the beginning of every YouTuber apology. Well, I didn't want to make this video. This is like a Linus Tech Tips video. I've been caught up on that news. Apparently Linus with his 2 gold earrings is having a really bad day.
Daily wrap. Today was Saturday, the 19th of August, 2023.
Are you sure?
And normally on the daily wrap, first of all, it wouldn't be a Saturday night when I'm doing my first daily wrap of the week. I know this week is already a weird week because I had an 8-day streaming week last week, and now I have only a 5-day week this week. So I know everything's kind of thrown into disarray and kind of weird, okay?
It's not
but
that
also,
big a
on
deal.
top of that, my schedule this weekend very weird because the Mortal Kombat 1 beta came out and people were dying to see me play it.
Oh
so
yeah,
I bought
totally.
the game,
They were dying.
so I could access this beta, and I have scheduled for all day today and then tomorrow as well for half the day.
Wrap it up.
You know, and I'm eager to try it out. I've heard a lot. You know, you see all this footage about the cameo fighters and the new cast of characters and everything.
Yeah, they brought back Stryker. They brought back Frost. They have Sector's trash compactor fatality. Like, it's sad that apparently it's still disappointing. I don't know why, because I haven't played it or haven't really seen a whole lot of it. But I guess people aren't liking it. It's in beta.
Game and everything. And I was excited to try it out today. So I did. And, you know, I'm going to be very honest with all of you. I'm not going to really give my thoughts right
now. How the fuck would I know? You didn't tell us.
Right now, because I'd rather give my full thoughts.
Did you know? All right.
Tomorrow morning on the podcast.
There's a bit of a delay here. You know what? Let me unplug my capture device. Plug it back in. There's a bit of delay here. Might have to scrounge up some cables and plug in my alternative backup capture device. No, still bad. It's even worse. Good God. Okay. Bear with me here. We're getting this going. How you guys doing? Gamer. Make sure I don't accidentally settle on my face cam. That'd be awkward.
An incredibly positive time
Okay, that's better. That fixed it.
with both of the Street Fighter 6 betas.
Oh no!
And then the actual release of Street Fighter 6 2.5 months ago.
My fucking VTuber avatar crashed. That's never happened before. Oh! Okay. Let's come back. No! God, wrong one. BC face, not the 2D one. No! Play.
To play their competitor and to basically see that their competitor has not, in any fathomable way,
What does that
lived up
mean?
to the level of what Street Fighter 6 is pretty sad. I'm actually pretty upset about it because I was hoping that this was going to be a year where all the fighting games were going to step up and say, listen, we're going to do our absolute best to give you the better experience and to really push the quality level. This game does not feel like that in any way, shape, or form.
Or any
In fact,
fathomable
this game feels like a step back from Mortal Kombat 11, where they added a lot of gameplay elements that made it more similar to games like Street Fighter with the wake-up reversals and ways to get out of rushdown. They've removed all of that. Now it plays like older Mortal Kombat, and that's not good. It's slow, it's floaty, it's wonky and imprecise.
This fucking
A lot of moves kind of flail about but still hit, even though they don't visibly look like they're hitting on the screen. It's just odd. The game is based on very basic premises, a premise of high-low mix-up and whatever these new cameo fighters can do, and that's literally it.
No, it isn't.
There's really nothing to this game at this point. It's very basic.
What does
but
that
it doesn't
mean?
Play very well. It feels slow. It feels like you are in molasses when you're playing the game compared to Street Fighter 6. And the online connectivity.
It's fucking
Fighter 6. And the online connectivity was far.
Does he not know what connectivity means? Connectivity is like that alludes to the ability to connect. That's connectivity. Connection would be like connection speed. Like connectivity, like bad connectivity would mean like you would get disconnected during a fight, but he loves using words he doesn't understand. It's slow. Alright, it's not that funny.
In my entire experience in both betas of Street Fighter 6. You know, in Street Fighter 6, what would be considered an average to bad connection
You already said
would be
this.
60 to 70 milliseconds. Guess what the best connection I had tonight?
60 to
Around
70
60-something
milliseconds.
milliseconds. That was the best. Everything else that I did in the 5 hours I played today was far worse. 80, 90, 100, 150, 200. Those were the typical connections the game was giving me. And I live near in
But
Seattle.
that's all a lie.
This is a
Pause. Isn't that all a lie? Doesn't he say that the ping is like a lie and the developers lie about the ping? Okay. I guess we can forget about that.
hotbed for gaming. There's ridiculous amounts of people out here who play video games. So I would guarantee you there's a giant player base to pull from. This
Like,
beta.
We're already back to the delay again. Fuck. Let me try something. Let me plug this in to a different port.
Dude, take this shit no more, man.
We're doing this on the fly. Working this stuff out. Hold on. Let's see, maybe that'll be better.
just doesn't do a very good job of showcasing the online capabilities of this game. So either the netcode's bad or the beta sucks.
Like
it's
that,
one
right?
or
So
the
you
other.
roll up.
That's not good. When you're trying to have people get invigorated to buy the game, and someone bought the game early, let's watch them play the beta, and you see every connection is bad compared to Street Fighter 6. You're like, what happened here? And the gameplay, at first you're interested. I'll be honest, by the end of today, I was bored as hell. I'm serious. I was completely bored. With the Street Fighter 6 beta, the entire time I played, I felt like, man, it was...
No, the entire time you played Street Fighter, you were like, this sucks. I hate this. This game sucks. Like, literally.
Sniff, sniff. I don't.
He said so many times that Street Fighter 6 sucks. But he wants to sit here and be like, it was super good.
was like a tour de force of relearning fighting games and trying to get competitively
a tour
good.
de force.
But I was craving it. I was like, wow, this is great. I want more. I want more. Man,
Then why don't you play it when you're not streaming?
I wish that beta was longer. I'm serious. I've played Mortal Kombat 1 for all day today. I have absolutely no desire to play it anymore this weekend.
Well, it's a good thing you spent $500 on a fight stick just for Mortal Kombat. Just to rage quit it on day -25.
I don't want to. I don't like it. It plays so bad compared to its competitor, and that's not good. And if you might say, well, it's not apples to
In
apples
fact, it's
comparison.
not
It is.
good.
They are two direct 2D fighters that are, yes, they have different gameplay elements, but they're meant to be in competition. When one is incredibly reacting to how you play it, right?
Incredibly
Everything you do,
reacting.
Your moves are reacting right away. When it has interesting gameplay that's complex, when it has all these cool elements, great graphics, great online connectivity, and its direct competitor has slow, wonky gameplay, kind of awkward, floaty jumps, weird hitboxes that don't make sense, a basic high-low mix-up game instead of anything complex, and just this new element of cameos that are just kind of spammed into combos. It's not good. It feels like more like a gimmick fighter and something that they threw together rather than something that they tried to redesign or improve. I'm gay, and like, we want to do Mortal Kombat, so what do we do? Take some of the elements out from the last one to make it feel different. Oh, I know, added assist fighters from other games. Because that's all it is.
That's not taking things out then.
It's something that's been...
Holy cow! Like, what the fuck is wrong with my fucking capture device? This is going great.
In fighting games before, they just took it from another franchise and put it into theirs. It doesn't feel good at all. I'm incredibly disappointed today with what I experienced in the game. I mean, there's people who are hardcore fans of Mortal Kombat. This is their favorite game. By the end of the day, they were on the stream saying, I'm bored. That's not good. When people who are fans of Mortal Kombat are saying, wow, I'm actually bored of seeing you play this today. Do something else tomorrow.
Maybe your stream is
That's
boring.
Horrible.
Maybe the problem is that your stream is very boring. That's horrible. No, it's the game is boring, not me. Play.
I will go more in depth about this tomorrow because there's certain things with certain characters that seem to be complete bullshit. Some of the characters in the beta are atrociously bad, while others are ridiculously overpowered. How is that showcasing the beta exactly? They're idiots.
It just
the way they set
is.
this up.
Oh, they're idiots.
But anyway, more detail tomorrow morning. But this
Guy who
means
can't
tomorrow,
do
I'm not
a
playing
real
this
goddamn
I'm
thing
seriously
is.
not.
Oh my god,
I'm bored.
pause. Why is my capture device so slow and delayed? Like I click play and it takes like an actual like 4 seconds to play. I click pause and it takes like 5 seconds for him to shut the fuck up. Look.
Bored with it. I have no desire to play it again.
What's
But
the
that being
delay
said, now
for?
we have a whole stream tomorrow that's up in the air. What do I do with
In
it?
the
I'm not
air.
going to do the react show on Sunday because I already moved it to Monday. People are already expecting that. That wouldn't be fair to move it back to Sunday and now people who plan to be there Monday miss it. So I'm not going to do GTA because then that means that
Wow, is it really that
people wanted to
quiet?
be there for GTA, they thought it was Tuesday. That's not right, you know. Same thing with Chrono.
Man,
Trigger.
his
These are
audio's
all
so low.
playthroughs that are planned out and people don't want to miss.
Have to add like a
The only thing
game.
I can conceivably do that wouldn't essentially screw things up would be to play Street Fighter. So that's what I'm doing. All right, so tomorrow, Sunday, the daytime stream, I'm going to go back to Honda and do a ranked session of Honda for Street Fighter 6. We're going to continue on and try to get Honda further in the diamond ranks, and that's what we're going to do. Now, if people don't show up or whatever, I don't know what to say. You know, I played Mortal Kombat all day. The people by the end of the day were outright telling me this sucks. Don't play it anymore. Yeah, I know. It's incredibly disappointing. We were expecting way more than what this game is offering right now.
I see. Like, yeah.
So, let's hope for the best for when it comes out in mid-September because I bought it. I own it. I'm
Okay,
going to
that's
play
better.
it, all right? But tomorrow we don't have to play it.
Slightly
So tomorrow
better.
it'll be ranked Honda and Street Fighter 6 on the first stream. And then tomorrow night we're going forward with our plans to have community night in Street Fighter 6 on the late stream. And then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday will all be as originally planned.
Like, yeah.
Which will be the React Show on Monday, Chrono Trigger Monday night, GTA 5 Tuesday, Ranked Street Fighter Tuesday night, GTA 5 Wednesday, Ranked Street Fighter Wednesday night. That's the plan. Okay, everyone? And I apologize. I had every intention of playing this beta all weekend. I had no clue it was going to be that bad. I don't know how they saw two ridiculously successful great betas of Street Fighter 6 back in December. When was it? When was it, like November or September, October? I think one was October, one was December. And then see an amazing launch of this game in June, and then launch their beta to be laggy as shit.
Oh my god.
And have such inferior.
I still hear it. It doesn't make any sense. God damn it. Okay, I had to cut the YouTube stream because apparently the laptop I'm trying to use to stream over to YouTube is literally incapable of just running just basic OBS. Or you leave it alone and I'll figure it out. Play.
Inferior gameplay. I mean, what were they thinking?
Like, literally.
I don't know. I can't answer that
Why
question.
does it take so
You'd have to ask Ed Boon and
my
his
God.
team what the hell kind of game they thought they were making.
All right, I'll stop complaining because, like, literally, All right, I already said what the issue is. Come on.
Nowhere near as good as Street Fighter 6, and you have to be up to par with your competition. So, yikes. That's all I have to say about that. All right,
No, it
guys?
isn't.
Please enjoy your evening. I hope to see you for Street Fighter 6 all day long tomorrow. Sorry that Mortal Kombat did not turn out very well. And I hope to see you for the rest of the week, this shorter streaming week, okay? All right, guys. Have a good night. See you tomorrow. Peace out.
I don't know how that looks on your end, but the audio is like super delayed when it comes to playing and pausing. I don't know what the fuck is going on. 1 hour until that being said. I do have another capture device, but it needs two USB-C connections, one for the connection and one for the power. And I have to find them because I don't have them. Fuck, like, alright. I'm just gonna use YouTube over here then, since it wants to be a pain in the ass. Okay, what do we got? Why in the world would it act so differently? I don't know. I'm so confused. Anyways, Ethan Van Sciver is banned off Twitter. Probably not. It's probably clickbait. It's like 90% of his thumbnails are just clickbait. He's really playing the YouTube game. Help me out, duty. What do we got here?
Shit about me in vlog videos, apparently yesterday and today, calling me a rage quitter when I've never rage quit ever in my entirety of existence on YouTube. Never once rage quit, ever. Well, apparently people think I'm a rage quitter. I've never rage quit ever in my entirety of existence on YouTube. I've never rage quit ever. Never rage quit ever.
And now back to your regularly scheduled program.
Exactly. In fact, here. It's fucking, I'm seriously bored. I think it's terrible. I'm gonna be honest. That is nowhere near
Gonna be honest.
even trying to hang with Street Fighter 6. Not at all. The game is delayed to hell. It's a high-low mix-up game and a cameo game. That's it. There's high-low mix-up and cameo, and that's it. That is incredibly boring. It's slow. It's floaty. The hitboxes are imprecise and wonky.
Alright, it's imprecise. He's just gonna say the same things over and over again. All right, gotcha. Thanks, Phil. And that's all I have to say about that. Sure. Why am I getting recommended this one? I've already seen this already. This is a very funny ad, by the way. I don't know if you guys have been caught up on Baki. Baki's really good. If you have Netflix or know of some other way to watch anime that you don't have to use Netflix, check out the latest season of Baki. It's super good. You get weird, crazy shit like this. All right. It's gonna be laggy, then never mind. Discord leaks. Oh yeah, that weirdness. Game Cucker, Game Checker showed up. Like I know exactly when Game Checker showed up because that's when I was doing the Hades Race Out of Hell restream on YouTube. And that's when he showed up to give DSP, like, basically hold his hand through Hades. And I still beat him in the race. Hey, thank you, Miss Shark. Why didn't they give Pickle that ramen? Well, that commercial was made before the Pickle arc. So you just have Ninetales Yujiro. It's so bizarre. But yeah, that was so cool. They had to compress a lot from the manga into the anime. Like, and some parts of it kind of felt rushed. Like that part where Baki is like, you know what? I'm not going to use martial arts anymore. Let's just beat the shit out of each other. Basically like he did with Olivia in the previous arc. And they just punched each other to death. And then Baki kind of lost. I don't think Baki was at full power either. He didn't use like Demon Back. It was very weird. Hopefully the next part of it goes deeper into it. But man, poor Retsu. Like, Retsu's one of my favorite characters ever since like the serial killer arc where he's fighting Doyle and Doyle shows him a little bit of compassion and Retsu is like, this is a worthy opponent. Like I can't let him like get mugged or get killed by muggers. I have to get him to a hospital. And he like gives him a piggyback ride and there's a scene where like there's a river in between him and the hospital, and he's like, okay, how am I gonna do this? And he literally runs on the river so fast that he's running on water with Doyle on his back. And it's like, holy shit, like this is the honor of a true fighter. And it's like, this guy tried to kill me, but I've got to get him some help because he's just that honorable. It's wild. Talking too much. Pippa playing Mahjong. Goodbye, Game Checker. I don't even want to listen to Game Checker's fucking farewell message. I don't want to even give him the recognition. This Game Checker showed up during the Hades restream, giving him a whole bunch of tips, and they didn't help Phil. I was still able to finish the game faster than he did. And then he's just been showing up over and over again. Basically, DSP's main bottom bitch. But I guess he's gone now, allegedly, though I doubt it. Like, they always come back. They always come back. It's just a revolving door of the same people using different names. So I wouldn't be surprised if during today's pre-stream we get, like, another $30 tip from Trek Gamer. And he insists that he's totally a different person. Nope, I'm not in a hotel. I'm at home. You know what I mean. The White Bowser is shutting down all locale-related YouTube channels. King Sly is going to be, on that being said, today. We could watch that, and hopefully I can try and figure out some of these issues. Wings threatens to end stream over $20, then rage quits. Well, good for him. Fuck him. Yeah, a lot of people have gone over the Discord stuff. He's so fucking weird, and it's exactly like Shinko was saying. On that being said, DSP just goes into Discord and he gives his pre-stream. Like he just previews his pre-stream in Discord and then goes on stream and just repeats what he said in Discord. It's so weird. A weird person. And if people are getting rowdy in chat, he's like, he goes into his Discord and he's like, help! He's like, help! We need to ban people. Let's see. Check my soundboard. Where's help?
Help, God, help, 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 help.
There's another one too. There's a longer one. He's just like, help! I guess I don't have that here.
Why?
I don't know. I'm working on it.
A wheelchair.
I know. How's it going, Bearded Knight? How's everyone doing? I'm glad you guys see it. There it is. I guess I don't have it on my soundboard, but it is in the chat commands. It's like, help, I need mods. Ban the trolls. You know what's so funny about Wings is that he'll go into chat and he'll literally... He'll literally go in the chat and just type, ban, for example, like ban Joe the Hammer, right? And it's like, you're telling your mods in chat to ban someone. If you're already in chat, like literally all you have to do is put a backslash in front of ban Joe the Hammer, and that'll do it for you. That'll just do it. But no, you go into chat and you type ban, like it's chat GTP or something. Like, just do it. Just do it at that point. Just do it yourself. Why are you going in the chat, like, telling people to ban someone? Just do it. Just... It's so bizarre. Like, the sort of laziness that puts extra work onto other people, I'll never understand. All I see is... Like, what the fuck is going on? This shit's so bizarre. Like, Game Checker taps out the day after OIC is like, hey Phil, I'm a T now. And Phil's like, I don't know what that means. It's like, okay. What a proud ally. He doesn't even know what people mean when they say, like, I'm gonna take HRT. I don't know what HRT is, dude. Like, okay, can you remove that slide then? I tried watching this King Cobra video, but King Cobra is getting very boring. I'm sorry to say. It's getting very, very repetitive. I don't know about his viability in the future as a lolcow, if he's gonna keep doing the exact same thing over and over again. He ate like a burger that had Reese's Cups in it. Like Reese's Cups and peanut butter in a burger. Well, there you go. There's your King Cobra update. Yeah, like he needs to really switch it up. He needs to show something. He needs to like go through his process of making wands. That would be a mix-up. That would really shake things up. Anlead is doing the Chrono Trigger restreams using the Ayla costume that I made. It's always nice to see work that I've done used. If you can play, please. If the video can just like start playing. I don't even have that many programs open. What the fuck? It's taking way too long. Come on, just... Okay, I gotta calm down. Gotta relax. Can't get too worked up so soon. Can you just like play? Come on. Come on, you can do
I
it.
really like Ayla, so I like the Unga Bunga talk anyway.
Oh. What a time to tune in.
Jade, the way he talks, it's a bit of a shame. I really like Ayla, so I like the Unga Bunga talk anyway.
How did me and Ann Lee, by the way, have the same microphone setup, but how does mine sound so much worse? So weird. Oh, speaking of Van Leet, Past the Remote did a fantasy wrestling with Ann Leet versus Amberlynn. It was pretty cool. I'll just show you the signature move ending. I think it's right here.
Nothing fancy about that. That's a few times now she's taken a hit up in that region. Going for it again.
Wait, a little farther ahead.
The strength.
Look at that. How is it possible? It must be from carrying all that booba that the secretary is able to pick up Amber Lynn. Come on. Okay, maybe.
And she slides her back
Oh, how
to
nice
the
of
mat.
Amber to throw Ann back in the ring.
She's in danger of a count out here. I don't know if she cares. All the way up.
Oh,
Look at
To
that.
hit the mark.
There it is.
All the way up.
Oh, look at
no.
this. Look at the strength.
Good night.
Oh, I do not see Amber Lynn taking out of this, and she does. What a victory.
If you haven't been watching Pass the Remote, go tune in. I don't think it's even a connection issue. I think it's like a hardware issue. So I have too many things running. You know what? Need to close up one. I don't even have like the camera turned on for the Ludwig VTuber model. Because of course I messed that up. I don't know why that's not working. I guess it doesn't like being plugged into the USB hub. But go ahead and give... No, it's not even past... It's playing... I get them mixed up so much. I'm sorry. I get past the remote and playing with your beliefs. I guess it's the P. They both start with P. I get this mixed up. Playing with your beliefs, not past the remote. God, I suck. Give him a sub. Give him a comment. Comment on the video because we want to see more of that. Okay. Switch topics. I'm working on a video about the Spoony one because me and Alt Insider want to do a stream talking about Noah Antweiler, the Spoony one. And this is my text file so far. So this is the top, and here we go. There, and this is only up to 2022. So look at all this. This is the kind of research that I do. Maybe this is why everything's running like shit, because I have this text file open. I don't know why a text file would be that hardware intensive, but I have a lot here. And I'm putting it into video form to make it just... Thank you. Thank you, Samurai Sansa. Thank you for all the people subbing. This is kind of a disaster already. I don't know how you people deal with it, but you do, and I appreciate it. Let's see. Let's get Adobe Premiere open so you can see what I'm doing here.
Milk, milk, milk.
Again, much appreciated. Oh, yeah. Okay, after this I'll go into Blender and I'll talk about the VTuber costumes. Because typically I would spin the wheel. You know what? I'll switch it up while this is loading. Let's see. What do people want to see? Did I remake the clown? No. Oh yeah, speaking of past the remote, he wanted...
Call the police.
Damn, that sounded like crap. I guess this is all loading. Past the remote wanted a costume related to a detective game that came out recently. This is the best I could do. And he appreciated it, which is surprising. But he liked it. And he helped me out, you know. How about this one? There we go.
My very base audience, let's go!
What's the audio in that? Alright, I have to figure some of this out. Okay. Let me see if I can go through this in about a half hour. Okay. The Spoony one, let's see if you can see that. Spoony one, Noah Antweiler, born 12/27/1980. Height 5'10". Height 5'10". Poor manlet. Born in St. Louis, Missouri. 1998. This is a message from a former classmate. saying surprisingly that even though he was picked on in junior high, in high school he wasn't really bullied at all. So he doesn't even have like the nerd credibility of being bullied in high school. 1999, Spoonie graduates high school. There's a high school photo. I wonder how many people have seen this, even fans of Spoonie. I wonder if they even know about Holder 510 is a manlet. I'm being harsh, but kind of. Come on. Get these. So. I'm kind of mean. You guys know that about me. Okay, let's fast forward to 2007. Thank you, Starwind. Thank you for the resubs. We got a hype train going. Oh yeah. That surprised me. Thank you. And keep that hype train going. This is a really, really old post from when Spoonie was still doing written reviews for a magazine, and he was really lamenting his current situation until he started doing video reviews, and then everything turned around. It's kind of prophetic, like thank you, easy come, easy go, I guess. One of the things that really surprised me about the whole Spoonie story is that you think the rise and fall of his Patreon success into completely squandering it, you would think that would look like more of like a bell curve. Like, you know how it would just like, you see my mouse cursor would just like, would like slope up and then slope down. But in reality, it's more like a triangle. Like it went up and then it almost immediately went down. Not totally settled. Like, I still have to get my own place. Right now I'm at the Ludwig homestead. People are being very generous and letting me stream, giving me free reign. You can go over... So I have a bunch of video clips of his early reviews with no audio. So just me and Alt can just talk over it, I guess. Talk about the early days of the Spoonie one. Naked zombie Sean Connery. Have you guys heard of Samurai Zombie Nation? You probably do if you're a fan of Spoonie. It's one of his earlier reviews. You play as the head of a samurai clan, and by the head of a samurai clan, you play as a literal head. It's literal. It's... I don't know if it's meant to be like a pun, or you're just a floating head. You go around and you kill zombies. No, according to the dating app, there's only two kind of men. There's 6 foot and higher, or manlets. Sorry. I don't mean to be cruel. It's a joke. Okay. So the Final Fantasy VIII review was like a really big deal for me early on. Because back then, people didn't really talk about Final Fantasy VIII. Everyone talked about Final Fantasy VII. So even though this review is a gigantic load of crap in retrospect, I still enjoyed it at the time. But looking back on it, man, there were a lot of problems. Let's just play.
It doesn't make sense. I hate this fucking game. I hate this fucking game! Ah!
That pretty much sums it up. I like Final Fantasy VIII, even though the VTuber costume doesn't really represent that. I don't have it in the Renoa or the selfie. Fuck, I need to work on that. But speaking of Final Fantasy... So Spoonie just straight up lies about the draw system. Part 1 has almost 1 million views. 933,000 views for Part 1. One of the earliest videos analyzing Final Fantasy VIII, with it being the black sheep of the franchise. FF8 sucks and you suck for liking it. I do not. I don't... There are a lot of reasons that I suck, but it's not because I like Final Fantasy VIII, okay? Spoonie blatantly lies about the draw system, among other things. Let's see. If it's gonna play. If it's gonna play. If it will decide to play. Man.
So bad. I mean,
You know what? Maybe I should just close. I need to like replace that with a PNG for when my hardware can't handle it. Is that going to help even? What the hell? Is it the text file? Is it really the text file that's making everything so laggy?
so bad. I mean, anyone who likes Final Fantasy VIII, anyone who said this is their favorite Final Fantasy game,
Yep.
this is pretty much my review. This is all I have to say to you fanboys of Final
It isn't all that he has to say about it, believe it or not.
Fantasy VIII. Watch this video and fuck you.
Okay.
I mean, just watch. You actually had to do this for every spell, and I had people write in saying there are other ways.
You don't have to do this for every spell. That's an absolute lie. Surprisingly. Surprise, surprise, he lies. Shit, where's my... You know what? Give me a second here. Oh, because like... Alright, never mind. Play.
To get magic. Well, yeah, there are, but I'm so pissed off, and I so don't care enough to learn them.
That doesn't make any sense. Like, listen to that over again, like, and actually try and analyze what he's talking about here.
Final Fantasy game. This is pretty much my review. This is all I have to say to you fanboys of Final Fantasy VIII. Watch this video and fuck you! Okay? I mean, just watch. You actually had to do this for every spell, and I had to...
Like, listen to that. You actually had to do this with every spell, which is not true.
People write in saying there are other ways.
I had people write in and say that there are other ways, okay? Well, because they're right. And you're wrong. There are other ways to get spells. You have people who are fans of the game writing in to tell you that you're wrong and that there are other ways to get spells. And so what's your reaction? What's your prepared reaction to this criticism?
What's to get magic? Well, yeah, there are...
Well, yeah. Like, okay. Well, that's when you retract your statement and you correct yourself.
But I'm so pissed off.
I'm so mad.
And I so don't care.
And I don't care. Oh, okay. Never mind then.
Enough to learn them.
Oh god, I gotta get this off my chest, because if I don't, then during the actual stream talking about this, then I'm just gonna ramble on. I have to collect and gather my thoughts, or else I'm gonna sound like this idiot.
The plot makes no sense. The weapons are...
Plot makes no sense. Okay, that's fair. That one I'll give to him. I'll give him that one. I mean, of course it doesn't make sense. There's a lot of convoluted elements of Final Fantasy VIII. Probably because the main bad person in the game is trying to compress time into a single moment. So you're gonna get, like, continuity anomalies just as a result of that.
Sense. The weapons are ridiculous.
The weapons are ridiculous. Okay, you can make the argument that Squall's Gunblade is a little bit funky looking, but it's so cool. It's so awesome that it makes up for it. And also, if you're going to say the weapons are ridiculous, like, limit it to the Gunblade. Like, Selphie has nunchucks. Like, Zell uses his fists. Like Tifa does. How is that ridiculous? Like, Quistis uses a whip, Irving uses a sniper rifle. How is that ridiculous? Like, Laguna uses a gun. What, you're telling me a gun is ridiculous? I guess you could say Ward. Like, Ward has an anchor that he throws, and then he has to run and pick up the anchor, and that's kind of funny, I guess. But that's a pretty blanket statement to say that literally just the weapons are ridiculous.
And the setting is strangely underpopulated and technologically wildly anachronistic.
That's not the proper usage of the word anachronistic. Anachronistic is like if you're shooting a Western, like you're shooting a cowboy movie, and one of the actors is wearing, like, Nikes. Like, that's anachronistic. Saying that the setting of Final Fantasy VIII is anachronistic makes no sense whatsoever. Because the reason that the Kingdom of Estar is technologically advanced is because it's shut off from the rest of the world. So of course that one part of the country is going to have advanced technology as opposed to the rest of the world.
It's long.
It's long, guys. Did you know that Final Fantasy is long? Have you ever played a Final Fantasy game and you're like, fuck, man? No one ever told me it was going to be long. This is a prepared review. This isn't even like stream of consciousness off the cuff reactions. The game is long, you guys. Imagine the Final Fantasy game being long.
District. It's long.
Damn it.
Boring.
Boring. That's subjective.
It's stupid.
It's stupid. God. So well thought out. These are some 140 point IQ takes.
And I hate it with the
I hate it. I don't like it.
fiery intensity of a million Foreman grills.
Nice reference.
But before I actually get started, here's my final word on
Final word.
drawing magic in response to literally thousands of emails explaining just how wrong I was. Back when I first started, I mentioned how the game requires you to spend hours in combat pulling magic out of the monsters.
Yep, and that was wrong. That was literally false and not true.
So that you can beef up your character attributes. And when I first played this game as a kid, I had to do it for every single spell
You didn't have to.
in the game. And everyone and their mother emailed me with alternative ways to get magic.
Yeah. Yeah. When you tell the internet that something is the way that it not is, then the internet is going to tell you that that is not how it is. Welcome to the internet, Noah. Even in the long, long time ago, the far, far land of 2007, the internet was still that way. Like, come on. Can you play, please? Can you please play? I'm clicking and nothing's happening. I guess I'll just have to wait.
And in fact, they mailed me several step-by-step procedures to maximize my
Oh my god, how dare they?
efficiency at this task, which could have only come through years of study and the worldwide collaboration of Final Fantasy VIII players in grand academic symposia.
What the fuck? What can you say to that other than that? Just what? You could have only figured out that there are other ways to get magic other than draw through. Like, what are you trying to sound like here? You're trying to sound like a big brain, aren't you?
And the worldwide collaboration of Final Fantasy VIII players in grand academic symposia.
I have it written down. It could only have come from years of study and the worldwide collaboration of Final Fantasy VIII players in grand academic symposia. You mean like reading the tutorial in the game? You mean like actually reading what the game tells you? That's from years of study and the worldwide collaboration. Okay, dude. Like the try-heartedness of this is just, it's very surprising. It's amazing how this review had nearly 1 million views. Play, please.
Well, you're entirely correct. You don't need...
Oh my god, at that point, just hang up the towel. This is year 1, by the way. Like, this is Spoonie year 1, right? I mean, basically. I mean, yeah, 2007. Like, his first year of putting reviews on YouTube. And he's already this bad. Like, maybe the writing was on the wall that he didn't have what it takes to be a content creator. If you're this bad, you can play. God, why is this such a pain in the ass?
need to spend hours drawing every magic spell in the game to win. It's entirely possible, and in fact, preferable to refine items, cards, and magic spells using GF abilities to fill in your magic list. In fact, when I played through this game a second time, I did this quite a lot when I discovered you could refine 10 Kiragas out of a single 10.
Admitting everything that he said was a lie. His entire premise that the draw system requires you to spend hours drawing magic from monsters. He's literally like, oh yeah, and the second time I played it, I didn't do that. Wow, Spoonie, I guess that had only been able to come from years of study with the worldwide collaboration in grand academic whatever the fuck. but at the same time, as a kid, you figured it out on the second playthrough. Okay. This is the guy who prides himself on being so much smarter than everyone else.
It's still boring, and even though you found a slightly more convenient way to get magic outside of combat, aren't you really still substituting one kind of busy work for another?
No! Absolutely not. What? No! Like, there are so many ways you can get magic outside of drawing. You can turn low-level magic into higher-level magic. You can refine cards into magic. There are places around the world where you just walk over them and press a button and you can draw magic from the fucking dirt. What are you talking about? Aren't you just replacing one form of busy work with another? No, absolutely not. If you want to pose the question.
And you can stop emailing me about it, okay? Moving on!
That is a great attitude to have. Oh my god. Like, you look back on this and you're like, man, it's a wonder why this guy melted down if he's already like this in his first year of reviewing video games. And boy, did he melt down. There's a reason this text file is so freaking long. Let's try to get through this if it's gonna play.
Oh, Final Fantasy VII.
Oh, it gets worse. It gets so much worse. Why is the audio like only coming from one ear? You know what? Let me fix that. Here we go.
You see, Final Fantasy VII is actually
God, there's like an echo, huh?
a pretty good game, especially for its time, but I'm gonna tear it a new asshole anyway.
Maybe if I do this one. Maybe if I only put it in the right ear. Does that sound better?
Final Fantasy VII. You see,
that's so bizarre. Like, what the fuck kind of camera were you using? Was one half of the camera in a different part of the room than the other half? I don't know. I apologize to everyone's left ears.
Final Fantasy VII is actually a pretty good game, especially for its time, but I'm gonna tear it a new asshole anyway. Why? Well, for one, I enjoy pissing creepy fanboys off.
Is this where DSP got the idea? I'm going to tear Final Fantasy VII a new butt. Why? Because I hate gamers. Okay, Mr. Gamer.
Fanboys off.
Is this where DSP got the idea? I'm pretty sure.
Not only that, while wandering around Don Corneo's club, you become cornered by a pack of large, muscular, oiled gay wrestlers with porn mustaches who drag you into a hot tub for a massage. Oh, by looking at this, the only way I think you can interpret this scene is that Cloud is getting systematically gangbanged by every one of these men. They are literally pulling a train on him. Oh, man! Were parents warned about this game? Anyway, you may not be surprised to learn that the already androgynous Cloud makes a pretty sexy chick. And if you're disturbed enough to have tracked down all the best items, you win. If you call this winning. Oh, this is sick. What kind of perverted game is this? I can't think of anything more confusing and emotionally scarring to a kid.
That's like word for word what DSP said about Final Fantasy VII, isn't it? I think DSP has confused his experience with playing Final Fantasy VII with watching the Spoonie review. And these are the kind of things that I want to point out, because me and Alt are going to be talking about this for a while, and I want to be able to not alienate the DSP people and the audience by tying it together with the stuff, with DSP stuff. Because later on, there is basically Spoonie has a Derek. There's the equivalent to a Derek in the Spoonie universe, and it's a female fangirl who we have collectively decided on naming Warthog. But more on that later. If you could just go ahead and play. I'm going to try not to get too angry. But I'm clicking the play button and nothing's happening. So what do you expect me to do?
Confusing and emotionally scarring to a kid.
Okay. More 2007 reviews like The Thing. Remember when Ann Lee played The Thing? That game was ahead of its time. They really tried to innovate in those early, OG Xbox days. Let's see, what else we got here? Scroll up. 2007. We got The Thing. We got FMV Hell games like Power Klingon, Terror Tracks, Microcosm, Sewer Shark, Power Rangers, and Make My Video. This is Scarlet. You can see here. Scarlet did a lot of the editing in his earlier videos. And I don't want to comment on her appearance too much, but you can interpret this however you want. I'm just gonna keep quiet. We can just quietly move on. This is Spoony considers this like the one that got away. Okay. Nightmare. Our British style guests probably know a lot more about Nightmare. This is basically like Nick Arcade. Remember Nick Arcade? It's probably more of a reference that us American style detractors know more about. But kids walking through green screen overlaid with video game graphics. That's what a kind of game show. Okay, 2009. There's a huge gap in content between let's see, between December 2009 and May 2012. Like, look at this. Like, this is actually from his channel. If you go through his uploads, there's one from 13 years ago, and then the next video is literally from 11 years ago. So I guess he was really hardcore into collabing with that guy with the glasses at this point. Didn't really upload many edited videos to his channel. But this is the era of SWAT 4. And if you go to his channel and you look for the SWAT 4 videos, they're gone. Like, this is another thing that surprised me. A lot of the videos that I remember from the early days of the Spoony one, you cannot find on his channel. You have to go to re-upload channels. It's like, why did he delete all that? I guess he was afraid of, like, copyright stuff. Copyright stuff was a lot more strict back then. Like, I remember I uploaded a clip from Angel, you know, the Buffy spinoff, when, I forgot her name. But one of the side characters was playing Crash Bandicoot, and it was like literally like a 20-second clip, and I clipped that and I uploaded it to my old YouTube channel, and it immediately got like the bad kind of struck, like the kind of struck where it's like, if you do this again, we're gonna delete your account, and it's like, holy shit, they're a lot more lenient nowadays.
Oh yeah, yeah, they're all in there sharpening their knives. I'm not in your way. Fuck off.
You gotta move away from there.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, my old YouTube channel. The one that I've since rebranded to Ludwig's Bone Collection. So another thing I want to talk about, I'm going to try and get back into animation. I know I've been talking about that for a while, but things have been getting in the way. But I want to learn the aspect of Blender that deals with animation. And I haven't really decided if I want to focus on 2D animation or 3D. Maybe you guys can help me out with that. But I want to do like a sub-goal, and if I hit that sub-goal, I'm going to show you guys some of my old animations from before the days of the Ludwig World Order. But I'm kind of embarrassed about it, so I want to kind of, I want to have an incentive, you know what I mean?
Excuse me.
Just so you know, I didn't write it. I wasn't the one behind the writing. I just animated it, and the writing is pretty cringe, like even for me. But the animation is pretty good because I put a lot of work into it. And I might show it if, you know, things get better.
Me, sir, am I in your spot? Because it would be so impossible to do your job standing 8 inches to the right. Search it.
I showed Darksea to Phil. Like, I confessed to him because I had to show someone. So he knows what I'm talking about, but not everyone else does.
In the doorway.
The problem is it's political, you know? It's a political series. It's right of center, it's pro-gun, it's anti-Obama and Biden. And this is back in the day, like really old. Like back when Obama was president.
You're in my spot, sir.
Well, maybe that's because I'm looking in the fucking room.
You're in my way, sir.
Hey, listen, you sawed-off little twerp. You want to do this? I bet these guys are getting a...
These clips are actually funny. Like, if Spoony had just kept this up, if Spoony had just played games offline and just clipped them and edited them into videos that he would release, he would have, like not fallen out of favor as much as he has.
Real good fucking
You're in my spot.
You son of a bitch. You are so fucking lucky I have.
Because he got into streaming. I'm sorry, excuse me. Sorry, I had to cough. After 2016, like his last uploaded video was in 2016, and he has still to this day yet to upload an edited video to his YouTube channel since 2016, even today. And afterwards, he's just like, I'm only going to stream. I'm not going to upload edited videos. I'm only going to stream. For some reason. For some fucking reason. Because, like, the reason his Patreon got up to $5,000 a month was not because of his streams. People... Oh, thank you. Thank you, Deathcore Lover. Much appreciated. There's a lot to go over. I'm going over the Spoonie video. The build-up to the Spoonie stream that I'm working on. And then I'll talk about more stuff, because I got a lot to talk about. And I only got 10 minutes until that being said. Oh, shit.
Defective shotgun today. You're standing in my spot, sir.
I'm out of time. I guess I'll pick up afterwards.
Watch. It's gonna be the last fucking guy who says.
Believe it or not, SWAT 4 was actually written by Ken Levine, that Ken Levine of BioShock fame, which is why SWAT 4 has some missions that are a bit darker than you would ever expect from basically like a Rainbow Six style game. But yeah, Ken Levine wrote some pretty dark shit.
You're standing in my position, sir.
Which is why it's probably a memorable game.
Fucking knew it, you fucking twerp. I lost a guy.
Entry team to talk. Entry team to talk. Fields is down. Ready and evac.
Who's in the way now, bitch?
You're in my spot.
I swear, one day, me and you are gonna fucking have words over this who's in whose spot shit. I keep expecting an alien to
You're
come
in my
pop.
spot, sir.
You son of a bitch! I swear to
You're
God!
in my way, sir.
You motherfucker! I will punch you in the fucking soul, you fucking asshat! How much?
This is actually entertaining, but he's just like... Like, this is actually good content. He decided one day that he's like, I'm not going to do this content anymore. I'm going to review board games.
I want to bet none of these
all people were asking is more of this. It's all people were asking for.
Suspects have Russian accents.
That's my mark you're at.
Oh, you ass! You're not Reynolds. Who the fuck are you? You fool! Why? Oh, come on! I was aiming right at him!
Like, it's stuff like this, which is why people nowadays are like, yeah, I was a fan of Spoonie. Like, it's stuff like this. It's not like, don't tell me how to play as he's playing Alien Isolation and fucking up.
God damn it.
You're standing in my position, sir.
What? Oh, eat my shit, Jackson, you stupid fucking fuck whistle.
Oh, there's plenty of toxicity to get through.
I told you guys to run in. There wasn't even a spot to stand in. Oh, freeze, asshole. I can see you clipping through the door. Oh, come on!
You're in my way.
You're in front of me! You brainless dipshit. Whoa! Like, cyborg cloned dinosaurs or super soldiers.
You're in my spot.
You son of a bitch! What the fuck are you talking
Get
about?
out of the way.
What the fuck? I didn't even start this level yet!
Boss, you're in my way.
What the fuck are you? This is the spawn point, you fucking ass miner! I'm gonna shoot you in the eyes right now! Oh. See, what the fuck am I supposed to do there when
You're
they were...
standing in my position, sir.
Again with the fucking...
Hands in the air, now!
Ah!
Like, that's some funny shit, like, unironically. But he was like, I'm not going to do this anymore.
I'm gonna get out of the way here. There what? Oh, you fool! I'm drunk. Oh.
Yeah, the sad part about this is Spoonie is like legit type 2 bipolar. So what you're seeing here probably isn't how Spoonie usually is. What you're seeing here is probably like the cresting high of manic hysteria. And then he would crash after this. So it's like, it's kind of grim. It's kind of morbid because you're like this isn't actual Spoonie. This is like manic high bipolar Spoonie. And he just, you don't see that because, everything surrounding the context is edited out.
Oh, crap, he's standing in the door.
We have suspects.
Don't throw the grenade! You fool! Ah! We're gonna throw a grenade in there, flush him out. Oh, fuck, you fool! You guys are some seriously sick motherfuckers. You know that? You actually jackhammered out the floor and built an ad hoc graveyard for your fucking children?
That's written by Ken Levine. Written by Ken Levine of Bioshock fame. There is a mission in SWAT 4 where you raid the house of like a doomsday cult. And you work your way down into the basement and you discover that the members of the cult had buried their children. Like, good God.
I ought to kill all you motherfuckers right now.
And that's a really, like, a good psychological thing to include in the game, because at that point you're like, maybe I should just kill all these people. Like, maybe I should enact some police brutality if this is how fucked up these people are. And you have to have like a crisis of conscience where you're like, well, my job is to like take these people in alive, but fuck, I just want to like execute them all. This is SWAT 4. SWAT 4.
Now that's fucking nasty.
Okay, and then we're in 2010. That was 2009.
And so I saw the.
Oh my God! Putting all this stuff chronologically is a real eye opener. This here is E3 2010.
And so I saw the footage, and there was one word searing through my mind, like bolts of fire.
What's a bolt of fire? What does a bolt of fire look like? Don't you mean bolt of lightning? I don't know. I mean, this is off the cuff, so I can't be that nitpicky.
And that word, betrayal!
Betrayal! You know, he planned it out, though. Like, I know what I'm gonna say. It was like bolts of fire.
What?
Betrayal!
Angry Joe looks like Mike Myers during that Hurricane Katrina video where he's standing next to Kanye West. And Kanye is like, George Bush doesn't care about black people. And then Mike Myers is like, he's standing there being like, I'm not with this guy. Thank you, Lost in Technicolor. Thank you for all the resubs. Thank you, everyone, for the resubs. I really appreciate it. I love coming back. I'm having so much fun. I haven't smiled and laughed this much in weeks. I love streaming. I love being a streamer. Unlike Spoonie, he had a very, very rough time. I know my technical issues are getting in the way, but that's all. I just have some technical issues. All I need is like I don't know. I have a pretty beefy laptop. It's a 30 series. The only way I could get better if I had like a 40 series, which is way out of question. I
hate homosexuals!
Just have way too much running. Because I love my production values.
Betrayed me! This game sucks! It has nothing to do with XCOM! Nothing! Nothing!
I think this is the birth of Angry Spoonie.
Angry Joe, the guy who would like strangle game developers, even he's like, man, I don't know this guy.
Nothing to do with XCOM. Like the first thing they did, they were like, okay, here's XCOM,
I'm not with him. How embarrassing.
But I think it's time the whole world.
Okay, here's the backlash. This was like the Lordcat video was basically like the Howard and Rambo video where it's like I actually am pretty fed up with you, and I think you're kind of a jackass.
World.
It's like them finally confessing their feelings about this guy.
Spoonie heard just how much of a fucking idiot you truly are.
Idiot.
You and that other idiot, Joe.
Idiots.
When you were at E3 that one year, and you decided to go up and down the hallways screaming about XCOM's betrayal, and Joe decided to ask people, can I choke you on camera? Guess what happened, Spoonie? Guess what fucking happened? The whole gaming industry turned its back on me. Not you, not Joe, not Blistered Thumbs.
It turned its back on all of them, too. Lordcat eventually made an account on Kiwi Farms and posted about it, and he does regret his reaction, pretty much. But I mean, it was overblown, especially in hindsight. I mean, the gaming industry kind of imploded in on itself. It wasn't really the fault of anyone else. I don't think he would have really made it very far in the gaming industry, even if Spoonie had not done that.
Not Joe, not blistered thumbs, me.
Okay. It's 10:30. Let me pull up That Being Said stream here. They're probably late, as they usually are. Let's see. Yep, waiting on That Being Said. Got it up right here. And they're probably going to be in intro mode, so I'll keep an eye on that. Battlefield Earth, no audio. Nostalgia Critic reviews Battlefield Earth. Spoonie cameos as Turl. Let's see. It's pretty funny, I guess. It's clever how oh, pause.
Did you look at my moose?
God damn it. It's clever how in this all the cameo shots are shot with a Dutch angle. Like you can see the camera is tilted like it was in the movie. It's pretty funny. But yeah, this is like a high point for Spoonie. This cameo, this character is like a reoccurring character. It gets brought back in To Boldly Flee. It's so bizarre. Kick-Assia. For some reason, I swear, I think Kick-Assia was filmed after Suburban Nights. Like I thought the timeline was first it was Suburban Nights, then after that was Kick-Assia, and then the third one was To Boldly Flee. And I'm trying to think about, like, why did I think that? Why did I think that Kick-Assia came after Suburban Nights? And the reason is because Suburban Nights, like, has a much lower budget. Like, it feels like a step back. Because all I remember about Suburban Nights is a bunch of cosplayers walking around.
I banned the entire Twitch chat.
But Kick-Assia had, like, fight scenes and, like, special effects and, like, battles and stuff. And then the one after that is so much more low key. Okay. Alright, we got intro mode here. So, Kick-Assia, they're running around. There's a lot of running. Spoonie later said that this nearly killed him. Another ailment that Spoonie allegedly has. I say allegedly because he's, as you're going to see in the course of this video, he lies a lot. He lies a whole lot. But I don't think he's lying about this. He has, I forget the name, vasodepressor syncope. I don't know if anyone's heard of this. Vasodepressor syncope. Basically, when his heart rate goes above 130 BPM, which is pretty difficult to do, by the way. If his heart rate goes above 130, he shuts down. It's like a computer, I guess. It goes 130 and he passes out. It's just kind of a bummer, I guess. I mean, if you're that way, then editing videos for YouTube and being a streamer is like the perfect job for you. I don't know why something like this would get in the way of your ability to be a content creator on the internet. Like, it seems like it would not be an issue, but he loves complaining about it. The bipolar is probably a bigger issue. The bipolar, it probably gets in the way a lot more than the heart issue. Betrayal. Let's see. Battlefield Earth. Kick-Assia. One notable moment, Doug and Noah have a play fight where Doug's M. Bison cape gets ripped. This allegedly makes them angry at each other. That was mentioned in the Medicare video. 2011. In January, Spoonie goes to MagFest 9 and does a stand-up routine. Another high point for him. Like going out doing conventions. That's the kind of Spoonie that people wanted, but couldn't keep it up, I guess. Doug Walker gathers that guy with the glasses crew again for Suburban Nights. Everyone's favorite moment. Spoonie's brother Miles shoots an armed illegal alien in self-defense. Since this was in Arizona, Sheriff Joe Arpaio comes to Miles' defense and he faces minimal consequence. Ironically, left-wing Noah despises Joe Arpaio. The guy who saved his brother from facing any real consequence for shooting and killing an illegal alien drug runner. Spoonie hates because he's like hyper left wing because Twitter told him to be that way, I guess. I don't know. Twitter's so fucking stupid. Yeah, that's a good point. Like, this is an actual M. Bison hat. It's not a pilot hat like DSP has. That famous pilot M. Bison. Like, I guess he has some funny scenes, really. Like, I like this one. Like, they're running and they're trying to invade this guy's house, but they get to a chain link fence and they're just completely stopped by it. And Angry Joe is shooting it with his gun, and he's like, the bullets just go through the holes. Like, there's some legit funny stuff here, but the problem is that it's so overshadowed by stuff like this. Like, good God, it goes on for just too long. Like, even in hindsight, you're watching it and you're like, can this like get edited down? Was really all of this necessary? I guess this is where the tape got torn. God, like, you're watching it and you're like, man, I feel like stupid watching this. It's like they ran out of jokes. It's like you could have just edited it down. Like, the good thing about that idea is you could have released like the edited version on YouTube and then sold the director's cut without all the edits as like a DVD. But instead they're like, no, it's the same thing. You could watch it for free on YouTube or you could buy the DVD. What do you think people chose? Of course they chose the free option. This is like, in hindsight, I don't know. Hindsight is 2020. It's not like I had these complaints at the time. I was just a dummy watching YouTube crap. I mean, it's better than like YouTube poop, I guess. It's very prophetic. Bam, knock him out. 2011. Still in intro mode of the stream. Suburban Nights. There we go. Who's this guy? This weird looking fellow. Cosplaying as someone who kidnapped a little child. That's not prophetic at all. That's not writing on the wall. But Spoonie was on this. There's Todd in the shadows. All these people. Film Brain. Yeah, there's a lot of commentary about these movies. A lot of people have gone back and watched these over again, and they're like, "Man, these are so bad." And they're really suffering a lot for these too. Oh, we got that being said going. So I'll catch up on this later.
There, so hopefully it's better. Let me know. Then we get to, of course, the king of the show, the king of the world, some might say, king of the universe, actually.
Man.
This is the one, the only King Sly T.
Hey, what's poppin', baby? Talk to me nice. How you doing, fellas? It's been a minute.
I gotta ask you. I always wanted to ask this. Was King Sly T? Is that final T in honor of anyone? The final T.
It wasn't, but now the show is, man.
King Sly.
It's definitely the T's in there now, for real, for my dog. Yeah, no, it was always Sly T. It's a spinoff of a gangster from my city called Sly Green. So but then the T just made sense now. So I gotta live, man. I'm his reincarnation, man.
Sounds good.
We all do it. Because I mean, like, you've got ALT. Could the T not be?
Mm-hmm.
Meerkat Mob. Yeah.
We've got two T's commemorating him twice. You know,
Steve of the Dead, fantastic Mr. Sam. T's are everywhere. We keep it real over here.
We miss
gang.
Yeah.
We do miss them. All right, let us know how it's going, everybody. Why is the production quality so low? That's very, very rude to Meerkat, by the way. He has a last second, literally 15 minutes to get ready for this, because Sam was a late style. It could not get going. He wasn't feeling so well, so he had a late style change. My computer is choppy. KED right now. So he had to do it. So big ups to Meerkat for letting this happen, because without that, we would not be doing this. But Meerkat, you there?
If you want to send a mini box to ALT.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
making
but,
sure,
you know.
making sure everything's fixed. I think the audio should
Yeah,
be
yeah.
better now. We should be able to begin and adjourn
How's it going,
this
Dominic?
pre-stream into the better lands of what the fuck happened this week.
How's it
and
going?
What the fuck?
God, I need to use my different capture device. I'm gonna listen to this, and I'm gonna go try and find some cables to hook up my alternative capture device. But I've just been catching up on things, going over the things I've been working on, taking a break here to watch some That Being Said podcast, our favorite podcast on YouTube.
Man, what the fuck?
The schedule.
No,
No,
business first. Don't we?
business style.
That's
You're
our
right.
schedule, isn't
the only
it?
business style. Meerkat, you can handle the big business style. Only one business style announcement in my mind, I think.
All right, so that has to be the Gintro. We are still taking in all of your meaningful contributions to the competition. Send it to us in any way that you can find us, and we're going to make sure that they go to the pool of all these submissions. So, I guess that's it. You might ask, when is the deadline? There's no deadline yet. So, do your thing. We're going to let you know in advance when is the last day. So, it's all good.
Yes, I think we should probably think it's going to be 2 weeks from now. So think about that. 2 weeks from now is possibly the deadline. We got to talk about it and figure out when we can definitely do it for sure. But big ups to some people out here.
The idea that I have is
so bad at my game
I
show
kind
that
of
you're actually
take one of Spoonie's intros and rework it to be like a DSP intro. I think that would be funny and on topic. It'd be on point. Because Spoonie has like 4 or 5 intros that people made for him. I could like take one of those and chop it up and make it like DSP themed. I think Alt especially would appreciate that.
A girl. Yes, that is right. We're still trying to get over that. That injury is still killing us, even though she's been on the show maybe 3 times, and she's still the leader somehow. Profit, big up. ALT hit me up at the stream and helped get it back up. Thanks, brother. And Aid Robinson says, for my favorite meaningful style creators, Aid and Becca. You guys are legends. Thanks so much. But let's get to it. I'm going to start out not chronologically, like I often do, like Chrono Trigger does. Not chronologically. We're going to go most recent in the news. And King Sly T dropped a big stream on Saturday night.
Oh my god.
Dutch Brothers. So I want to know. Yeah, we got to ask about it now. I'm gonna start with it. What were your thoughts on that interview and how it went?
I thought it was I thought they were gonna have the juice, man. I thought they were gonna have something good. Listen, I talked to him before, and I was asking him a couple questions. I was like, have them get ready if they had something good, and they didn't have anything really. They didn't have any emails to show they talked. They didn't have any like DM or conversation with him. And then as soon as that, I was like, it's gonna go. So we're just gonna have the conversation. I thought there was going to be something.
Yeah.
And so we just went for it because at that point I can't back out. I gotta go for it now because it was originally just supposed to be me and Darksy, and then I saw a tweet from them saying that they're gonna restream, and I was all confused. I was like, I thought you were like loving Phil. Why is this happening? So then I just DM'd them like, yo, you want to talk about this? They said they would love it. And I said, all right, cool. Never in a million years did I think it would be this big of a deal because it's, first of all, they've been around doing this for a minute. They have been off the Phil wave for a minute. I didn't expect it until Alt DM me and was like, yo, can you ask this? I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ, this might be bigger than big. So I didn't have the views up at all. I average about like 250. And I look at it and it was like 6. I'm like, what is going on? So then we just had to ride it out. I never thought it would last that long. I thought it was me and Darks were like, all right, we'll give it about like 40 hour, we'll just keep it around there. Never expected it. But I had fun. I thought it was funny. But
it was fun.
They just didn't really have much. I think it would have been better if they had some goods, but
I'm really sorry for the audio popping. I'm gonna.
It just proves what we already know, that to be a legitimate Phil fan, you have to be
this capture device is like dying on me. I don't know what the deal is.
Certain type of person, and I think we saw 2 of those type of people on that interview. I'm not trying to be rude, but you know what I'm saying, Steve? Didn't you get that vibe?
I've been getting that vibe a lot recently. There's been a number of things happening in the Phil sort of Snortex, apologies, that have given me that vibe. And yeah, that was one of them. But it's a bit disappointing that they didn't bring, like, at least have sent him stuff.
Yeah.
Did you have something?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. They just said, "Oh, we sent it and it was off a whim." I just didn't believe it. I'm sorry. So I pressed the issue because I'm like, I'm not understanding. This doesn't make sense. This is Phil. You don't open mail if it ain't have a return or nothing. Or you didn't talk to him. You just open. That's why I was like, but yeah, guess he didn't, man. I tried, gang.
It really sounded like to me like one person was the ringleader, and the other person was kind of just like, all right, this is something fun. And one of them had a certain way about him that made you think that he is a Phil fan, legitimately. And the other one was kind of like just along for the ride, kind of. That's what my vibe was from it. I mean, I don't know if it's true or not, but that guess that does. Yeah, like I guess that means that Phil just opens shit up, which I probably believe all the time anyway. He's not gonna pass up free shit. If you send him shit, he's gonna open it. He'll get pissed off if something bad in it, but he's gonna open it anyway. Come on, why not? You know, he's like, could be something in there. He says he throws it away, but I actually believe that he does open everything because, like, what are you gonna do? It's what's the worst it could be? Right. You open it up, it's something bad, it goes right into the trash can, and then you're done. Right.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I'm opening anything you send.
Yeah, why not? You know, it's not can't be that bad. It's not gonna be a bomb. I mean,
right.
You never know. I mean, if I was Cyrax, I might not open mail from anybody, but I don't think anyone's doing that to DSP. Meerkat, what do you think on this? What were your thoughts? Did you hear it in the interview or no?
Yeah, I don't think it was very productive because, like you said, there was a lot of things that we found out that we knew about him, but it was definitely entertaining. I had a lot of entertainment watching it, especially when Prophet called in and was very entertaining.
Yo, he felt so bad. I said, yo, I didn't mean to make that face, Prophet. I swear I'm reading the chat and I'm listening to him and I was going to say pause, but then it went too far. I apologize. I thought it was funny. I watched back it and I thought it was funny, bro. Don't feel bad, bro. It was funny. It was funny, dog. It was funny. The Island Boy, that whole thing. I brought him up because they were beefing in the chat or whatever. So I thought it'd be funny for him that now you're going to have to respond. You got face to face him. Let's go talk. Yeah. And then he jumped in with that. And I'm like, wait, what?
It was a good closer. If nothing else, it was a good closer. Off the top rope, close it up.
Yeah. We were just towards the end, once they found like the 30-minute mark, I'm like, these motherfuckers ain't got shit. Let's just see how far we could take this. And then we were going to cut it. I just never experienced the Reddit side of the Vortex, bro. These motherfuckers is crazy, son.
What do you mean by the Reddit side of things? For people that might not know.
I stayed in surface level. I'm on the shoreline. I thought everything was wavy. Everyone loved each other. Everybody was cool. They are making like I am it was a what do they call it? A gay op? I don't even I don't know what I don't even know what that means. But they threw me in there like I was working for the Dutch brothers. I'm like, what? What are you talking? He's like, they did an interview with this guy that I've never heard of. That's your fault. I've been around. I've been here. I've been around. They're ridiculous. They're like, oh yeah, they must have just planned this so they can show that they're good. Phil's a good guy. Whoa. Then you haven't seen any of what I've done, like at all. If you think I'm gonna be the one to help Phil up. I couldn't believe it. And those are the people that like those are the ones that complained the most. Was those people? But most of the people were fine with it. Like it wasn't this big of a deal. But like if you ask Reddit, oh, I'm a demon now. Oh, they hate duty though.
You gotta beat your demons, dude. You gotta beat.
Honestly, got no idea what like the DSP the detractor Reddits are like because it involves. They're always locked, so they always involve like creating an account. Fuck creating an account on Reddit. So it was sort of like living ignorance of that part of the detractor sphere.
Has it Meerkat, you know better than us. Has Reddit? I mean, Reddit's fine. I like Reddit's good. It's a source of stuff. They do some like this one thread that Meerkat you shared 3 days ago. The Craig and Adam and RTU and DSP thing, like timelines and stuff. It's so beautiful. Like peak agricultural site days. Like remember those days when people would have like incredible posts, like just pages of stuff.
Effort
you
posts.
It'd take you an afternoon and you'd be loving it. You know, this is deep lore. That's when it's on. That's when it's good, right? And obviously, some parts bad. But in my opinion, though, Mirka, do you think it's like becoming the agricultural site light now, since maybe not so many people can use the agricultural site now?
Yeah, they can. It's still public. It's just a
it's
different
public now.
domain. Yeah.
It's not on tour, right? Okay, it's back.
No,
okay,
no.
okay. 'Cause I was trying
But
to.
yeah,
Okay,
I mean, they can talk about whatever they want in the subreddit. I understand that.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
just people talking about stuff. And there you go. I don't really care about it. I got my own voice. That's why I got my own channel, and I talk to you guys. So if I want to say something, I'll just say it.
Yeah.
And they're entitled to their own voices if they don't have a way that they can broadcast it out, to write it in a message board, whatever they think is right.
Yeah. But anyway, I think it's subject. The subject. Those two guests were the tough part, right? Getting over those two guests, and I think we've had many cases now where we can learn that Phil fans don't make the best interviews. It's just not going to happen. I know that's what we want, but it's just not going to happen. It's just
counterpoint. Air Raid Lord and Panda Lee.
Panda Lee.
Air Raid Lord. Oh yeah, Air Raid Lord would be good. But Panda Lee would be hyped too. That's a little different.
No. That interview. That specific interview.
Oh, that
It
specific
shows
interview. Yeah.
magnificence.
Yeah.
The other one I get the most. Well, not the most, but this is the other one. And this is I can't help you. These two things.
Okay,
Me being black can't change that. Sorry, I'm 100% nigga. I'm staying nigga all day long. Can't change that. Sorry.
Urban style.
The urban style gang. That's me.
Yeah.
And two, I'm not these people. Okay. You think they can do it? Go. I bet you they don't even want to talk to these motherfuckers anymore. They're like, oh yeah, if all had it. You can't squeeze nothing from these people. They don't got nothing to squeeze. You talk, all three of these people can talk all they want. You're not gonna get nothing different out of it. I'm telling you. There's nothing. I asked what Alt wanted me to ask right off rip, and it was a no. Like, go ahead. There was nothing. Y'all gonna you try it.
Well,
y'all want to talk to him? Go be my guest. I'm not talking to no one. I want a live dent, man. I want one in the field. That's what I want. That's it. And that's it. Then I'm done
Like
for real.
Hatchet with the giant net.
Yeah.
They're never going to be able to handle actual interactions with people where you're friendly enough that you can actually riff on each other and bounce a couple of jokes back and forth.
You know what I did like though? King Gokin showed up in the chat. He was in there like the whole time, and I was clowning on him a lot because I saw him. I was trying to bait him. I wanted to talk to him. I want a Discord dent. That's what I want. A Discord dent.
Big ups. Ibiga for the gifted sub. Thanks, Ibiga. But yeah, I think that's to kind of put that to bed. I mean, the interview happened. We didn't learn anything about it. That's it. It's whatever.
And I'm on it. I'm over. I'm planning for Trav today, baby. I got Trav. I'm gonna bomb on today. That's gonna happen. Got to put an end to it all. Got to put an end to it.
Hold on. So I guess let's get into that.
Oh, my bad. No, we can wait.
No,
go ahead.
That's good.
Oh shit, that happened this week as well, didn't it?
Yeah, that's something we got to talk about. So
oh my god.
Go ahead, Mercap.
Well, no, I suggest you guys transition into the next topic. And ALT and Sly had a stream about it, so I think you better than anybody else can recap what actually happened this week.
Yeah, so let's just. I'm getting this. I'm using Reddit here for this guy Wholesale, whatever. Put this awesome timeline in. So I'm gonna go through.
The hell? Why would the connection be? Why isn't YouTube working? Come on. Of all the problems.
Hey, I'm transitioning. What does that mean? Okay, what? I don't even know. It's like they said like a bad joke. You didn't know what it meant. It's like Phil did not know how to handle that in any way, so we just ignored it. What a supportive streamer.
Yeah, I know. Right? His inner Phil wanted to come out and clown him. Oh, gay this. What? You sucking dick now? What? No,
yeah.
Phil doesn't even know what transition is in OBS, let alone anything else.
Yeah,
he doesn't even have transitions. He just push the next scene, flashes.
He just manually resizes everything himself.
Hang on, let me bring this up for you. Hang on.
Yeah, it's so bad. Hotkeys, brother. They tell you hotkeys.
I like the lean when he goes like, okay, I got it.
But guys, compare that. I don't know what you mean, but thanks for the super chat. To Jasper's fine. Yeah, I don't know why you'd be worried about Jasper. Jasper's okay. He's perfectly healthy. He's been inside the house. He's just in the room before. He's fine. He's healthy. Yeah, I don't know why you'd be worried about it. Compare the two responses there. There's a world of difference between Phil genuinely not knowing what the fuck he's talking about and Phil bullshitting.
Yeah, there's a special kind of Phil awkwardness where he doesn't know what's going on. You can see it during the Versus the Internet sometimes when it's a video kind of about a topic that like is, could be a hot button topic or like, there's different opinions about it. And Phil cannot handle those situations when he doesn't want to say anything wrong. So he just says like nothing. And it's really awkward. Like, huh? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, and also.
Yeah, the stare. That's the classic too. He has like 4 reactions. Huh? Okay. Oh, and then the stare. That's your 4 options.
And there's
when he's feeling awkward.
Sometimes you got the disappointed. What was it? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah.
It's like when he's so he's embarrassed and he's disappointed that somebody who enjoys his stuff send him a video that he hates that much. And that it's so stupid.
Don't you people know any better? You well enough.
Don't put me on the spot. You assholes. I forgot the goat laugh. I mean, goat laugh is free. That's for all content, Ibiga. Goat laugh is just all
a
the
free
time.
square.
Aid Robinson says, to quote Chill Murray 7, this is the final season for Phil. You mean Chills Murray, actually. Chills Murray.
Chills Murray, yeah.
Chills Murray's a legend.
I don't know who that is. Who's that? I don't know.
No one does.
No one knows.
No one knows. The Chills Murray coin is going higher, though. So you get a lot of mentions, Chills Murray.
Chills Murray.
Big ups.
I got framed. I thought I was going to get a shout out. Everyone else is getting them. I'm not. I get one. Oh, King Slide tip. Now everyone in there was like, oh, he's a fraud. What? What are you talking about? I'm not giving him nothing ever. Okay.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe, but I got my drop. No, so I got my drop.
Yeah. We all need one of those.
Though. Bit disappointed. We did get a shout out. We're not even mentioned in the leaks at least once. Like.
Oh, come on. But anyway,
come on. We are your premier source of Phil information.
Come on. That being said, just one of my mannerisms. I don't know.
Anyway. I like that was my favorite. Y'all got the greatest when that being said and just looked at the camera. Yeah, you fucked up, didn't you?
We did get another great one of those. Someone had asked him like, what's the value of like paying for you to watch like a couple of seconds of a clip and then say a line and skip it, and he was like, well, and he was like, you could see him thinking and realizing, oh shit, if I argue this the way I'm going to argue this, they're right. So he goes to, well, there's no guarantee that I'd actually watch everything. Instead of like,
that was amazing.
My restaurant analogy has failed.
The restaurant analogy. Yeah, you paid for a pizza, you might not get it. That's cool.
Fuck, can't use that one. I need another one.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
So here's the deal. You can be $5 when you walk in the restaurant, and we might give you pizza. We might skip it on by, though. So just, it's a great deal, though. You get all these kind of benefits. It's incredible.
I might tell you how good it was.
Yes. But all right, before we get back to that, let's talk a little bit about side scrollers and what started with an innocent thing with kind of innocent, I should say. Adam and Craig talking about to Phil on Twitter, and it started out with Adam said, "I'm surprised I'm not blocked yet," about DSP, and of course DSP has to answer that and says, "I don't randomly look for people to block, So it's not like that, even though he often has blocked people that haven't interacted with him at all. But anyways, he doesn't look for people to block. Whatever. Adam comes back and says, I tried to give you actual advice. DSP says after it as well. Company and I still say it today. The only problem is the day after when they said bad shit about him when he wasn't there, even though he was there the day before for 5 hours. Fair. And he said pussy shit. Remember? DSP was pussy shit for hater bucks. Pussy shit for hater bucks. Adam, on the next show, on Twitter actually, said like the point of the show is not to make money. And he gave an honest opinion during the interview. He said, and I agree with that. He definitely said his honest opinion many times to DSP's face during the interview.
Yes.
So that's many times. This is rich coming from you, Phil. Holy shit, Phil. The detractors.
I mean, to all intents and purposes, Adam was the sort of like everyman. He was the one that like the sort of person that Phil was hoping to convince with the interview in the first place, wasn't he? Because he stated right at the start, I want this to be a place where people can come and get all the answers about all the shit, And so Adam served that purpose, and his response then speaks volumes about how Phil handled that. But he had no reason to lie to Phil. Yeah. Why would he? He's being honest. He's the neutral party that you want to impress. He's going to give you his response, and he did. It's just that Phil can't handle it. So,
and
Twitter bitch.
You know, I want you to remember what Phil said, what I just said in Twitter. To Craig's face, or not face, but to Craig's Twitter, Adam's Twitter, he said, the interview is fair. I still...
Yeah, the audio quality is a little bit better, but there's like artifacting on people's faces for some reason. Man, it must be the cables.
I think it was fair. The day after was fair, because that's going to be important later when we get into Discord leaks. He said it was fair. That's all he said. It was fair, and I believe it was fair today, still today. Anyways, next we get to the Side Scroller show, all right? And Craig brings up the DSP drama. And it's clear that Adam is not as into it this time. He's kind of like, do we want to go into this? Yeah, and he just says, like, whatever. He kind of just talked about the same things he already said on Twitter. Not much there. So now, Rich enters the picture, all right? Rich comes in. Now, how does Rich get involved? They took a shot at... Rich took a shot at Side Scrollers for saying the F slur in 2016. Right. 2016, he said the F word.
Because of the Melanie Mac joint. Because of Melanie Mac.
This is even before that. This is what started it.
Oh,
right?
so you're going from the...
Yeah,
okay, got you. Go ahead. Go off, King.
That's how they started talking. Like, Craig, they make fun of him on that. Now, Craig does the worst. Well, I think the worst move of the whole thing of that from Side Score's side was, I'm going to start a stream until Phil lets us on the show.
Trash, bro. Trash. Dent.
That was cringe.
That was cringy, right? And I'm the biggest defender of Craig. I knew him when no one else knew him on this show.
You had faith. You had faith.
But this was just a bad move. Yeah, this was a bad. This is not cool. This is not cool. This was definitely a lot of times bringing up drama and stuff. All right, you want to talk about it on the show? It's a fun thing DSP did. Let's talk about it. That's not. I don't think that's milking. But in this case, it is milking. When you're saying, like, I'm not continuing my show. I'm not to do my normal show. Fuck you, fans. We're waiting for DSP to come on our show. That's kind of...
When you know he ain't showing up. That's the thing.
Yeah. That's...
You don't know. You know he's not coming.
That's kind of... one I didn't agree with. Okay, I didn't agree with that move. And that's...
And the monetize the haters was even worse.
Monetize haters was even worse. Too. He didn't say that, but yeah, this was kind of the same thing. And it worked, by the way. It worked. $800, by the way.
Reddit, man. I know, it's got to be Reddit. I'm blaming everything. I'm like Phil now. Reddit.
I still can't... Sorry, just briefly. Because he's being upfront and honest. He's blatantly saying, monetizing you. I'm fucking monetizing you. So I really hate that.
So here's the thing, guys. So I know it's people in chat are saying, agreeing with us, that's a bad move Craig did. So who then is giving him this money? Because someone is. Lots of people are. Because Craig did 2.5-hour stream, totally trying to monetize the trolls, that I'm assuming some of you guys are here. And it worked, because $800 was given to him. That's kind of rewarding that behavior, guys.
Yeah.
You want to see those kind of boring streams when he sits there waiting for DSP to do nothing? I mean, I'm sure none of you guys in chat are like that. You guys are all legends, but someone out there's a group of people out there. I guess that's the troll tipper group, that maybe they're the unspoken for group. I don't know. Who knows?
The silent majority.
I was just about to say it. Yeah.
Great minds, man.
Yeah, but it's just, there you go. Anyone that can be sexually harassed by a video game NPC can't call anyone a pussy. Great line. Mind the North
Not
Star.
even an NPC, a fridge. A fucking fridge.
Fridge. It's pissing me off. It's so noisy. I can't even hear myself think. Right. Duty Streams, big ups King Sly T and the Sloppy Gang. Big up Sloppy Gang.
Oh, God. Yeah, thank you, brother. That's my dog.
Kansad says, big ups, guys, for the folks criticizing the interview. Instead of just crapping on it, provide constructive criticism that everyone can learn from. Okay. That's what we're all about, constructive criticism. I think we provided a little bit. I think it wasn't even... I said it wasn't even King Sly's fault. I think the subjects were not great. And I know it's very tough to end early. Like I would have probably ended earlier, but it's extremely tough to do that, guys, when you got a lot of viewers watching you. Even though that might be the right move, it's tough to make that move. I definitely understand all that. But anyway, let's get back. Let's not get derailed.
Yeah, go.
So, okay, next. This is when the stuff really happens. Craig is still doing that wait for DSP stream. Remember? This is all happening. Review Tech USA comes on, and Travis is there. And then they start going back and forth about Melanie Melanie Mac, right? Okay, so Melanie Mac in her one of her videos literally said, not that we can't play it, but it's just there's a church burning, and this church said like gay people are welcome here or something like that.
It was
Doesn't
LGBT get together. LGBTQ get together. Yeah, they had like.
And I'm gonna be her exact reaction was, fantastic, powerful, right? That was her reaction. Not a quip of a smile, not a thought of joking. Powerful, and he said, I remember powerful. I definitely remember saying powerful.
Yeah. God will not be mocked. That's
God will not be mocked. Yeah. So whatever you think, whatever your thoughts on that doesn't matter. But that's her thoughts on this. It was not a joke. In no universe can you say that was a joke. RTU comes on the stream and talks to Travis. Says Travis, I think he said he thought Travis was just there to be the token gay guy. He said that not to his face, but earlier somewhere, because he didn't ask Melanie Mac about that exact question. Which, as a gay person, you might want to ask about that. I think that's a fair question that RTU asked. You might. Yes. Why didn't you ask about this? You asked Phil about every fucking thing under the sun, including the backpack, the black pack, the all the other stuff they showed in the video. Slave trade. How come you did not ask her about that? Was RTU's question. Very direct question. And Travis, for whatever reason, decided not to answer that question. And he instead decided to attack Review Tech on many different topics, calling him the token gay person and stuff like this. So that is why, in my opinion, everyone has their own opinions. I don't know, Review Tech came out being the sanest one of this insane group because he was just asking a question that Travis did not want to answer. And instead of directly answering it, he decided to throw more shit on the fire and say like, well, he brought up a lot of extra stuff when the base of the argument was, hey, why didn't you ask her about this? And Travis didn't want to answer that. So then Travis went off. And I think my opinion happened is Travis kind of think like, shit, I should have done that, but I did not do that. But I don't want to admit that I should have done that. I will just instead throw as much other information as I can in here rather than answer the question. And still to this day, he's not answered the question why he didn't ask Melanie Mac about that. And it would have been over if you say he did. He said, I should have asked her, but I didn't. I wish I did ask her. I was kind of,
come on.
I knew.
Okay, all right. I'm trying to pull it up over here, but I don't know. Like, what the hell is like the temperature in my laptop too high that everything is just going fucking nuts? Like, it should not be taking this long to pull up a YouTube video. It's not just taking this long.
It's like if someone said y'all said something racist and I just laughed, I might not be offended by it, but I'm still gonna have to check you on that fact because of other people. I feel like other people that are a disenfranchised group could be offended by it, and people were DMing me saying they are offended by it. So I would have just been like, listen, I'm not offended, but why would you make that joke? Like, people aren't gonna be as like, I don't even like saying joke because it's not a joke. Why? This
that's
is
the
how
thing
you
too.
believe.
Don't forget about that. Travis tried to say that was a joke, and it was not a
minimize
joke
it
in
as
any
a
way,
joke.
shape, or form. That was not meant to be a joke by Melanie Mac. No one sane can think that.
Not at all. This is what I want. She said this statement, then she read a scripture to back up the statement. Where is the joke in this? There's no joke. And you minimized it by saying it's a joke, not a big deal. Oh, everyone's too sensitive. And then you got Craig, because I have bullet pointed that entire interview for today. I'm all ready to bomb. I'm going in. And they're bigging up Alex Stein. They're like all these things. Like these people are like all right wing. So when he's saying y'all are you're just sitting there letting Travis is just sitting there allowing all these people that clearly fall on one side of the spectrum just trash your people, and you're just saying it's not that big of a deal. You're looking crazy. To me, you're just looking nuts. Regardless if you're offended.
So, Bearcat, I want to get your take too. But okay, so like Steve said, it's okay to not be offended by something. Definitely.
But it's like, I wouldn't say to Sly, hey, you should be speaking out about this thing, on behalf of, all these other disenfranchised groups. If
that's
you
true.
personally didn't find it offensive, then that's his call to decide,
Yes,
whether he wants to say something or not. And yeah, it's cool. It's good that you morally you think, no, I would speak up for these disenfranchised groups, but I personally would never tell you should be. Whereas Rich came in sort of saying, no, you should.
I wouldn't have called him a token.
And
I
Rich,
wouldn't have said that.
Rich, of course. I want to be very clear. No one is saying that Rich was like he was some
Nah.
big W Rich. No one's saying that. It was all handled atrociously. Everyone looks bad in that whole group. It was like, it was cringe watching it. Rich getting close to the camera and stuff. It was like comedy at some points for sure.
No
But anyways, a very nuanced.
It was
Yeah, go
a
ahead.
golden opportunity for them to come together and shit on Phil for 2 hours, and they blew it.
Instead, they turned on each other. So, anyways, but okay,
We
what were
do
your
it
thoughts?
every
What were your
week.
thoughts
It's a
there?
piece of piss. So.
Yeah, definitely.
I think, and I'll start from the beginning. I think the monetize the haters thing, I don't have anything inherently wrong with it. If you want to give them your money, go ahead and do it. But the content that comes out of that is corny as fuck, and it's not very entertaining. I think all of them took L's that entire stream. There was 2 grown men yelling at each other. One of them was sitting in his fucking car, and they were yelling at each other to shut the fuck up, which is embarrassing. Travis got yelled at. He got bodied as well. But I laughed a bit about it, so I am kind of entertained. But I would say they could have done much better to entertain me, so I could laugh more. And that's what I think, basically. Oh, and lastly, on the Melanie Mac chick, everything that I know about her is against my will. I've learned it without actually wanting to, and I don't want to care about any of that drama that she's involved in because it's corny to me.
Yes,
and it's embarrassing.
I agree with that. Yes. So in the end, in my ALT summary, no one, not speaking for anybody else, just from ALT summary, it is wrong to tell anyone how they should think or ask them why they don't think this way. All that shit is wrong. But when someone's asking you a direct question, it would help your case to also choose to answer that question in some way rather than bringing up extra information just to avoid answering the question. You know, I mean, this would not have been over if Travis said, you know what, that doesn't bother me, so that's it. But outright lying about it, in my opinion, saying it was a joke when you can't watch that video and think it's a joke. But I mean, if that's how Travis took it, that's his prerogative. He could have said that as well to answer the question, but he did not answer the question. And then we got back and forth. Shut the fuck up! Don't tell me to shut the fuck up! Blah 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 blah. Everyone took L's, and then we just move on. Any other last thoughts on that, Steve?
No, let's move on.
You good? Yeah, let's move on. Let's move on.
Let's get back to shitting on DSP because otherwise we'll start taking L's.
I agree.
Man.
We don't want to join them with the L's. But let's go. All right. So next thing that happened was, I guess we should talk about Arkham first. I guess Arkham was banned by
that was
DSP.
Also this fucking week. Oh my
God.
It was a lot going on.
It's been amazing, hasn't it?
Arkham was definitely banned by DSP, and very much wondering, jumped right into detractor stuff like minutes later, saying like, I was banned, I don't know why, and turned out they're 15 years old. A lot of detractors were kind of telling them how they should be thinking and stuff, and it's kind of what it is. And Arkham now is like in everyone's chat all over the place. So and just because Arkham's relatives said he should ask Phil for some kind of compensation for the work they were doing, and
his brothers
and Equitable then as well.
Yep.
That was really the spark, although doubtless, his brothers, his relatives had an influence that was more than that than Aquatiles. Aquatiles was the bit where it came public because everybody was going into each other's chats and, it made Chrono Trigger a bit more interesting than Phil's typical playthrough. And yeah.
It's so then of course the worst crime you could do against DSP, you know what that is? Asking him for compensation.
Ooh.
He called that a scam.
Yeah,
he was trying to scam him.
Yeah,
fucking scam me, bitch.
Like you're some sort of vet.
You're talking to? The fuck out of here. We'll get it. And then he fucking deleted how many shorts? I don't know how many shorts deleted. Blocked them, and Arkham is still wondering what's going on. I bet they're still, at 15. Who knows? But Arkham, hope you're doing well. Hope it's a learning situation for you. But who knows? Whatever you want to do is cool. Any other thoughts on Arkham?
I talked to him when he came in the day. I think it might have happened or the day after it happened, and he was just like he wasn't like totally killing Phil, but he was just like, I don't understand why he did all this when I just asked the question and he won't answer the question. Instead, he deletes everything I've done. He even agreed. He was like, because I said, I'm like, you can't expect to get paid for stuff you already done. He agreed with that. He said, yeah, you're right. And then he was like, I just asked for further stuff. Then he was like, you just won't answer me anymore. And then he starts deleting everything. And then you see in the leaks, he's like, oh, he's the same. He just wraps everyone into like Lavania. Like if you don't like him anymore, oh, you're Lavania. You're the same person over and over. I don't know how that works. And I asked him, like, are you him? Are you her? Or whatever it is? Like, because you don't have to lie over here. You can tell the truth. He's like, no, I'm not that person. I don't know why he's saying this. He's just like not understanding. And maybe it's his age, and I get it. I was 15, young and whatever. So I get it. But yeah, I feel bad for the dude, man. He didn't do anything wrong.
No.
Like this one,
That's the
crap.
thing.
And I feel bad. I do.
Yep.
Hey man, I want you to suck a
Hey,
dog off.
how many examples of this do we have to see until we know DSP will enjoy your kinship, your fandom until you say anything negative about him, and then he will kick your ass out unless you keep donating enough money. Then he'll keep you around for a little bit longer. But Arkham, you were just donating work. That's not enough. That's not enough.
Yeah, that's
not enough, buddy.
Yeah,
not enough.
And you should have never asked. You should know not to ask me for any money. You know I'm not gonna do the right honorable thing. Don't you know me?
A scam from the start.
Yeah.
That's what he said, I believe.
Use a
Anyway.
sock account.
So how are we knowing about Phil's thoughts on this thing? Well, someone by the name of Proper. Go ahead,
very
Meerkat.
quickly.
Yeah, oh, sorry, Steve. Yep.
Yeah, just very quickly. So this is probably Arkham's first real experience with somebody like DSP compared to us who have been in this for a while now. So we know DSP, but for Arkham, this is like this person has suddenly turned incredibly toxic, and I don't know why. And the reality is, he has always been that person. He has just hid it from you. You've been lied to and deceived, and it's a really confusing thing to sort of like try and wrap your head around, especially at that young age. And I think like with all like love and well-meaning in the world, you should probably take a bit of time off the internet and sort of spend more time with your family and your friends and do things that make you happy that way. And then, you know, if you decide to come back, great, you know, you'll always find friends here. But if you don't, we'll understand as well. Be happy for you, because it's happened to other people. Rob on Wheels doesn't come back anymore. Super Blind Man doesn't. There's probably others who I can't remember. But
Snorlax King.
Snorlax King. Yeah.
But he struck back. I like that energy from Snorlax. So shout out to him.
Snorlax was a fan. Yeah, Snorlax got his chargebacks back too. So
Yeah, I know. He put in pain. I like that energy. Yeah, yo, you gonna play me? Okay, watch. Watch.
In that respect, you've even got Evil AJ then.
Yeah.
So
Arkham still got a brother that rocks with Phil, and he's the other one that doesn't, or has another brother that doesn't. His house is all turned up. They might have to talk to him and try to get him out of there. Get out of that chat. Stop watching Phil.
It's like being a City fan in a house full of United fans.
Oh, that's your British style.
Listen,
only one British style person, so one British style reference.
That one's for Sam.
Look, I'm the only. I live in Buffalo. I'm the only person probably here that don't like the Bills. I feel your pain, man. Being out the loop. I get it. I can't be here from not like them.
Back in the day, though, I mean, like every detractor back in the day was an old fan. Like when they first Evil AJ days, when like there wasn't many content creators, like every single one of them was like used to be a fan until something happens that turned them. Now, you know, I bet most people are never fans that join the following the stuff. But
over time, that balance would have shifted that ratio. But yeah.
Can we get your comment? Yeah.
Sorry.
Now it's what Meerkat wants. The chat is asking for your comment on the soccer reference, please.
On the soccer reference was an interesting reference, because then if you're the one City fan in a house of United fans, you would be the only happy person in that household. So that would be a cool situation to be in.
Now, like 20 years ago, it wasn't that great. 30 years ago, it was even worse.
All right,
but in all fairness, like my dad and my brother are City fans as well, so I was all right.
Oh, there you go.
All my uncles and all my cousins, United fans. So, yeah.
So let's get into it. Proper dropped quite the Twitter X. I love when Phil does that. When do you think that joke's gonna end? By the way, I'm gonna drop an X or whatever you call that.
He's still telling his chat to raise their hand, so that's never gonna end, man. He's never dropping nothing.
Yeah. Anyways, all right. So Proper dropped an X that was 20. How many images is it? It's a lot of images from DSP's Discord leak.
64, I think.
64.
64 images, yeah.
And the list of users is there too.
Sorry, man. Sorry, did you not know?
What?
I didn't know it was that many.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. 64. Yeah. And,
I saw
really,
like 20, maybe.
Yeah, there's some are better than others, but like, yeah. But like, it's amazing how there's so little users, but yet these still get leaked. You know what I mean? If you have 1,000 members, it's easy to have a lot of moles, but when you have 6 people, that's kind of tough, It's way harder.
And this is the best.
How do you mole?
Last week he was flexing about having access to all the detractor discords, and then immediately his Discord fucking leaks it, and you got like 5 people in it.
In my headcanon, that's why it was leaked. That's why Proper's like, all right, fuck this. So yeah, he's like, all right, you know what? You don't say you're in all the detractors. All right, we'll check out his detractor, and we'll check his Discord. And oh man, it is sadder than you could have expected. I guess let's talk about some of our favorite points. My favorite was it's awful quiet in here. I love that one. He says that many times.
He says that
3 people.
He says it so many times that one of his fellow Discord members repeats it, and then someone else says, "This is something that Phil is supposed to say."
It's so ritualistic. It is such a ritual.
Like, it doesn't matter what you think. What Phil says, we'll do.
Yeah. What Phil says, it's so cultish. Like, it really is cultish in there. Really. And, I mean, no one comes out looking better than anyone else in that group. But, man, this Swaggins gentleman.
Oh, my God. I fucking hate Swaggins.
This Swaggins gentleman is on the knees every night.
Yeah.
Puckering up.
He's a filthy human, man.
Oh, man.
Cute. Freakery. I don't understand. How can you be this obsessed with anybody at all? Like, you could be a fan of someone cool. That's bad enough that you're a fan of them. But to love him on this much, you defend any point. This dude, you will defend that the sky's red if he says it.
Oh, yeah.
It's disgusting with this man.
He supports Phil so much, he'll tell Phil like actual good advice that's maybe against what Phil's thinking. Because remember, Swaggins, isn't that right, Meerkat, that Swaggins was the one that emailed Craig, right? The one that had the Detractor Island or whatever? That's him, right?
What?
I can't remember.
No,
remember the guy that I said when I was talking. Remember I said when I was talking to Craig, someone emailed when I was talking to Craig.
Yes,
that's Swaggins, right?
Like international
community.
It wasn't Swaggins.
Oh, okay. Who runs that again? I can't remember. Anyways, whatever. I thought it was
there
Swaggins.
Was
Anyway,
a dog that's
a different dog.
Maybe.
Yeah. Oh. But anyway, Swaggins was saying stuff like I don't think you should do the interview. There's zero purpose to doing an interview in my mind. Phil can do an offline video saying whatever he wants, and it would be just as effective as interviewing without a third party.
Yeah, pretty much just wrote down what he said verbally. Again,
and then okay. So, anyways, any other moments? I was trying to think of my favorute moments. There's so many. It's a good read if you haven't seen it. Yeah, you should if you haven't. But it's like people bringing up. It's such a you have to. It's not a Discord. It's a telling DSP what's happening. Server.
No,
that's what it is.
It's therapy. It's therapy. It's a man and a bunch of his. It's an insecure narcissist and a bunch of his flying monkeys feeding his ego. It is the most depressing thing I've ever read, because they are so subservient to him and they are so clearly just there to reassure him, like the bit where they talk about, and I'm going to focus on it, the bit where they talk about the car, the bit where they talk about going to the vets and yeah, Phil, that does sound like a scam. No, fuck you, just fuck off.
I brought a vet. I talked to a vet. My sister-in-law's a vet, and she said the only reason that they would ask you was if they want to know if there was any prior conditions, or if they found a condition that they need to see. Well, find out what the condition is.
Yeah.
There's no reason to scam. She laughed at it. She's like, well, what would be the point? We only check to see what has happened or what is going on with the cat. It's not. Or a pet or anything. I'm using the cat because of him. There is no reason at all to try to upsell a blood. They have to pay for them to send them out.
Yeah,
they have to do it. This is not like they're doing it in there. They got to send it to a lab to test it. I mean, they have to pay the insurance and all that at the end. But I'm just saying, there's no reason to. She laughed at me. I wanted to bring so she could talk, but she was out. But I showed the text, and I was texting her during the stream, and she explained it. There's no reason to. So the whole scam thing, let's just stop with this. There's no, it could be a scam. It's never gonna happen. Call them if you don't believe me. Or ask them. And then they're not going to admit on the phone, hey, I scammed you. I'm sorry. You know how much of a lawsuit that's going to be? That whole
they're going to have you
bullshit.
down. They're going to have you down and meet the manager.
Yeah. Well, remember, the manager agreed with them. Remember? That's what Phil said.
That's what I'm saying.
Agreed. I'm saying.
Our company definitely did try to scam you. I get it. I mean, they're caught. You got them. You sue them. You've won the case. Like what? They'll never do that.
Phil's gotten Comcast to admit that as well. Surprisingly enough, yeah, we do upsell. We do upsell people.
I'm starting to think he's holding them at gunpoint or something to get whatever confession he wants. There's got to be something going on.
Dude, he had that like thing wired up wrong, didn't he? For like 9 years, he was using like some shitty Wi-Fi signal booster. For fuck's sake, you just can't buy Comcast.
Know what that was.
But that's the thing. As a narcissist, he lacks or is unwilling to show empathy, so he's not going to be able to consider other people's positions. So when he's looking at something like, say, why is the vet asking me about Jasper's medical history and doing a blood test, he's going to think it's a scam because he's so used to doing that with other people. That's the only frame of reference he has. So he can't consider it any other way. He can't consider it that like they came up to you and said, what's his medical history, and you went, I don't know. So that's why they want to do a blood test to check it. And he's like, scamming me, because that's all he could think of.
Everyone's trying to get him, man. This guy's a weirdo, man. You can't like, I listen to him sometimes and I was just like, have you never went through anything in your life? Like, well, is this just the first time living at 40? Like, oh, you're not everything is trying to get you. Now, people like the Comcast, he's calling getting a new plan. What was it? It's not what it is, renewing. He was saying renegotiating.
Renegotiating. He's like,
renegotiating. Yeah.
Comcast, what do you got for me? Thinking a 3-year contract, 100K signing bonus.
I'll give you regular shout outs on my streams.
Yeah. Here's what I'm going to give you. You have my service, and I'll give you a few shout-outs every once in a while.
The people, speaking of being scammed, the people who did his previous garbage disposal scammed him as well.
Yeah.
Them as well.
Yeah. You shouldn't have had the crackhead to fix your dishwasher or whatever you were fixing, garbage disposal, and you wouldn't have got a bad thing in the beginning. Stop buying cheap, dog.
Stop shoving fucking whole corn cobs into it and expecting it to be able to take that load.
Throwing whole potatoes, whole carrots down there. You done with these, honey? Just put them in.
Oh, so the mechanic got them too. Yeah, you're right, X. The mechanic.
Mechanic's doing it.
But I can believe the mechanic trying to upsell you and stuff. That happens a lot. Over here it does. I mean, I don't know about across the pond.
Fair,
that one's fair.
Some overall thoughts from the leaks, if not anything specific. But just think for a second. Break yourself out of the detractor verse for a second, guys. There is not one word, I think, that's spoken outside of worrying about something else or drama in some other way. So, like, it's always worry or drama, and nothing else is spoken of. That is it. Like, I know this is like a mod place, so it's kind of going to be the case. But I don't feel any other Discord on Earth is so filled with worry about everything. Everyone's fucking with them. Everything in here is okay. Someone said this. All right, this is why that's a problem for me. Oh, this. Let me tell you why that's a problem for me. There's nothing happy happening in any way. It is all worry, paranoia, and I guess he wants a little bit of. He wants people to agree with his thoughts on things like this is why I'm doing this. What do you guys think? And it's like, yeah, that's right. Yeah, good job, Phil. That's the right idea, dude. That's it. But
that is what it is for.
Because if they give him any pushback, it's over.
Yeah,
it's done. They're out. You're a troll. You're a Lavania sock. That's it.
Yep.
Because it's difficult to sort of arrange it in order because there's not that many dates. The screenshots are being taken like as is, aren't they? As it's happening. So it's only ever today at 7:30 rather than like an actual date. So it makes it difficult to sort of put it all in order. It's grouped together, sort of like by mini saga, But I could understand why they'd just be like constantly taking screenshots, because you could be banned instantly for like fucking nothing in this chat, apparently, in this Discord. So I don't blame them for doing that. No, at least they got us the goods.
Yeah, that's the good point. We did learn a few things. Like people saying in the chat, I see a PayPal was. We know why he changed the PayPal link. The PayPal link was changed
because Jax, wasn't it?
No, I was talking about the one. His PayPal got frozen because he got more tips than usual 1 month. And
yeah, it was after the shower. Jax gave him 1,000.
Yeah, you're right. That's it. Yep.
That's probably why he didn't want to talk about it. He can't talk about getting more money than he's used to. He's got to keep it below.
And he said this line, which is very telling. Worst thing is there's over $1,000 in my account. It's frozen. Can't do anything with it, like pay bills. And that's a month where he got over 10K. Yeah, he got over 10K, dude. 10K that month.
Holy shit.
He needs all of those 10K to pay bills. Without one of those K, nothing saved at all.
So 9,000 wasn't good enough. The one was the breaker. Okay.
Can't do anything with it.
All right, makes sense.
Can't do anything with it like pay bills.
I wish I got 10K in a month, man.
Guys,
Jesus Christ, I'd be living like a king.
Guys, did you count how many references there were to his wife?
I didn't. Was there a lot? I didn't see it.
I got one. I found one. During the planning for, I think it's for the DSP Street Fighter Marathon.
Yeah, this is what she's going to do. This is what she's going to do for us, boys.
And they're there underneath him going, it's a great plan, Phil. That sounds awesome. Can't wait for it. And it's like, it's literally just going to play Street Fighter, Tear Baker, might eat some food that the wife makes. And they're like, yeah, that sounds fucking hype. That's it. That's
man.
Sad existence, man. They're just on call 24/7 to find anybody saying anything to report back to Phil. They don't got lives of their own. They don't got families to go to. Nothing. Just online scrolling. Oh, Alt said this. Sly said this. Here, Phil. If you see this name, what you just mercenaries of the internet for Phil? This is what you guys do?
Yeah,
look, and like
that's it. They're flying monkeys. We talked about it on the episode with Baxter. That's what they do. They are like reduced to that level, and on like the basic level, the most fundamental like shell of a person you can be is a flying monkey, because you only exist to serve someone else. You don't have anything of your own, to separate you from it.
One of my favorites was when Phil says this. I'll read it to you because it's good. This will be a shitty day that will never end. And like, so he's just like, all right, give me some pity, guys. Pity. Come on. Someone says, what's wrong, Phil? I'm finally home. Day was awful as predicted. Hopefully tomorrow will be better. And then the guy's like, all right, what happened, man? You think he's on a confidant, Phil? Personal stuff. Pretty awful.
Oh my God.
He sounds like a fucking Kardashian. He sounds like a Barbie girl.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much stuff here. We could keep going. Danny DK says Phil basically admitting he had a bad day with Kat in May. Definitely, he's in the divorce arc of his life. He admitted it was a personal problem. He didn't say it was personal. That's what he's mentioned. Yeah, but
he ain't getting a divorce. She'll die before he gets a divorce, man. He can't tell the internet he's getting a divorce. No way.
I think that would be the problem. Not the actual divorce. That wouldn't bother him that much. The saying it. That's the hard part.
No, he won't have no one to cook his meals anymore. It'll be over. You remember when Panda left?
Oh yeah,
that was the big deal. That was the big deal.
An hour to make pasta.
Yeah,
hour to make pasta. Hour. You must not know Italian style. That.
Nuclear Detractor, was that in there? Because I missed that when she got burned and.
Oh, that was in there.
I don't know. I must have missed that, but yeah, it was that.
And she's too wrapped up with him. She left an abusive whatever and moved across country to him. And he's and if they gotta stay together forever. And now look at her. It's over. Her life is done. She's plumped up. She's locked down. She's just that's it. That's it for her. So I don't think they could possibly leave. They're just going to be the old couple. She's just probably waiting until he dies. Really. That's it.
Dude, imagine what she looks like now. It's been 2 years since that photo. Imagine what she looks like now. Like, imagine how.
You know what I'm imagining, or what most people are imagining?
Well, most people would be imagining.
Okay.
So, what are you imagining? I want to hear what you.
No, you don't know. You don't know.
She's been in the gym for 2 years. She's been in the gym for 2 years. Go ahead.
Says who? What?
No,
says who?
No. That's the Gym Kana. That's different. I'm so sorry.
So you think she's looking good?
In my head canon. It's not real, I know, but in my head canon, it is.
Because, I mean, he's hardly the picture of health, and her diet will be mainly dictated by whatever he's door dashing at the time, won't it? So she can't have done much better.
Yeah.
2 years of not seeing her. That's weird.
Yeah.
So,
well, no, I don't want to, because no one sees mine, so I don't want to be saying
She's been at the gym. You guys don't know that. Meerkat thinks so, right?
No.
Oh, me and Meerkat got to talk. We'll talk afterwards, because this Blabs obsession needs to stop.
What?
Okay? You got to leave that girl alone.
That's true. Good point. Thanks for bringing that up, King Sly. King Sly thinks Blabs is actively should not be simpable. But Meerkat, what are your thoughts?
I have no thoughts
I think anyone,
on that.
You can simp whoever you want. That's a free country.
I see a target. I'm a predator. Not in that way. No.
Not in that way.
Jesus Christ, my guy.
Sorry, Derek. Not like Derek.
I've been a predator my whole goddamn life. I see one, I set my sights on her, I fix her, she becomes my queen. That's how it works.
How are you gonna last the talking though? How are you gonna do all that?
There's ways around it. We're gonna figure out some compromise.
Jesus, everyone, my thought is everyone is simpable. Everyone has something you can simp over, guys. So come on, open up your mind.
Well,
open up.
Me and him might have to have a talk. Maybe I'll get you someone. I'll send one over, man, or something. I'll figure something out. Someone with a lower pitch voice, just a little more bass in it. It's high. What do you want me to do? She's that's too much. Get Jenna. Yeah, Jenna. Jenna. So, I mean, she might need some tweaking, but hey, you're in though.
She's already tweaking. You don't have to take care of that.
Hey, there you go.
Hey, it looks like she's doing better.
Shit like that.
Looks like she's doing better though. I'm happy about that. She has looked like she's in at least a home situation. But anyways.
We derailed
that
the
was
shit
all
out
thought.
of this.
Yeah, I know. What the fuck happened? That's Labs. This all
sorry.
King Sly T's thoughts, not that being.
That's my bad. Oh yeah, you're right. It's all mine. Just blame me. I'm sorry. Just fix your voice. Go.
Sleepy. I sim for Steve of the Dead. So Steve of the Dead has a fan. Nice. Big ups. I like this one.
You know, he got called before and he said, "Are you on later?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I am." And he went, "So, did you miss last week's?" I'm like, "Yeah, I did. I wasn't feeling very well." And he went, "Did they use Robo Steve?" And I went, "Yeah, they did." And he went, "Good."
Yeah. That thing is fun. That thing is fun. Me and Steve talked about bees a lot. Bees went nuts. We're going bees. Anyways, real quick, one of my favorite things was someone showed their merch they bought from DSP. They had the coffee cup, 10 years of Dark Side Phil. So the 10-year anniversary, and the beer stein. And what does Phil say? This is so cringe, dude. We have twin steins, LOL.
Pause. Hey, yo.
41 years old. We have twin
Steins.
steins. God. It's so weird.
Hey.
Ain't that bad? I mean, there's so many things worse than there, but that's just weird for me. Like, what the fuck? We have twin steins, dude.
It's really childish, isn't it? It's really infantilizing. It really sort of like lowers it down to that basic. Hey, look, we're twins. We got the same cup. Hey, that's the sort of level he's used to operating at. That's what he thinks of his flying monkeys, the people that are in that chat. He's like, oh yeah, great, you get that thing, cool. If it was a picture, he'd promise to hang it on his fridge.
Yo. I hate this man. I hate everything that happens. Like, you just have a normal conversation with someone for once in your life. Twin steins. People have
twin steins. We got twin steins, dude. That's
I
like
gotta
third
go
grade. When you got the same shirt,
Yeah,
we got the same shirts. We're shirt brothers.
Do the little cringe point. Yeah, look at I'm saying. We're in the same one.
I was like 9 years old last time I did that. Big up Jonah Hall says DSP has stopped saying wife and family since Jasper's vet arc. He's been only saying my wife lately. Jasper disowned. He now knows he's going to put him down. It looks bad to kill your own child. I don't
Oh my God. Jesus Christ.
We're getting this is derail.
Yeah,
Derail
this is wild.
stream. Derail. All right, another of my favorite. Anyone else? If you have a favorite moment or anything, let it know. But I will keep sharing mine. My favorite from one of my favorites from the leaks was, well, that was really disappointing. About 75% of attendees. I love the word attendees to your streams. Hey guys, you're all attendees.
Oh,
what's up, attendees?
Was this the amnesia thing?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, 75% of attendees on that amnesia stream were trolls from a restreamer. Hard to have a real convo, and lowest support of a stream all year. Seems I was duped with this one. I genuinely thought positive viewers wanted it. So he's coping about that. Of course, you know Amnesia. That's a classic.
Yeah, that was the trolls did it, right? Because no one liked it. So
Keep up
everyone else.
attendees.
Yeah.
So it seems. So, anyways, so Lips. Of course, he has Flying Monkey saying like, you know, from horror games in general, the actual viewers like to watch instead of chat to get immersed in the atmosphere of the game, which leaves the toxic chatters to rise up.
Because they're the things keeping it down. They're security holding down the fort.
The rise up.
Big Leon asked a question. What are positive viewers? You know what that means.
Yeah,
you know what a positive viewer is.
Cha-ching.
The best part.
Yeah, please.
The best part of all this is like all those trolls that came up like rising up in the silence to disrupt the chat had to be there 24 hours in advance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to chat.
Yeah. Don't forget about that
So
ever.
they came over from a restreamer yesterday and something.
Yeah. And then he said, I'm actually enjoying the game so far. I got 5 troll tips that will all be charged back. So are chargebacks, again, can he get those back or what? Or what's the storyline at this point in time in 2023? Are those bad or he doesn't care? I think he always plays them off like he doesn't care, but in the Discord at least, he does mention them a few times.
I mean, that's how it should be. Snorlax... Oh, go ahead.
If he's really concerned about him and he's losing him, then he shouldn't be bringing up the fact that he's losing him publicly. Like when the Snorlax stuff happened and he said that he won the claim or something, and we got a bunch of filibustering, and then eventually we didn't really find out if he won or lost, but we know that he lost because Snorlax got his money back.
Well, I thought he made that video when he was all like, "Oh, I think I'm like when he thought it were gonna go wrong," and then he was like, "I'm not gonna get Gotham Knights because of it." And
remember that? I can't get games.
Yeah.
I can't get games, guys.
Yeah, he can't get it if this happens, and yada yada yada. But in the beginning, it was like, "I win them all. You guys are stupid." And now, then the Snorlax was the next one I saw when he was like, "Oh, I thought you won them all. What's the big deal here? Like, you're just gonna win it? Who cares?" But now he's in the Discord complaining about it. So I don't know. I don't know if he's winning all these that he says he is. He should just stop talking about it in general, like regardless of what happened.
Yeah, that's the best way. But of course he can't do that, man. He needs the drama too much. He says, I like this though. He says, I got 5 troll tips that I'll be charged back, and nobody really talking about the game in chat. And then the crazy low support. I could have played this offline by myself. LOL. Like we all know that's not going to happen. It's not. He doesn't play games online. That's not going to happen. Is he trying to guilt trip these people? Is that his move here? Like, I'm guilt tripping you 5 now. I'm not going live with this. I'm guilt tripping you 5. Like, he's guilt tripping 5 people. That's what he does every fucking day, I guess, to his whales. But that's something else, man.
Everyone.
5 people. Yeah. God, that was pretty bad. Swaggy Davis Jr. says, "Don't diss Cat or Blabs, King Sly, or it's Ban World."
Yeah, I apologize. I said they're beautiful creatures. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Thank you. And they do feed creatures as well. Woodland critters. So that's high. That's very high. Very high. I'll keep going. King Goku says, yeah, please, yeah.
I think we might actually be moving towards the same thing. I think it's Swaggins, because the everyone thinks just reminding me. Swaggins keeps tagging Phil and going, "Hey Phil, don't forget to scroll up to get to the proper information." And even I think it's King Goku or someone is like, "Swaggins, he can scroll up, mate." So, like, how
an idiot, dude.
Cooked are you? It's just so bad.
Yeah, at some point they started fighting, and I don't know these people. I don't know all of them because they're all amazing specimen. So they started arguing over some bullshit, and then Swaggins starts arguing for that other guy to shut up because Phil would miss the messages that are factual. And you're opening up more work for Phil. So they're basically fighting over who's gonna suck his balls better and who's gonna be better at that. They can't even just do what they're supposed to do and just moderate. They need to fight for who gets to be DSP's right-hand man.
Who's gonna be the, like the Inspector Gadget cat for Phil, Yes.
Swaggins got Siorni in there, right? He's been around the longest.
What shall we do next, Swaggins? What's our next plan? I'm thinking about LTG.
Swaggins has also shown resistance at some points. He doesn't completely agree with Phil 100% of the time, which can sometimes create suspicion that he is in fact the troll. Therefore, he doesn't belong on the King's Round Table. Should be terminated.
Terminated.
Like whoever is the mole. Obviously, we'd never want to know. Keep your spot.
Yeah.
But like you gotta kind of very careful to keep your spot, because any inkling of who it is, and that's why I don't understand, Phil. It's so simple. Are we seeing these leaks because Phil doesn't know how to start a new Discord? I really think it might be. Like Phil can't turn this one off because he doesn't know how to start another one. He's like, all right, I gotta keep it. Like just start a new one and it's over. I mean, you could individually say this is done. If you want to talk to me, talk individually now.
Yeah.
But he's gonna keep doing this Discord so we all see this shit. And now he knows we can all see this shit.
He doesn't even need to do that though. He can just make a private chat for only the most pignatized, brainwashed dens, and only they can be in it. And then he's gonna complain about it being slow again because that's apparently what happens in this Discord as well. He cries about it being slow.
Big up Stage and Proper for the update. The mole has already been kicked out.
What? Oh, man. I thought we were going to get some more.
Out. Yeah, I'm going to talk to that. If you're already out, Mole, we can,
You did your work.
I want to hear how you got in there. I want to hear how you got in there. That'd be interesting. Don't.
America, thanks you, man.
Obviously, I can click all day and find funny stuff. Where was the one? The LTG one is kind of interesting. Yeah. Okay, so he does the LTG spot, the first one. Yeah, my bitch forever. Obviously, didn't get the response he wanted. And he comes in saying like, "So, what is everyone's thoughts on the LTG situation? I have an update on tomorrow's podcast tomorrow." And like, just he wasn't getting the response he hoped like from the actual LTG. So he goes to his 6 people and says, "Hey, what do you guys thoughts?" It's funny for me.
The whole LTG thing is ridiculous. You look crazy. As much as you want to laugh, like you called him out years ago, he dubbed you. Said no. Then you call him out again just to play. He dubs you again. Then you're like, well, hey, I'm gonna do a one-off thing where I'm just going to dismantle his stream for no reason. I've never seen you do this by name too. So now you're going to do this. Maybe this will get. But the response you get was laughing at how ugly you are. And you didn't like that and felt hurts about it. So now you're going to go back to yours and say, oh, you're a bitch if you don't play me. It didn't work the last 2 times. So why are you thinking this time it's going to work? And your insults, you wear your chain outside your clothes and you're black. Okay, you got him good, Phil. I mean, what did you expect? And to this day, he has yet to respond to him, and he won't let it go. Won't let it go. You look crazier doing this. Crazier and crazier. It's never going to work. Just leave him alone. Stop. You look thirsty at this point. Like, no one's laughing at this. No one's...
Like, that just shows that LTG is not that level of lockout. He knows we're going to shut down Evo is like that might be the most crazy statement Phil's ever said.
He saw what it was. He saw what it was. He saw that it was an attempt at like cloud chasing. Phil wanted to ride his dick, and he was like, "Nah, fuck off, mate. I'm having none of you." So he knew, and he shut it down. And he's done the best thing that you could do to someone like Phil, which is ignore him from this point on. Mm-hmm. And the best part of all this is that the work on your sexy comment came at a time when Phil was like, "I've been putting on shirts and showering more because you guys said it makes me look good and you like it, so I'm doing it more."
See this fluff? That's for you.
See the fluff? Yeah. Turns out if you wash your hair more, it feels better. And
one person told him, "Hey, you look good in that shirt," so he's changed his whole wardrobe for it. Like, this is it. I can't even wear mine.
He fucking alternates. That's the thing. He alternates. Like today.
Dennis Nedry said, "You got to pick it up, man." Hot. That's gonna be it. Like, dude, we got to get that like hot topic, like costumes. The shitty costumes they have at Halloween. Like, this is the Dennis.
It's
Nedry.
gonna be that.
Yeah.
He's going to be like, right, okay, he's going to have a flame shirt, one of them that's black with the flames coming up, and he's going to have like a wig that's just like frosted tips, and he's going to be like Guy Fieri or something like that.
God,
like the laziest thing that you could do. But he's like, because I'm wearing shirts, I thought, it'd be inspired by the new addition to the stream or whatever bullshit. It's just fucking sad that at 41.
Dude, that's the next thing we got to make. Is our signature costume for Halloween, like failed streamer costume. We can't say DSP, but we can say failed streamer costume. It's all like it's in a plastic bag. It's like $20 maximum. But,
cheap accessories and things.
What can we put in there? Yeah, so we got the aerated shorts. Of course.
Wait. This is the next competition. Once we've done the intro thing, this should be it. Halloween. Like make the failed
Best
YouTube
costume. Yeah. We
costume.
can do it. We could get that at Hot Topic, man. We
Let's
could be
do it,
selling
man.
that.
Yeah,
Come on. Hot
I
Topic.
might have to
talk
do
us.
that one.
Hot Topic. Come on.
I already got the Phil shirt right here. I'm ready
Oh,
already.
yeah.
I got the shirt. I got the
Look at
ankle
that,
shirt.
yeah.
That I could never wear again. That was my favorite.
You can wear it for Halloween.
Yeah, I wear
glasses,
that. Yeah.
Credit cards, 13 credit cards in the wallet. Oh my
I
god.
might have it.
It'd be the guy all over again. The guy all
Could
over
be
again.
worse.
All right.
At least you're not going to end up looking like Edge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the
Okay.
Zelda pajama pants. Yes.
Pajama pants.
Yes.
Well,
The
we could do
Zelda
Zelda.
pants.
We could do like swords or something. We could definitely make this happen.
Yeah.
Definitely make this happen.
fine.
All fine with copyright. We could
I
definitely
like
make it
this.
An incomplete
Yeah, me
fake
too.
goatee. Like as patches.
happen. Patchy
It's all
goatee.
out.
I do got the vest too. I
Vest?
do have
Yeah,
I
yeah.
might kill that. Yeah, we might have to. I might do this one. I might do this one. This one would be good. I'll dress up like Phil. What about like let me I give the okay for the white face? Can I do that, or am I crossing a line here? Am I crossing a line?
As someone who's part Italian, no, I'm fine
I'm
with
kidding.
that.
I'm
I
kidding.
do
I'm
use
not doing
consent.
that. I'm kidding.
Just get some olive oil.
Mayonnaise
Olive
on
oil.
my face.
Yeah, mayonnaise. Oh wait, you gotta get some like small balloons here,
Oh yeah. Little
and then you
injections.
can pump them up. Yeah. That'd be kind of cool, actually. And you gotta get some ants. Throw some ants, like random ants, in the bag because they're ants all over the place now. We get a
They're
lot of stuff
filthy
going. It's awesome.
scumbags, bro.
Oh shit! Yeah, we got ants back now and flies.
I was
Yeah,
hyped.
man,
I was
I
more
don't
hyped. I
know.
was very hyped. The ants are back. I love the ants. They're my favorite character.
The poison from last year didn't work. It turns out.
They're my favorite side character are the ants. And fruit flies joined the party. Watch out, fruit flies have joined the fight. Yeah,
Quick
go ahead.
time out. I do miss those ant updates that you used to do for the group think. I am.
Yeah, I gotta bring them back.
Them. We come back now. I'm hoping there's a new wave.
God.
Fucking
big ups,
like,
dude.
the state of that garage.
Dude,
Sorry.
I know. You know, that's everything that lives there. There's cat shit everywhere. Well, when he cleans it up, they sit in there. That garbage disposal, you know, maybe they learn not to throw as much shit in the garbage disposal, so more shit's going out there, and it's just building up, and the fruit flies are having a fucking buffet. Buffet the Snorfort, boys. Get in.
If it's fruit flies, it's junk food. It's sweet stuff. It's
Listen, fruit flies are like not that big. If you have fruit out, they're going to come. Don't matter where it is. The ants, though, you're dirty. I'm sorry. The fruit flies, I let you slide. The ants, clean the fucking crib, please.
And underground, you know, they sent it. But yeah, ant stop from Amazon costs like 12 quid.
Yeah. Just put it.
Walk by the
They're
door,
out
you're
quick.
fine.
Yeah, they're out quick. You know, it's not a big deal. Everyone
Yeah.
has seen an ant in their house every once in a while, but you solve the problem quickly by cleaning up.
Yeah. Cleaning up. Yeah,
You don't leave poison out for a year. You know, that's
and
kinda...
you don't have 2 weeks of garbage lying up in the house too, full of banana peel, whatever you got, fruit remnants.
DoorDash.
Oh yeah.
That's all it is.
Oh, do you know what is made of fermented fruit? Particular drink.
Hey.
Some drinks, some beverages contain
botanicals as well.
Botanicals, yeah, quite nice. I would
We got
imagine the
these-
bottles leave a bit of a smell that attracts.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They climb right in there. The botanicals, they can't resist, just like Phil. Duty Stream says Phil's just upset he couldn't shut down Evo, and that's the main point. Absolutely.
Lose. It was never gonna happen.
Big ups to Vikes, who also says, "Can we do a DSP costume contest for Halloween?" Well, we just talked about it a little bit. We'll see. We got
we'll
Halloween's
workshop
coming-
some up. Yeah.
We'll work. Yeah, we got to figure it out. We got to get through the intros. It's going to be very hype. 15 submissions already. Might have more than King of the Ring. Yeah, 15.
Bloody hell.
Real quick. So, just to recap, King Sly. Oh, sorry. Just to make sure to renegotiate. Sly, what team are you on? Team Business, Team Health, or Team Business? Team Health, Team Business, or Team Divorce? Which team are you on in terms of the Phil arc right now?
What is
team are you
Business?
What's Team Business?
Sorry,
Yeah.
Team Business, like taxes, shit like that.
Oh, for money?
Right,
Yeah, money kind of
Okay.
problems.
Team, okay, definitely X the divorce, not the divorce. Team Health, I'm still Health could be an issue because the insurance problem. So I'm leaning towards that. The business has been failed, so let's just X that shit the fuck out. Let's act like you never even said that. So I'm going Team Health on this one. I'm still Team Health. Yeah.
Well, I have something that might caused Team Divorce stock to rise at a level we have not seen in the month we've started this team.
Oh, what is that?
Just hold on to your hats, boys.
I'm
this
holding.
is August 9th, 2023.
Hold on to my hair.
I'm going to read this story all the way through.
Federal prison.
First, I'll read the story, then I'll explain what that means. Okay,
Okay, let's
Phil
go.
says this is a day off. Okay, it's a Wednesday. What a day, or Thursday, whatever the fuck. What a day so far. A mix of good and bad. Arguing on the phone for about an hour wasn't planned, but I also got a few new shirts for streams. I just wanted to say that. That's not about it.
I was about to say, okay, yeah.
That's not connected. All right, next, really. He says, "Oh, yeah." This person on the chat says, "I'm at a restaurant." Phil says, "Oh, what are you getting?" Blah 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 blah.
Jesus,
blah, blah.
even behind the scenes there
Phil
with the
says,
food. All right, keep going. My bad.
Phil says this: "We are at a Mexican place right now. We are at a Mexican place right now." Right?
Yeah.
With his wife at a Mexican place on your phone. Maybe that's a quick check. Yeah, maybe that's a quick check. Okay, whatever. Okay. Next, the conversation continues. Now we go to a full 10 minutes later. Yep, we both got burritos. So what that leads to me, some people might not think this deeply, but I definitely do. Phil is sitting there at that restaurant with Kat, or maybe not, on that phone the whole fucking time. I know we've all said that before. But come on, this is just on. Can you do a little thing with your wife, not on the phone with your 6 people in there, and spend time with your wife that you don't have time to spend time with?
Exactly.
What could you fit? Sorry, just quickly. What could you fit in that 10-minute gap between posting that update and then, hey, we got burritos?
Oh, you know what it is?
There's another app you could open there, isn't there?
And I know people say she's on her phone too. I know, but that just means Team Divorce is stronger than ever. Team Divorce is stronger than ever, in my opinion. Yeah,
when you're not around each other a lot, you don't have that much to talk about. The kids, when you don't have any kids, you don't have that much to talk about. So they're probably just both sitting there. You know, we got to get his hunch back. You got to get the hunch going. Him sitting there texting swaggins, and she's probably
looks
doing
like, whatever she's doing.
Whatever. Yeah, whatever she's doing. 'Cause even when they're together, he's talking about, I watched her play a game.
Yeah.
Why don't you just do something with her? Like, go outside.
Play the game with her.
Play the game with her. You sit there on your phone polling while she's playing whatever game she's playing now. What's the horse Spirit? Whatever that game. Like,
Hey, that's thin ice.
I'm sorry. Playing
You can't help it, can you?
I can't.
It's irresistible, isn't it?
I know. I'm sorry. Elder Squirrel. Thank you. Yes. Perfect.
Elder
That's
Squirrel,
beautiful.
that's
Elder Squirrels.
Elder Squirrels. Yeah.
That's how long she's been feeding them. They've become elder squirrels, the woodland critters.
My wife would never rock with me just sitting next to me watching me play a game all day. She'd be like, well, you want to do something or what? Like, oh, I'm gonna go leave and do something. It's probably what happened with the last one. I don't think he knows how to have a relationship. If it's not money or the stream, you're just there. Or you can't WWE champions. Can't forget that.
Yeah.
His one true love here.
But I mean, even it's like.
But I still don't think it's a divorce.
I don't know. It boggles me that even.
Okay.
Sorry. Go.
Yeah, well, I'm not convinced. Seems like another one of those scams that Team Divorce tries to pull to get all the coins.
With you, Meerkat. I'm with you. Yeah. I'm with you. I'm still Team Health, man. I think maybe something behind the scenes is happening with the health. I don't think it's as serious as he makes it, like alludes it. But I feel it might be a money issue with that. It could be.
I feel like he's always been a marriage of convenience, and she's just getting so fucking fed up with how bad things are getting in the house and the fact that he's just unwilling and incapable of doing anything. She's like, you know what? There's got to be somewhere better than this. This place is fucking falling apart. There's ants everywhere. There's mold because one of the pipes is leaking, and the garage is full of trash bags and cat litter, and we don't actually eat anything other than food that we order. I don't know, maybe she's fine, I don't know, but I'm leaning more towards she is heading out that way, because why wouldn't you be like more engaged with your partner? He is just. She was sat there. I was doing a couple of things on the phone, and I was watching her play this. Oh, she was watching this streamer who was also playing this game.
Oh yeah, don't forget. By the way, more recently, Team Divorce. Remember he said he was like, Kat was out getting all dolled up. And then what does he do? Call Comcast?
Oh, he calls Comcast and sits on the phone for 2 hours. Yeah, yeah.
But she's getting ready. Nah. He knows it's gonna be. Yeah, he knows she's gonna take a while because she's got a lot to cover up. And she's got a lot to cover up.
That's a second yellow card. You should be out, but I'll let you stay.
The trial.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, I can probably get a good hour with Comcast right now. So, you know what I mean? He got 2 birds stoned at once. Trailer Park Boys, better show. See?
Big ups. Better show in The Office? Don't think so.
Always.
Right. Aid Robertson says the flies are having more fun than the dogs at the vets. That's for sure. The flies are having more fun than the Chihuahuas, and they were having a fucking party. Jasper was just sitting there like an asshole.
Guys, the flies are having more sex than anyone else in that house.
Oh man.
God.
While we're on the team health situation, there was one of the screenshots in which he said that he's too old to eat steak and also has medical issues, so he doesn't eat steak anymore because he is too old.
It's not worth the swollen foot, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I think that was the line.
We got a gout reference. Yeah, it was not worth the what? Oh God, I can't.
I think it was swollen foot.
Yeah, it's not worth the swollen foot. Gout is funny. Like, I know it's a legit thing, and we should feel bad, but it is funny. I'm sure I'm gonna get it one day. I'm gonna get it one day for making fun of it. I'm sure of it.
I'll never tell anyone.
I would never. Oh my God, I never will.
I'm giving it to myself.
And still does the
Oh
thing.
my God! See, I
When he's in the chat.
I missed the Jade's Ma talk. I've never even seen it, and I didn't know she admitted it. That he's like slow.
That's fucked up.
And he still does it.
It's fucked up at all times to do that, by the way. But it's even more fucked up when you know your biggest fucking supporter, man, and you do it right to them, and you still cover mouth droolers, which is, that's not good either.
That's how you know he doesn't care. That's how you know he really doesn't give a shit. It's all performative. All his stuff, like, when Superblind was talking about accessibility, was like, oh yeah, that's really good. That's pioneering accessibility for more gamers. The shield. It's a sort of like a coat of armor. Like, you can't make fun of me. My streams are for everybody. Oh, I've got disabled people here. I've got people who are transgender here. All comers. And yet he acts like that. So he clearly doesn't know enough about, like, someone like Jade or the difficulties that they may face to know that that's harmful. He just didn't care. So.
Like, mouth drooling, you can never spin into something positive. You know what that comes from. You know what that is.
It's like window lick. It's R word. That's what it is. Same thing.
It is. You just.
I know back in the day that was just a word, but it's not like that anymore. And Phil knows it, especially with how many of his chat could be that.
But I mean, she's basically admitted that it's like Phil's a babysitter, isn't it?
Yep, he likes to hang out there. Yeah,
but it's like
Phil's a baby.
Like,
Time justice.
She went in on Twitter.
Yeah,
and
she did.
People were trying to tell her, look,
Don't do
Phil's
that.
bad and all that. And it's like, look, there are other communities that Jade would do much better in. That will be more welcoming to him and understanding. You don't need to go to Phil. But no, she did. And then obviously Phil's like, they harassed the mum of my of one of my fans.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right.
Shit, bro.
Anyways,
Does anybody
Well,
have
yeah,
this correspondence, like the whole thing? I would love to see it.
It was on Twitter.
Yeah,
I think she's deleted, isn't she?
Yeah.
Damn.
So it was a brief. It lasted like less than a day.
She said,
It
"Fuck
was
that
a couple
shit."
hours, and then she was out. But
Where was I, man?
I'm sure she got like 1,000 notifications. Like,
Thousand.
I was like, Manicore Phoenix, great point. He lambasts the FGC for their language, but he is the last holdout of such language. Great take, man. That is very true. He talks to everyone like they're an FGC and they're about to play a match together. And you do trash talk and all that bullshit. We've seen it, but no one does that anymore, man. No one's saying that shit anymore.
Yo, he was on one the other day, Street Fighter, saying this dude he's terrible at life. He said,
He's terrible at life. Yeah.
I'm like, Jesus Christ, you don't even know the kid.
Oh, is that the guy with Wi-Fi?
You fail, dude. Yeah. Wi-Fi, dude.
Yeah. How dare you play Wi-Fi on it's 2023, You shouldn't have this $70 game if you're playing on Wi-Fi. Fucking hell, Phil.
That's like the most dented gatekeeping of all time.
Yeah, it's the worst.
Okay, I know we talked about it once, but I have it in my notes to make sure we talk about the cat thing. So real quick, Steve, got to mention it again.
Yeah, I know.
So is Jasper okay? Someone asked, is Jasper okay? And then Phil responded, yep. The vet treated us like crap and tried to scam us. It's bad when you're not even allowed into an exam room and a vet is trying to upsell you on a $350 blood test when he's not sick. This last line is the key. No, that's the key.
Right there.
Yeah, that is true.
When he's not sick, it's like Phil, you don't know that.
What do we bring him in for though? We brought him in for a checkup, and rabies vaccine. You know what a checkup is? You know what a blood test is? That's a little bit of a checkup.
Yeah,
I think a couple of us screamed about that in that video I did. But yeah, it's like when I took her for her last checkup. They took her in, and I just sat there for a minute because all they were doing was taking a blood sample, and then they came out and brought it. It was fine. It was normal. It was part of the procedure. It's fine.
Yeah.
But he has to make such a fucking drama of everything. And again, repeating myself, he just doesn't know anything about cats.
It sucks that you got to pay the money though at the time. Like, damn, they got to get you, but you got to do it.
All of us say that. All of us say that. All of us have that. Like, oh man, it's a lot. But you don't. You got to do it. You got to
do it. Imagine if your son needed a blood test. Like, God, they're trying to scam me. Come on, kid.
Yeah, can you imagine?
Right.
And I don't even call my cat. I don't even call my cat son, and I still would do it.
I had to buy another bottle of Thyronop, new medicine now. Well, it's the same medicine, but you need a new bottle. Don't you? They only give you a few months worth, so £90. But it's like, it's
I don't know
medicine.
how much that is over here, but I feel you. 90 sounds like a lot.
$120. 3 months ish in there, so it lasts a while, but. You have to do blood tests as well to make sure it's working. So it's part of treating a cat, and
cats are expensive. Pets are expensive.
If you don't have insurance, especially,
like to put them down, to cremate them or whatever, is expensive.
Can you imagine that?
Like
they wanted us to cremate him.
It's being monetized.
Yeah, I was like, I just dug a hole, man. I had a shovel. Fuck it. What are you talking about? What? I can put them in my own box.
No. Why do you think they got the garbage disposal for? Come on.
He's going down that sink, isn't he?
Yeah, that turns into woodland critter food. And then that goes into ant food. It's a whole ecosystem, brother. Pick it up. Come on, you got to keep up.
It's the more humane way.
It still goes down the line, the circle of life right there. Come on.
Yeah, I could have bought a joystick,
Yeah. Could have bought a joystick. Oh, my God.
Real quick. So someone, Anar Mod, in my opinion, could be the mole because how they speak here. They asked this question, very pointed. What was the blood test? Or why did they recommend it? So seemingly could be
the mole.
And what is I said Darkside. What is Darkside Phil's response? It is, the blood test is a 3 month course. It is 3 months. Ish in there. So, it lasts a while, but It is. What is Darkside Phil's response? It is Why? Remember, why did they recommend it? What's the response? Because they wanted to charge me $350.
Oh, that's it. That's what I mean.
And listen to this. Paperwork side, Phil. It didn't even mention needing the blood test for any reason on the paperwork after we left.
Because it's the goddamn visit. They're gonna recap what happened during the visit. They're not gonna tell you what you didn't do.
Yeah. Hey, remember that thing you bitched out on? Here's why we were gonna do it. Too late now, though. Sucks for you. They don't do that, man.
At all. You go to take your child there, they give you everything they did, any vaccines they give you, their explanation, anything that could happen, the side effects, yada, yada, yada. That's what it is. They don't tell you, well, you could have got chemo here, you could have got this. And they, like, no, Nick, what the f are you talking about? Oh,
if he look how confident. Go ahead, please. You go first.
No, go. Get your bars off.
Look how confidently he said this. If he'd actually needed it, they would have listed it as a recommendation. So Phil understands.
The recommendation was
they
the
gave
verbal.
you a recommendation, you motherfucker.
Right. That was the one they told you, hey, we should do this.
What do you call that? No, that's upselling. Face to face is upselling. In writing on the receipt after you leave, that's a recommendation. That was incredible.
I didn't read it till 8 o'clock.
Steve was gonna lose it.
Oh my god!
Oh man, he just wound me up so much. It's like I'm so glad this came at the time when I'm working on like my next video about Jasper because he got really mad about him.
I was never like a big cat fan until I got my two, and now anything that we need, anything that needs to happen. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. If they say something, we get it. If they need it, we got it. It's just life, man. I got 3 kids already. These cats are expensive.
If you stop,
yeah.
Like
Sorry.
I'm not. I feel you. I was like for a second. I'm like, what's there? It is Kitty. This guy, even like the littlest, he don't have no kids. He has one person. The cat can't even be splurged. It's scumbag like levels, man. I can't stand it.
My favorite part is he's so confident. Even in this Discord of 6 people, he's confident in why he didn't need it. That's the best. Like, oh, yeah, they would have recommended it.
They fucking enable him. They fucking enable him. One of them's even like, do you know what? I've actually got a good vet, and they're really good with me, and they help me, and they do my cat and all that. But yeah, you're right. That one does sound like a scam. It's like, fuck you. Don't fucking enable this. But they're too far gone. They're flying monkeys through and through. They're only ever going to echo his opinions back to him and validate it that way. Oh, you've said it, so it must be true then. Right, great. That's all I need.
Yeah, right. You know better than the vet, the cable, the everything. You might as well you should be rich at this point. You're better than the company. You game developers. You know more about games than them. Like, God, Lord, you're really. Yeah.
Lost their way. Nintendo lost their way. They suck. They're done.
I can't believe they're all releasing games around the same time in the middle of Christmas.
Yeah, right.
Why don't the CEOs of all the 5 families join together and plan out the schedule for Darkside Phil? That's really what's going on, guys.
Yeah, right.
Come on. What's wrong with you? Fucking assholes. Last part of the cat thing, then we'll move on. The best part. So Phil said all that, and he's explaining why it's not best. The best part was this. The best part was that while we were there, 2 people complained on the phone to the receptionist about their bills being so high, and they kept just referring them to billing, even though they're the ones that make the charges. LOL.
How did he hear it?
You think he's talking to Cat? He's not doing anything else. He's just sitting there on his fucking phone, listening to everything, listening to things to talk about in the day. That's his content farming. Come on.
Wait, that was at the restaurant?
That was at the vets. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. How did they hear? How did he? So, oh my.
Well, he sat in the waiting room, innit? He wasn't allowed in, even though the chihuahuas in the other room were having a right good time.
They were awesome. They were partying.
So he sat there in the waiting room playing his phone,
listening to money. Anything with money, even other people's money.
Money. Dollar, blood work.
Wait, did someone say bills? Money? Huh?
Wait, blood work? Stop the record.
Yeah, so it's copyrighted by Vince now.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. He's obsessed with it.
If that gets us taken down, that's just atrocious. I'm joining Phil with YouTube sucks. All right, anyways, let's keep moving here.
They were complaining about billing, weren't they? And the reception were going like, yeah, but you need to take that up with the billing department. Yeah. And he was criticizing them for that. Like, dude, they're just reception.
He was Karening for people, for other Karens. He was in the Karen farm, like, all right, yeah, I agree with that, yeah. Right, yeah.
What, you're gonna send the billing department to billing? Wait, what? They need a bill? What? Shut the fuck up, Nick.
Guarantee you, right? What happened was we sat there and someone came over and went, "Hey, where do I pay?" And they're like, "Oh, you need to go to the billing department." Okay, could you put me through to that? Yeah, 1 sec. Okay, yeah, it's over here. Great. That's
made a whole storyline.
I'm all looking at
Yeah. They're complaining, dude. They're basically throwing stuff. Yeah, right. Right. Becomes Buck the Black, legend. Prayers for Lavinia, justice for Arkham. All right.
Yo, backseat Karening is hilarious. That's crazy.
Big ups, Ira. He's acting like he was at the Firestone. Yeah, just the Firestone, same thing. What's the difference? They upsell you both. The vet at Firestone, same thing. God damn it. Cyclops86 says, why was garbage can so full with flies and ants, and where's Cat? All fine questions, my friend. You asking questions we don't have answers for.
She's grazing.
You can make your own examples there. There's one fucking thing. One fucking thing. Go ahead. Phil is super caring. He needs a cape. Yeah, he does need a cape. He cares for other people. That's when you're at next level. What the fuck was it? There's one great one I wanted to point out about. All right, I'll find it. Porky's Butthole says, long-time certified vet tech here. Hey, look at big baller. Big baller alert. Baller alert.
Hey.
Animal hospitals don't have billing departments. They operate at very thin margins and get payments up front. Thank you, Porky's Butthole, for that context. And we do appreciate that because I've heard that from many people, that it's not... I mean, I'm not saying... Has it happened in the history of the universe? Maybe. But in most of the cases, guys, 99% of the cases, if someone says you would eat blood work for a fucking animal, you just do it, man. You just do it.
Yeah.
You know,
it's like, do you know what? Medical equipment's expensive. The people who analyze it are very qualified, so they have, quite the price tag attached to them. The equipment is also quite expensive. Those services need paying for, and the vet is part of that. So yeah, it's expensive. That's why you have insurance. I had insurance for her originally. It was fine, covered her up to a point. Now past that point, so now I have to pay out of pocket.
Or you don't get a pet if you can't afford it. But you do the responsible thing.
Yeah, or just don't get a fucking pet. I don't think he was ready for the responsibility. He was not ready for the responsibility. He had no idea of the wider implications of it.
That's why I needed to scam the dents for the startup cost, the 2K reveal.
Yeah, that's a startup. That's a startup.
The startup capital.
He needed some buy-in to start. He needed a lot of buy-in to start that one.
Well, we are moving on to that, Jalaro. Don't forget, lads, this all took place in Seattle, which, as we now know, is the hotbed of gaming.
I hope he goes to downtown Seattle and something bad happens to him for the things he said.
Don't bring a bike there. Don't bring a bike there.
Right. Oh, I missed that one. What happened with it? The niggas was trying to rob him in the bike. Wait, what happened? What
that's
happened?
from his. Okay, this is a lore story from his past. His dad tried to get him to teach him how to ride a bike, so he bought a bike.
Yeah.
He said, "Dad, I can't have a bike because my friend's bike got stolen, so mine's gonna get stolen too." So he made him sell the bike back, and then he won a bike at a raffle. And he said, "I can't have this bike because someone's gonna steal it. Sell that one too." His dad's like, "All right."
Jesus Christ! They just do whatever he says, huh? Except the Wolverine.
I think they put. I mean, I believe his dad pushed back to a point, but you can only push so far until it's like, all
yeah, right. Yeah.
All right.
So he's just because someone he knew, one bike got stolen. He doesn't ride a bike anymore.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
He's seen enough. He's seen enough, brother. Seen enough.
Sly the bike thief.
We should talk about the Keemstar.
There's too much death and violence on the streets. We need to increase the pace. You can't even ride a bike.
On Dead Sea Scrolls last time, we heard him describe Bridgeport, Connecticut as being, I'm going to quote this, Puerto Ricans, Mexicans, all sorts of immigrants.
Yep.
Puerto Ricans, Mexicans, all kinds of immigrants.
Yeah,
Puerto Ricans aren't immigrants, by the way. But anyway, what the fuck was it? The one I wanted to show was the any other mentions you want to mention, Steve or Meerkat there from the leaks? I'm trying to find one myself. So I'm looking for some time. Yeah.
I do have one here about Keem, which is when DSP finds out that Keemstar was gonna make this interview documentary type thing.
That's it. Yeah.
Which was very interesting. If I could find it real quick.
He said something about. Yeah. He said this. I don't care. I have no contact with any family besides my parents since I moved here 9 years ago. So all that talk about he has no friends, it's just legit. He doesn't have anyone. outside of his parents, right? He admits it there. He'll be interviewing greedy and attention-seeking people. When he says people, he means family, by the way. Let's get that straight. He'll be interviewing greedy and attention-seeking family who I have no relation to. Okay, so I don't care. Going to totally ignore it. And there's one more about they might talk to my cousin or something. I like that line. What was that?
Whoa. There's no reason. There's no way you could ignore this one if it happened. This one is going to be that you can't ignore. This is like the biggest one. You might pass with the Secret Limited, but when the big doc from if Keemstar ever did it, nah. The dents are going to be like, well, wait a minute.
Dude,
even your family.
We're getting a React marathon to end. We're getting the React marathon to end all React marathons if it happens.
Oh yeah.
Oh
God,
shit out of that and monetize it.
Oh yeah, so Phil says Keem is apparently going to be very busy talking with and paying people I've never heard of. This is
he got the email, didn't he?
Yeah, complete damage control. We see the email. So there's an email from Grayson, and he says, "Phil, I was civilized in trying to get in touch with you ahead of Keem. Now it's over. The amount Keem is paying for info is staggering, and no one in the right mind would refuse the amount of money for exposing you. I took the money, so did everyone else. My last piece of advice for you is to apologize to the gnome on video and get a lawyer at the ready on defamation of character. Trust me, you are going to need it." This is just a LARPer. I mean,
okay. I was like, wait a minute, huh? It sounds like a family, like saying I took it. Hey,
listen to this line. Whoever wrote this, come on, man. You are not immortal, Phil. This will be the end of your career as you know it. Yes, it's that big.
Okay, yeah, you're lame. You're lame. Stop.
It's all emails like that. I mean, a lot of people emailing like that, I'm sure. Here we go. It's good. Go ahead, Meerkat. Yeah.
There are definitely a lot of all caps in this email. Apologize to the gnome on video and get a lawyer at the ready on defamation of character. It's very serious, you guys. They're taking him down. They're killing him.
So Phil's guess at what it was going to be. The interview was it's going to be like 50 people just saying nonsense with no evidence of anything. Maybe a cousin I haven't talked to in 15 to 10 years. Or Howard, who everyone knows is a disgruntled asshole from the video of him and John I reacted to last year. Nothing at all worth my even bothering with.
A cousin won't get you going? If my cousin spoke up. Yeah, if my cousin spoke out and said, yeah, Sly did this and that. Like, wait a minute. But the family's back? It doesn't matter how long you spoke to him. Yeah, you have to say something. Yeah, it's just not normal. Like, because I didn't get the email until you said it was like a lie. Because I'm like, wait, I thought he just said that his cousin, you might speak to a cousin, you might speak to someone I don't talk to. Like, and then he's like, oh, I don't even know. Wait, what? That doesn't even make sense. There's no one to talk to. I didn't understand that, but I get it. I get you.
Keem needs 2 people to make this an amazing watch that will get a lot of views. Maybe not none of these he wants, but he Panda and Jenna, and you got a special.
Rambo.
David Linda. There's so many groups of people that will make this incredible. You're not doxing anybody because they're already fucking doxed anyway. And David Linda, Jenna, and Kat. Kat by herself. Linda, Panda, Rambo,
for that
Howard.
interview.
Yes.
Listen, all Keem's got to do is give me a little change, fly me to Seattle, and I will give you the best interview you've ever had. I'll ambush the motherfucker at the grocery store. I'm going to give you the greatest talk of all time. Trust me. You just got to get me there, dog. I'll stake out the Snort Fort until he leaves in his little car, and I'm going to hawk him down. I'm telling you.
At the tip.
That's not a good idea.
At the jump.
I'm
He's like,
him
throw it
down.
out. Back to
in Minecraft. You probably should wear white face, or he might already be running away from you. So you gotta be careful. You need to wear a costume.
It's all gonna happen. I'm gonna pluck his phone out, open this motherfucker, and he's gonna open it, and I'm gonna look and be like, if it's true, it's true. If it's not, it's not. Chuff it back in his chest and be like, there you go. I'm walking out. I'm telling you, it's gonna be the greatest time. I'm gonna find out the answers. Trust me. And he's gonna be scared. Anyone that approaches him, he turns red and cries.
Dude, the moment you walk away, he's going to be looking for you on the DoorDash app, trying to find you.
Right. Yeah, he's like, whoa, my order about to be here for 30 minutes.
Driver.
There you go, Pescator. Tell him send me out there, man. I got him. I'm gonna get some good footage.
You start walking up, he's like, oh, my DoorDash order isn't for another 30 minutes, sir.
Oh, then I'm gonna get mad.
That's the only job you can have, right?
I'm like, you call tractors pussies, right? Say it to me now and get real tough in his face. Yeah. I'm telling you,
he would just run. Well, he'll be an alcoholic again. He'll be depressed again. Oh my God, can you imagine? He'll be like, I'm sorry, Jaha. I mean, whoever you are.
Urban.
It's all coming back. I'm sorry, Urban Jaha.
Yeah. Send me, and what's his name? Oh, Chris. Yes, Chris the Narc. Me and him will fly out there and we'll get you good. He'll record it. I'll check him. I got you. I'm gonna hold the gang down. Jaha. That's a good
Anyways, obviously Keemstar was very down on it when he talked to Craig about it, so I don't think it's going to happen. But it wouldn't take much to make an incredible show, Keemstar, with a few bucks. Anyways. Any other points from the leaks you want to talk about, Steven? Anyone you missed of your favorite points?
I saw that there was the music copyright stuff, but I didn't really look into that. I thought like somebody else would have covered that bit because it's quite a big thing,
Yeah, the sample of that hobos and dog. Yeah. That was something. Side scrollers cope was very real.
Yeah. Hobos and dogs.
That's a song that someone used that they later copyright struck, I believe. But it's not important.
Okay, all right. It's not bad.
Yeah, there's a lot of copyright complaining in these DMs, and all of it is just basically what you've heard on the pre-stream. You're not really missing much. I mean, the whole thing is generally just a pre-stream, but for a smaller audience of people that are just constantly sucking your balls and agreeing with everything you're saying. So yeah, there's no resistance there. Every idea is a great idea. Except with the side scrollers. One of the first images shows that basically everybody but Phil in that Discord were of the opinion that it went really bad and he got exposed.
Yep. Even they could see
they could see it. Yeah, exactly. Even his flying monkeys, when even the people that live solely to serve your ego can see that you fucked up. You fucked up. But like one of my favorite lines during the hobos and dogs thing was when they were like, "What's copyright again? That's be more than 10 years, isn't it? That's fine." Like fucking life with the author plus 70. And they're like, "Oh, it's 10 years. That'll be fine. We can use it now."
Yeah.
Fucking idiots.
So speaking of good ideas, Meerkat, he did say, came up with a bomb idea for the next big event today on the podcast. Bomb idea. That's just funny.
This is it. This is a great bit.
Okay, the bomb. You want to hear this bomb idea? I'll explain the bomb idea. Hold on to your bombs.
I'm holding.
Street Fighter 6 hype event. Highest difficulty runs in classic SF games where chat picks who I use. Multiple tier maker rankings that are fighting game related. And my wife is going to make tons of food out of the Street Fighter cookbook we have to try and eat live on the stream.
Yeah,
that's a bomb idea.
My mom is making
that
food,
failed,
you guys.
right?
Super exciting. That I think might have been a success, quote unquote, but I don't know. I forgot.
I thought it failed.
That's like all the. No, I mean, you got his typical. I think
the Fight and Feast, was that the same thing?
Fight and Feast. That was the Fight and Feast. Fight and Feast. Yeah, that was the Fight and Feast. This is bomb idea was the Fight and Feast. But I mean, let's get real. All of the ideas involved doing the game that's most popular at the time, playing a game of some sort, doing a tier maker about that game, and then food. Those are all the events. There's not a bomb idea there. You do the same thing every time.
Every time, besides the cooking.
This event fucking rocked. I opened a random DSP video and he's sitting at $658 in tips. This was the greatest event ever, you guys. And mom made us pizza. That's really cool.
Yeah. But he's also had a few non-bomb ideas, but that was definitely a bomb idea. But...
The best bit is that they're all under there going, "It's great, Phil. Amazing idea. Well hyped for this. That's fucking genius. You've done it again, Phil."
Not every streamer would do a tier maker there, but you went there, bro. That's really brave.
Not just one, multiple.
And you did the whole hour for the schedule? You got a lot of balls. I'll give you credit, man. Anyways, that will do it for this show. Please, King Slice, let us know where we can find you and stuff like that. I'll put the link in the chat.
Yeah, that's just YouTube, King Sly T, and Twitter. It's _ King Sly, SLYE. And I'll be live tonight, 8:30. Come check it out. Thank y'all for having me. Appreciate it.
Cool. On Densey Scrolls side of things, we could be going live tonight as well with John Rambo edition. So it might be on WPIG, but if my computer shit doesn't handle it, we're gonna do it on Snoot Stream because I want to do it no matter what. So it'll be on Detractor Beam or WPIG, but I'll let you know on Twitter, of course. And Steve will hopefully be there. And we're going through John Rambo style podcast. John Rambo with a special guest to that podcast, the name of which is Darkside Phil. So Darkside Phil being a guest on John Rambo's podcast many, many years ago. Should be fun to listen for sure. Meerkat, and you got to send us home this time. So final words and send us home, my friend. Thanks for doing the show.
Yeah, thanks everybody. I was behind the wheel today. Yes?
Oh, Steve? I forgot Steve.
Oh,
Steve.
yeah. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Logical style.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry. It would be remiss of me. We've already wage quit Mortal Kombat. It lasted less than a day.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Game Tracker.
That was
Game
fucking
Tracker.
well worth.
Game Tracker. We didn't talk about Game Tracker.
We
Fuck.
didn't bury Game Tracker yet.
Yeah. But yeah,
Game Cucker.
Glad to see that, the joystick, the purchase of 2 new games. Glad to see they were worth not giving a shit about your cat's health for, Phil. Well done.
Yep.
And
Beta has bugs. Who knew?
Yeah, right.
Who would have guessed that? Who would have guessed that? All right.
Under
Game
5 hours.
Tracker.
I've made videos that are longer than how long Phil played Mortal Kombat for.
Yeah, I love Mortal Kombat. He can't say nothing about it. That's like one of my favorite fighting games, Mortal Kombat.
I like that hype for this one. I'm not feeling it.
I play them all.
I know, but
see, I like Dying Light too, and I ain't like how he downed it either. I liked it. That's one of my favorites as well.
Oh, it's not. I'm just not feeling it in general. I enjoyed 11, but I'm not really feeling this one. So
I feel you.
All right, boys. Meerkat, send us home, please.
Yeah, big ups everybody. See you around.
Talk about my wife, please. Please.
Wow, what an outro. You didn't even have the outro song. I guess because they didn't have Fantastic Mr. Sam there. Quick out there. Okay, I got the alternative capture device plugged in. It seems to be working a little better. I did rummage through my cables and found my old USB-C's cables and plugged them in, so they seem to be working well. So there was a... let's see, get the music back. I was worried I would have to disconnect my Stream Deck in order to consolidate my cables. But someone did redeem, let's see, Jester going to a parade. This is Jester going to a parade. I like the floating bag here. He's got clown kinesis. And I did do a previous one, if this will ever decide to load. Let's see. Going to parade. I think going to a parade kind of messed it up. It's not in a parade. It's just the Jester is on his way to the parade. But he's not there yet. Thought that was pretty good.
What a punk ass bitch. Effeminate man.
Okay, before we go back to the Spoony stuff, I did want to very quickly go over the Blender stuff, because Cenobite Individual wanted a VTuber costume, and I was able to get that done. And in the process of this, I did
Punk ass bitches.
I did figure out the problem with the number I guess the number pad. You just go into preferences here and you click this. You click emulate number pad. So if anyone had told me this, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. There aren't very many 3D artists in my audience here, but if someone had told me that this checkbox existed, I would have been able to do 3D stuff. Just emulate number pad, and that's all it took. So go into edit, you can select things, and then Control plus, Control minus to do select, and select more and select less, because that's a very important tool to have. Otherwise, I have to go into select more, less, click one of these, which takes forever comparatively. So pretty cool. I can actually make VTuber costumes again, and I have a lot prepped and ready to go. Each one of these folders contains the base file for the model that I want to make. But I don't know where to start. What do you guys think? I'm probably not going to do that today, but I can definitely do the costume making marathon now. But I just wanted to show it off using this model because I made it Okay, close that. No need to save. And I can open up Premiere again. Let's see. So yeah, that's good news. A lot of good news to share. Not a whole lot of bad news, I guess. And if I do have bad news, no need to talk about it. Let's see. What do we got over here? Has the pre-stream hasn't even begun yet, has it? We don't even have raw fill, because I do want to watch the sewer level podcast, believe it or not. As agonizing as it is a definite source of cringe. Yeah, isn't it amazing how much we can get done before DSP even rolls out of bed? I mean, I know I'm in a different time zone now, but holy cow. Can just get a whole lot done. Nothing really here. Blazing watching DSP schmuck around Mortal Kombat. Oh yeah, there was... Fuck, I didn't even show. I'd like close that. What did Hassan have to say? What did Chunk Unger's nephew have to say about Starfield? Let's see. Take your time. I might have to plug in Ethernet. Wireless might not be the best. What do you got,
This game is a
Chunk?
reflection of the incredible and passionate team that made it.
Damn, dude, y'all ride that dick. You guys are riding the dick of white men. Okay, white men that have lied to you in the past. They've lied to you and they've led you astray and they've hurt your feelings, and you're still riding it.
Moments. This game is a reflection.
If they were black, would the dick riding be better? Oh my god. What a fucking lunatic. Self-hatred. A slow and insidious killer. Why are you guys riding the dick of white people? Ride the dick of black people. That's way better. Why do people follow that guy? Is it just... Who knows? Are you just so far to the fringes that you think this guy's worth all his stupid fucking idiocy? Frogga's video? No, where's that? Where's the Frogga vid? Let's see. Is his channel just Almighty Frogga? Or... Oh my god, these people. Oh yeah, this one. This weirdo.
When I ask
he sounds like he's using a fucking voice changer. What a fucking weird dude.
Streamlabs doesn't accept popcorn, please, and get your head out of the gutter.
I'm a DSP fan.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, nice.
Call the police.
This is so zoomed in. Is it just we wanted to see chat?
Popcorn.
Yeah, the thing I noticed tuning in is that there's so many freaking like donation messages, like over and over again.
Or Streamlabs.
Like do just like bundle them all together and have them show up like once every hour, because who cares?
Doesn't accept popcorn.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Hello.
Excuse me.
No, because you made no effort to not mute yourself, so there are no excuses. What ants, people? What happened? Oh yeah, I'm moving yawn right into the microphone. Everyone loves hearing that.
What?
Everyone loves yawning. What a great streamer.
Excuse me.
No!
I apologize for that.
What do you mean when
Apologies, guys. Apologies.
No! Stop apologizing. Apology not accepted. Quit asking. Stop! God damn it, I hate these people. They're all so fucking terrible. Stop. Why are they all 100% awful?
I did already. Okay. Okay, that's enough of that. Okay. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow, guys. Because,
Wow, thanks, bud. Holy shit. Go away. Debunking one of Elden Ring's oldest theories. Ooh, I gotta watch that one later. I like Zuli the Witch. It's a good channel that goes over some of the unanswered questions about Elden Ring. Uh-oh, what happened to my... There we go. Alright, I got both VTuber avatars going. Things seem to be running a bit better. You can hear chickens in the background. Probably goats too, I bet. Sorry. I can't help but not be offensive, okay? If you want me to not be offensive, then you just don't have a story. I have to be. I have to be who I am, or else it's not worth it. Okay. No one in chat yet, huh? Hi! Hi! Hello! Hi! What a great stream chat. Okay, I don't think there's anything else really in the sub box I gotta get caught up on. Mitch the Desert Squiddo is working through some shit. If you wanna support him, please do, because he's having a rough time of it. DSP loves Chance Wilkins. This is from Smokey?
I love Cyrax. I love Cyrax. I love Cyrax.
Thank you, Smokey. I love Cyrax. Well, maybe you can represent him in court. Have you been keeping up with the Cyrax stuff? The guy's going hog wild. He's going after, like, his family members and shit, calling them bitches and broads. You dumb broad. Who calls people a dumb broad in the year 2023? Someone who's been raised by grandparents, that's for sure. He says dumb broad. Or beat you like a Cherokee drum. I'm sure he's heard that told to him plenty enough times. And now he just says it to other people. I'm gonna beat you like a Cherokee. I'm gonna beat you like a Cherokee drum. Like, okay. It's like the world's oldest millennial. I don't think there's anything else in the sub box. Let's take a look at some of the Mortal Kombat gameplay, because I haven't seen any of it. It's a bit blurry.
Oh shit! I didn't even know that. Look at this.
I don't know anything. What are you talking about? Floaty jumps. This is jumps they've always been.
Oh, full screen freeze? Ugh.
Ooh, boy, that's blurry.
I don't know what's going on.
I don't know what's going on either. It's also blurry. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna have to fish out the Ethernet cables, jeez.
She's random uppercutted right through me. Wow.
Wow.
There's insane delay. She came out in instant froze. I couldn't even do anything. I couldn't block it or anything. Yeah, look, I can't do anything. She just hits me. It's whatever that assist is. I can't even do anything. She just does it. It freezes me instantly. I can't even react to it. It's instant freeze. How do you do that? It's gotta be one direction plus or a halfer. I don't know how to fucking do it. Instant freeze.
How do you do that? You have Frost on your side. Fuck yeah, I missed her since Deadly Alliance. And they kind of did her wrong in MK11. They robosized her. It just ripped her fucking head off. That's about it, I guess. Bunch of good Maidcore that came out. Like I was saying, like I kind of do themes. Unlike DSP and his stupid button-up shirt theme for summer thing, I try and keep consistent with my themes. The whole hotel arc was kind of indicative of just Maidcore music, but there's so much good Maidcore. I thought it was like a micro genre, but it's like every day a new track comes out. Like check out not this one, but that one is good. Midori the Maid. Like, let's rock out for a second. Then we can go back to video stuff. Yeah, I have. Like, there's a streamer I watch named Omni Eris, and he typically goes over Shani stuff. And man, that latest video was so weird. She's like, I'm tired of people backstabbing me, so I'm just gonna stop making videos, and then people are gonna be like, "Oh, come back. We went too far." It's like, what? I guess when you can't do anything, you can't provide anything to anyone, the only vengeance you can get against anyone is to just stop, like, putting out videos. Because you see that with DSP too. Like, whenever he gets really fed up, there's nothing he can really do about it. All he can do is threaten to end the stream. That's literally all he can do. Because it's not like he can do anything, you know what I mean? It's because all he has, the only thing of value that he can barter with is access to himself. And that's why the whole thing with Keemstar, you saw that. It's like the only thing he can offer Keemstar is access to himself. So what he does is he does what he can to price it out of his price range. So ridiculous. People who can't do anything, I can't imagine it. All right, that's a little loud. Let me turn it down just a little bit. I need to learn how to make music like that. I need to learn music after I get better at animation. Anyways, what do we got here? We got more. I got my text file open. Hopefully things are running a little bit better. Let's see, where were we? We're at Suburban Nights. Premiere has just gotten slower in general. There it is. Why the fuck couldn't I find it? There. This is the dude he's pining after. The dude. I call everyone dude. I lived in California too long. Everyone's a dude. What do we got here? A minute? Mario Mail Day.
Hey, Luigi! You know what today is? Yeah, it's Mail Day. That's right. We're gonna be answering some of your questions today. This one's from little Johnny over in Arkansas. Dear Mario, what do your feet smell like? Dear little Johnny, there will soon be ghosts in your living room.
Dear Luigi, how does it feel knowing you're the inferior Mario brother? From Toad. Well, Toad, sometimes I put on his clothes and see how it feels. Live out my fantasies and, you know...
Wait, what? Luigi, that's kind of fucking weird. Dear Mario, who did you vote for in the last election? Well, I voted for Ronald Reagan because the throat goat made the stroke blow.
See, that's the kind of animation I want to do. It's apparently not that difficult as I think. I spent a while, basically like an entire year doing 3D modeling. I need to finally expand on those skills instead of just making VTuber costumes. Although I fucking loved it. It's so fun. But animation is the next step. We're getting to it. We'll get to it at some point. Okay, this dragon tore out my heart. I will henceforth name her Scarlet. This one right here, right? Scarlet leaves. So, Spoonie has to edit his own videos. Poor baby. Okay, here's... Everyone knows about Kingdom Hearts, right? Everyone remembers when Panda Lee blew up on DSP's audience playing Kingdom Hearts. Well, Spoonie did one even worse. Check this out.
Alright, Akhiloff, I will bet you...
This is like really, really early on in Spoonie's streaming career, quote unquote. Damn it, my hand tracking keeps disconnecting. I keep having to unplug it and plug it back in for some reason. Is it like overheating? I don't know. I don't have time to figure it out. Air quotes. Air quotes is streaming career. Again, reminder, if you act like this when you're streaming, you probably shouldn't.
$10,000 right now that Goopy has all his abilities equipped. 10,000! Well, he wouldn't take my bet, so I'm gonna check, but it's
you should have taken the bet.
There. Hey, look! He has Rocket and Jackpot equipped! Fuck you!
You can see the AP counter, you can see in multiple ways how that skill is not equipped. So like 1 out of 3. So Rocket is 1/8 AP, Jackpot is 2 AP. So only one is equipped. So you can see that it's at 1 out of 3.
You, I want my $10,000. You retarded fuck pipe.
Jeez.
He does so. They're right fucking here. It's equipped!
Very sneaky, Spoonie. Nobody noticed. Nobody could see you literally do that. How the fuck? Like, how in the world do you record yourself and think that nobody noticed you just do that? You see? You just went to equipped and he's like, look, it's equipped! It wasn't equipped until you did that, you lying fucker. See? See, it's equipped. Come on, man.
It's
what a goof.
Equipped. The fuck is the matter with you?
You're a liar. That's what.
It was equipped before!
Bitch, are you for real?
Fuck you, douchebag!
Fuck you! You didn't just see me equip the skill. No. How do you think you can get away with that?
Bags!
You know you're streaming, right?
It was equipped before!
I'm sure Spoony never lies about anything else. I'm sure that was the one and only time.
It was in the list!
It was in the list. Okay, that doesn't mean it was equipped. A lot of things can be in a list, but not have an attribute applied to it.
I didn't lose anything!
You lost.
Then why was it in the fucking list if it wasn't equipped?
Irrelevant. This one doesn't go on for much longer. The awkward silence.
The bangers then.
You guys can all fuck yourselves, because I don't even understand what you guys are talking about.
I don't even know what you're saying.
I want my fucking $10,000, you fucking shit talk.
You'd think at that point you would just drop the subject. You wouldn't go back to it after you've been exposed as being wrong.
Retard.
You retard.
I wasn't wrong!
Yeah, you were.
But it's all fucking there. Hey, look! He has rocket and jackpot equipped. Fuck you! I want my $10,000. It was in the list, it was equipped. I didn't do anything!
Mm-hmm. Okay, so he makes it a regular tradition every February to review Reb Brown movies. He calls this Rebuary. Reb Brown is going to be in a convention nearby. Since making... God, I swear Facebook has a keylogger on my fucking computer. I look up Red Brown movies, and then I'm browsing Facebook, and they're like, hey, do you know that Red Brown is going to be at a convention near you in September? And I'm like, okay. Should I go meet him? Should I go meet Red Brown and tell him that Spoonie's a fucking idiot? I don't know. Maybe I have to make it a sub-goal. Streaming budget is a little bit dry at the moment. Let's see. To boldly flee. A 3.5 hour long movie. He does a terrible Mass Effect 3 review. I didn't even have a clip for that one. Basically, he says that the ending to Mass Effect 3 could have very well been the worst written piece of media in the history of humanity, but still the backlash against it was overdone, which makes no sense and is really stupid, so I hesitate to even include it. It's really weird how Doug Walker wrote into his anniversary movies that Spoonie is mentally ill. Does anyone agree that, like, if you're gathering this group of people and you know that one of them has like severe bipolar, do you really write it into your movie that he's crazy? That seems very insensitive. Also, this sequence has so many fucking repeated frames. This movie is 3.5 hours long. You're telling me you couldn't have edited it down? Again, like, put that on the DVD. Make the version that you sell to people the long version, and the one that you put on the internet, the edited version that isn't 3.5 fucking hours. Okay. Yeah, these people. These two are nostalgia chicks' friends. Very untalented. This is Luke Mockery, who is now who now goes by female pronouns. The son of Colin Mockery. Jeez. Moving on. Noah gets kicked out of That Guy with the Glasses with his infamous tweet. Jesse Otaku, who now goes by male pronouns. Jesse Otaku. You know, if things don't work out with you and Nash, I'd be happy to chain you to a pipe in my basement and love you my way. And, like, Lupa had a problem with that even back then. Man, that's messed up. When a woman screws you up so bad, you wish you were a... Fucking hell, man. Ugh. My god. Seriously, I can't follow you anymore, dude. You should have unfollowed him a long time ago. Oh, Obscurus Lupa hates me now. Gonna have to bust out the Adele playlist for this breakup. You joked about chaining Hope up in your basement and raping her. I've got no sympathy for you. And he just goes so overboard. This is a really bad way to respond to somebody being offended by something you say. Is their punishment harsh enough for scum as loathsome as me? I really don't know what else I need to do. I've apologized. I've begged. Is it blood you want? Tears? Like, it's essentially just mocking people who are offended. Like, this is how you sound when you're offended by what I say. I could rend my clothes asunder and wear sackcloth, flagellate myself with a barbed wire whip. I can do it. I will. Okay, do it. Fucking just destroy yourself. This sarcastic douchebag. I mean, God, I made a bad joke. I'm sorry. I fucked up. I'm sorry already. Please, take my penis, burn it. It's very insensitive to say around Luke Mockery. I'm worse than Hitler. I should roast in hell. Well, that's true. If there was a pit deep enough for my sin, I beg forgiveness, knowing full well I wouldn't be worth pissing on if my face was on fire. Like, how do you expect people to respond to this? Okay, no, I forgive you. Clearly you're apologetic in a totally genuine fashion. You're just not being sarcastic and mocking. Yeah, we watched that. It was linked in here earlier. We can look at that again because it's only like 30 seconds, I guess. It's right here. Way to go, Chunk's nephew. Why are you sucking the dick of those white people? Go fight for them.
This game is a reflection of the incredible and passionate team that made it.
Damn, dude, y'all ride that dick. You guys are riding the dick of white men, okay?
Okay. I have a fetish. God, I'm gonna get clipped if I keep talking about that. Hell, y'all. Self-loathing sucks. Okay. And they respond to his tantrum by being like, after recent events, Noah the Spoony One has decided to part ways. Noah has made it clear that he wishes to pursue a course that is different from our own. What does that even mean? Like, how do you expect people to believe that? Like, you both review terrible movies. How is that a different... Yeah. 4 out of 5 stars. It's funny. He's been an immense talent. You know what surprised me is that the Phantasmagoria videos came after Spoony was booted from Channel Awesome. That was weird to me to realize, because for me the Phantasmagoria stuff is way earlier. It feels like really, really early Spoony content, like before even he got involved with Channel Awesome, but apparently I'm wrong. Apparently the Phantasmagoria review came after he was booted.
And the less I see of Paul Allen Warner, the happier I'll be.
I heard that, Curtis.
This is a compilation.
Seize this, Warner.
I heard that, Curtis.
Cold-hearted son of a bitch.
Ring, ring, ring. I heard that, Curtis.
Oh, cool, wasn't it? It's too bad you didn't pistol whip him.
I heard that, Curtis. I know that joke's gonna get old, but it hasn't yet.
Roy, the carpet detective? Yeah, rip him a new one, detective. I hope she locks him up with Hannibal Lecter.
I heard that, Curtis!
There.
Now to write the Hair Club for Men.
That ought to be enough to fry your ass, Warner.
I heard that, Tom.
Don't move, Curtis.
I thought I heard you in here. Oh, you didn't hear that coming, did you, dickweed?
Alright. No audio for this part. Let's see, Phantasmagoria. Did anyone watch that? I tried to watch it on stream, and I just bored quit it. It's actually pretty fucking boring. It could have used a bit more editing. Could have been shorter. Reviews Phantasmagoria 2, A Puzzle of Flesh, and does some skits. This is actually, like, some of my favorite videos, but in hindsight, it drags quite a bit. And then he reviews Ripper, starring Christopher Walken, believe it or not. Back when, like, FMV games were all the rage, and you could pay, like, B and C-list actors to be in your silly FMV game. Kind of missed that. He reviews Ultima. The Ultima retrospective begins, beginning with Akalabeth and ending with Ultima 9 Ascension. Ultima 9 Part 1 has 1 million views. Part 2 is removed from his channel. It's a wonder if any of these videos were even monetized. But it is still viewable from a re-upload. It ends on a pretty dark note. Here's the note it ends on.
There's nothing I can care about so much that I won't eventually see it turn to shit and betrayal. You could list them off. Ultima, Star Wars, Indiana Jones, fucking Spider-Man with One More Day, comic books in general, Final Fantasy. Fuck my job, my fucking life. Just take it from me, alright? The most you people can hope to do is die before you can see everything that you take joy and comfort in rot into filth and leave a steaming, stinking hole in your soul that never fucking heals.
Ouch. The edge. Ouchie. Yeah, he never gave a fuck about comics. He's basically just, like, appealing to Linkara's fan base by talking about Spider-Man and One More Day. He didn't give a fuck about One More Day. He didn't know anything. Yeah, exactly, Lime. You nailed it. What a... Oof! Man! Hope you guys weren't cut by all that edge. And it's so ridiculous because you know he would give both testicles to go back to this point. Back when he had a dog, back when he had a girlfriend, back when he could pay his bills, but no, it's all turned to shit, man.
Take joy and comfort in, rot into filth, and...
Yeah, so much filth. I'm Raven Darkholm. Let's see. This is probably the year that Spoonie and April start dating. God, April Von Lawn. I could show you videos from her, but they're pretty fucking cringy. You'll regret it. She has... Man. We don't even talk about April. What an adorable couple. They went to Ren fairs. He launches the black hole of board games. He plasters a bunch of board games up on his wall that he probably bought in bulk. Rap Rat. So many of these never get reviewed. This involves plastering board games on his wall and reviewing several VHS games. In hindsight, this decision seems terrible at maintaining his momentum. Yeah, in my opinion, this is a bad call. He should have stuck with video games and movies. Reviewing board games was it's like slamming on the brakes in terms of his overall viewability. Why would you do that? I mean, I definitely understand as a creative wanting to switch up your stuff and doing something different, but this is a bad call. You really should not have done it. In my opinion, in a bid for relevancy, he makes a pitch video to Jimmy Fallon begging to be on his show. He literally says, "The show needs me," which is very self-important. The show does not need you, Spooning. This pitch came across as really creepy and went nowhere. 2014. Yeah, like, he wanted to rip off the Angry Video Game Nerd with Board James. It's so weird. Like, you don't have to just follow in the Angry Video Game Nerd's footsteps. I don't know. Maybe I'm guilty of that sometimes. The more I see this, the more lessons you can learn. No. Reviews the Highlander Jaguar CD game.
No! 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 I'm serious. I didn't edit that. That's really what happens.
It's some pretty top quality physical comedy. Like, the talent is there. That's the problem. It's so irritating.
Oh, God. Oh.
Whoa!
Ow.
What
Pretty basic slapstick, but you don't need a whole lot. Just put out videos. Spoonie opens up a Patreon, setting the stretch goal of 5,000. He sets a stretch goal that he never expects to hit of $5,000 a month to begin pre-production of a movie. Not actually make a movie, but to begin pre-production, which seems like a really weird business model. So, like, what happens? So, what happens if you're in the middle of making the movie and the Patreon drops below 5,000? Do you just halt production? You're like, well, we're below the $5,000 a month mark, so the movie production is halted until it can get over that mark again. Like, it seems bizarre. It's like a really weird way to fund anything. In October, this goal is met, and he makes a video surprised by the support, promising to fulfill the pledge. During the announcement video, he says that he's pretty much done with Twitter, which is just, I can't help but laugh at, knowing what comes afterwards.
Oh, what do I have to change?
What do you have to change, buddy?
The first thing, and the biggest thing that's probably going to change that you may notice, is social media, Twitter. From now on, you are essentially going to notice
100,000 tweets. Is that what you're about to say?
My complete, my Twitter account is, basically going to be completely abandoned.
It's so ridiculous. You then go to tweet over 100,000 times, which I'm sure were all business related. Good God. I could make an entire, jeez. I don't know how many hours it would take to go through all of his tweets. It would definitely take, several days. It would just be a video several days long, just going over all of his tweets. He would tweet. Again, he's got bipolar, right? So he has these highs and lows. And during the manic highs, he would just tweet incessantly. We're talking about, tweet chains 20, 50, 100 tweets long. Talking about the most random, inane shit. Just so unfunny, so terrible. And, barely any engagement. What the fuck were you thinking?
Aside from news updates. News.
I like that tally poster. I like that tally. I thought you hated Mass Effect, Noah. What are you doing with my girl? You don't deserve her. She would have left your ass.
News updates, site updates,
She would have fed you to a Vorcha.
Site corrections and stuff like that. I'm pretty much done from Twitter. Twitter, Facebook, whatever. I'm kind of done with it. Got to shut it down. Done. Lose.
I said Twitter, Facebook, whatever. Little did you know I meant Facebook, not Twitter. What a semantic.
Losing a lot of time there. Besides, arguing with people on Twitter is not doing me any good.
Oh my God. Good God, the cringe. Oh, that's some top quality grade A cringe right there. Let's hear that again.
Arguing with people on Twitter is not doing me any good.
No shit. Holy fuck. We're gonna get into it.
Done. Over. Whatever.
Done. Over. Whatever. One of the most untrue things ever spoken by a human being. Okay, Jim went over this too. Dude, it's been over a week since your vlog, where you said you were pretty much done with Twitter. I'm asking these questions as part of my scripting, dude. Believe it or not, this is important, so lay the hell off. Wow, excuse me, but I'm not sure all over your 100 plus tweets have to do with scripting. Further, I do have time off, I don't have to justify myself to you. In fact, I'm wasting it arguing with you. So, arguing with Twitter is not going to do me any good.
Arguing with people on Twitter is not doing me any good.
As he argues with people on Twitter. Except in your vlog, you said you were done with Twitter, period. I'm certainly done with you, period. Well, at least I know how you feel about fans who are worried that you're not living up to your promises. How prophetic. That guy knew what was up. Juwario. I don't know how much to say about Juwario. It's kind of a dark subject. Fellow That Guy with the Glasses member Justin Juwario Carmichael, creator of You Can Play This, which, if you're wondering about the content that Juwario put out, he basically took games that were not localized into English and gave pretty basic instructions about how to navigate the menus and what some of the spoken dialogue was. So people who didn't know Japanese could still play Japanese games. And it was kind of it was useful, it was helpful. It had like a utilitarian purpose. Not a bad way to build your content around. But he took his own life in his bathroom while his wife is just outside the door, which is so dark. And I'm laughing because I'm dark too. Angry Joe monetizes the video commemorating his life. Not sure how much to say about Juwario. His allegations of creeping on young fans was never fully confirmed. But from the behind-the-scenes back and forth with the upper management of That Guy with the Glasses, it sounded like they knew that he was a potential liability. It's possible he did what he did as a way to keep his friends from suffering as a result of his proclivities being exposed, but that's just my speculation. It could very well have been that he was so terrified of the allegations that he killed himself in order to keep the allegations from getting out, though that's pretty hard to believe. People don't go that far over unfounded allegations. I mean, you have to be like the nicest guy on the planet to be like, I don't even want to be accused of it because the people around me are going to suffer because of those accusations, even though they're not true. But I don't know. It's, again, no one's really come forward and said like, yeah, he fucking did the thing. Spoonie is hit hardest by this for some reason, despite not being any closer to Carmichael than any of the other That Guy with the Glasses members. He often uses it as a reason for his crippling depression and inability to make videos. As you can see here, the Juwario hat is visible in the shot, so it's like a memorial to him. Again, it's not like Noah was any closer to him than anyone else, but he was the hardest hit by it, either sincerely or insincerely. But in 2015, Spoonie surpasses 100,000 subscribers on YouTube and gets his play button. Hooray. He's very proud of it. Spoonie disables comments and never turns them back on. Because that's what you want to do when you get your silver play button, is you want to turn off comments. That's really how you keep that momentum going. In February, a mere 4 months after his Patreon break, he purchases a 4-bedroom house in Aurora, Illinois for $230,000, which is so surprising to look back in hindsight. To go to peak on Patreon and then only 4 months later to buy a 4-bedroom house for you and one other person. Like, this guy was on a spending spree. Like, you should have saved a bit of that, man. Just almost immediately, October of the year before, and then February of the following year, he buys an entire gigantic house. It's like, man, that was such a bad call. It's like DSP and moving to Seattle. From moving to Connecticut to Seattle, he's like, I'm making so much money. I'm going to move to my clock tower dream house in the hotbed of gaming. And then he goes broke immediately. It's like, wow, great financial knowledge there. You're a real wizard with your money. And it doesn't stop there. He purchases a set for Counter Monkey, including a solid wood table, 2 antique chairs, and various D&D themed props. Like, all of this is covered up. All of this is covered up by the books and shit. You didn't need to buy like a sort of table that you would find in a Victorian castle. Like, you could have done just fine with like a plastic picnic table. But again, just the addiction to spending is there, and then he just blew it all. Like, it's hard to even know how many of these books he had owned previously, or how many he just decided to buy on a whim after getting that $5,000 a month in Patreon. It definitely did not go towards a movie. That's for sure. A bunch of games. Like look at all these fucking knickknacks. All this fucking garbage. He just could not. It was burning a hole in his pocket for sure. And his attitude doesn't improve either. He loses his temper playing Alien Isolation, coining the infamous line, "Don't tell me how to play." You can take a look at that.
And I've turned this job from a hobby filmed on a webcam into a dream job that
that always works out well.
That I can make a living off of. And the only
God, this hair is really bad. This is a really bad way to like look. Like you look like a little dickhead. Like you look like a monk or something. Not a really good way to wear that.
And the only reason I've made it this far is because of you.
Oh, thank you.
Don't tell me how to play.
The generosity is unbelievable. I'm not worthy of it. I'm not worthy of it.
I'm not worthy. You're damn right.
You know, now is not a good time to smartass me.
And so I try my hardest every day to make the show the best it can possibly be to live up to that generosity.
Hey, Kronos, you made an IT crowd joke. About 10 years after that show has been taken off the air. That's great. I got that. I got that joke.
So I just wanted to let you know that I still remember where I come from, and entertaining you guys and making you laugh.
Look at his eyes when he says that. I still remember where I came from, you guys. That's why I tell you guys to go fuck yourselves.
I still remember where I
look off to the side
so
you can see that. I should remember. Yeah, buddy.
Where I come from, and entertaining you guys and making you laugh is the reason that I love what I do.
Holy shit. The irony. He then proceeds to spend the next 5 to 10 years trying to make people sad. I live for making people laugh. That's why I spend on Twitter just talking about how sad I am, just to depress everyone else. What a fucking dick. What a dickhead.
You should keep making that joke.
And your support is what keeps this show alive.
Mm-hmm.
You should especially keep making that joke in instances where it has no applicability.
So, I want to thank you for sticking around.
You're welcome.
And thank you for your generosity.
I'm perfectly chill. I'm especially relaxed ever since that awesome joke from the IT crowd that everyone stopped watching over a decade ago. Memories!
Yeah, he looks like, what was his name? Dufresne? Fuck. That wasn't it.
Memories!
Someone makes a t-shirt. It's a pretty funny t-shirt. I don't know how it's in Comic Sans too. Don't tell me how to play. Now is not a good time to smartass me. If only I could get a hold of this shirt and wear it when I... Someone should, like, meet Red Brown wearing this shirt. I wonder if he'll get it. Don't tell me how to play. That's like a spin-off, This Is How You Don't Play. Like, if you were going to make a This Is How You Don't Play of Spoonie, it would be called Don't Tell Me How to Play. He fucking sucks a dog off.
Hey, man, I want you to suck a dog off.
Suck a pipe off. Spoonie starts listing various health issues for why the movie isn't getting made, including sleep apnea, a weak heart, and bipolar. Well, all of that is probably true. But a little bit overblown. I mean, it's not like you need to run around to edit a video. Take it from me. 2016. We're already under 849 a month on Patreon. Like, read this. If by some unbelievable miracle pledges ever get to this point, I'll shift my focus to finishing my script for a feature-length movie and putting it into pre-production. Reviews will continue during this time. By the way, 2016 is the last year he ever does a review. So literally the same year where he says reviews will continue during this time, of course, he stops. That's insane. That's ridiculous. Just think about that. Reviews will continue, of course, stops doing reviews. That's wild. Like, he wasted no time. Incredible. And Guru Larry, everyone's favorite Guru Larry, I guess on That Being Said podcast, immediately sees it for what it is. I'm sorry, but continuing to pay him for doing nothing in case he turns around will never ever work. It's like hoping your 500-pound shut-in son will lose weight and get a life if you keep feeding him McDonald's. McDonald's! Perry didn't like that.
Hail Satan!
You people are just enabling Noah to continue this destructive lifestyle, and he will never change unless something drastic happens, such as withdrawing all of your donations. It's called tough love, but letting him continue to act this way will only make things worse. You are literally doing more damage than any troll could ever hope to achieve. Guru Larry is a sage. He was absolutely right. This is the kind of shit that he does on Twitter. Celebrating people's deplatforming, even though they didn't harass anyone, and hoping that they die of something urethral. Wow. Wouldn't it be ironic if Noah ends up with kidney stones? Talking to Sheriff Clark, who is an actual sheriff and could probably beat Noah's ass with both arms and legs tied behind his back. You named a time and place. Channeling his inner Hulk Hogan. I'll kick your nasty ass so hard you'll piss bone shards. Okay. Hopefully your heart rate doesn't get too high, or else you'll pass out, buddy. Internet tough guy. Like, holy shit, man. Reminder that the man is black, by the way. I'll beat a black man's ass, don't worry. Okay. Of course, Trump is one of his biggest adversaries because this is 2016 and everyone who spends any significant amount of time is either obsessed with loving or hating Donald J. Trump. Which, look at this. It's such a tame comment. With Jamil Hill at the mic, it's no wonder the ESPN rankings have tanked. In fact, tanked so badly it's the talk of the industry. Like, okay, it's unpresidential. Sure, it's crass. But Noah is like, this is blatant targeted harassment reported. Like, what a pussy. What a... Like, he says this kind of stuff to people, but he reports this kind of stuff. I mean, Hill must be terrified right now. The kind of hate being thrown her way, that kind of harassment is going to get her killed. So this is probably from the Democrat who doesn't want to vote for Hillary. And he's like, well, like, we're not going to vote for the Republican, but we're also going to not vote for Hillary. And Spoonie is like, fuck your conscience. Because that's really convincing. That's really going to get him to change his mind and go, you know what, never mind. I'm going to vote for Hillary. A guy on Twitter told me, fuck my conscience. You know, it's something I clearly care about. And of course, yeah, it's retweeted by Movie Bob. If I ever do anything like this ever again, it's probably going to be about Movie Bob. But the Kiwi Farms is constantly getting hit with DDoS attacks code, so actually navigating the website is a real pain in the ass. It's so rough. 2017. I constantly have to like swap back and forth between the Tor site and the site because God, there's so many DDoS, so many broken image links. And like this is all about images. So when I'm scrolling through a thread and I see a broken image, I'm like, well, okay, I guess I'm gonna have to refresh the page. And that takes another like 3 to 5 minutes. And I'm like, God damn it, this is so tedious. Tommy Lauren, Tommy, I guess you pronounce it Tommy. Trump melted so many snowflakes rejecting the Paris Accord, sea levels have risen 2 inches, actually causing an environmental crisis. Nice joke. And Noah is like, what's wrong with snowflakes? They're pretty. Oh, and you know the thing about snowflakes? Get enough of them together and they'll bury you. Oh my god. Reported for violent threats. He's threatening to bury people. This becomes especially ironic later. This is infamous. Like, who says this stuff? Let this be an important lesson. Your health insurance doesn't give a piss whether or not I KYS, or how many people I take down with me. And next year it's only going to get worse. A lot worse. This is 2017, by the way. It gets even more ridiculous. No jokes, no sarcasm, no funny little meme pictures. My country just voted to kill me. This reminds me of Daniel Larson. The hotel threatened to kill me. The hotel threatened to kill me. My country just voted to kill me. My country just voted to kill me. 2017, by the way. As we know, Spoonie did not survive the coming years. Oh, wait. Come on, get a hold of yourself. Punch his own head. Again, Daniel Larson tier. Daniel Larson punching his own head, like Spoonie is. Daniel Dale. Here you did a good job, Chantel's report is pointing to the kids. I wouldn't say you did a very good job here, pointing to himself. God. Trump is so great. I can't wait for him to be back in office. Alright, real talk. How is it possible nobody has fucking decked this asshole? I don't know. Maybe because even when he wasn't the president, trying to attack Donald Trump would get you fucking flattened by his personal security guards. God, peak fedora tipping. Again, this is after Spoonie has said he's pretty much done with Twitter. Ben Shapiro. Can I say it in the Ben Shapiro voice? People are massacred at the church and the hardcore left. Its first reaction is to insult prayer. Solid thinking, guys. And if the God you follow is the one who brought you to this end, of what use was God? No one's ever heard that before, especially not Christians. No one has ever approached a Christian and was like, if God exists, then how is bad thing happening? Like they're gonna grasp at their head and go, oh my God, my faith has been shaken irrevocably. Well, I've never heard anyone say that bad things happen despite God being good. What? I shouldn't talk any more about this stuff. Just whatever happens, if you ever cared about me, don't pray. Don't you dare pray about me. Anyways, I should live stream if I can not have a panic attack. Like, he talks like a rape victim. I don't know what the fuck happened to him. I guess it's just bipolar. Like, I guess, I don't know. I could never imagine being in this state where you're just like, I can't do it, man. I can't. I'm too sad. I'm too sad to live stream. Live streaming is like the happiest I am. Like, I can't stop laughing, especially going over this dumb shit. Nearly went to pieces on live stream. I don't know if I can do it anymore. I mean, the saddest I've ever been streaming is the last time I've streamed before today. Because it broke me up, like, not being able to stream. I was like, bye guys, I don't know when I'll be back. I'm sorry. And then I end the stream. No, it sucked. I don't know, it's like literal the exact opposite of how he feels about live streaming. Is DSP live yet? Speaking of the deadhead, Raw, Phil, is he talking? Yes.
Okay.
Oh god.
I'm not kidding you. There was a fighting game back in the original Xbox.
Yeah.
Early 2000s.
Have to
it
plug
was
into
an
your Ethernet.
X-Men fighting game. And it played just like that. That anytime you
What, Children of the Atom?
jumped and hit someone in the air, you could do these crazy aerial juggle combos, and it was stupid. It looked terrible. It was clunky. That's how this...
No, it wasn't. It was like the precursor to Marvel vs. Capcom. Of course. Okay, he's just sitting on Mortal Kombat. Let's let him cook.
It looks like clunky air juggle shit. And I'm like, this is what they intended? Really? So, ultimately, what you're looking for is on the ground, you get a mix-up, high-low mix-up, so the person blocks wrong. You somehow launch the character. You're in the air, you do your weird air juggle.
Take
but
a
as
short
you're
break.
doing your weird air juggle, you
Weird.
also have your cameo coming out, throwing projectiles or something, or doing aerial punches, so it extends the combo. You dash up, you continue the combo on the ground, and eventually you get to the finisher for giant damage. This is literally what every character is going to do in the game. Johnny Cage,
You mean
Sub-Zero,
They're gonna do
Liu Kang, they all
combos.
have it. They all have this strategy, and that seems like that will be what the meta is.
Yeah.
The problem, yeah, you might be right. It might be X-Men Mutant.
Can you believe it? Can you believe it? People are gonna do combos in a fighting game. What the hell?
Academy. Lady, you might have hit it on the head. I think it might have been X-Men Mutant Academy, the game that I'm talking about. Yes.
What? No, Children of the Atom, dipshit. God, how do you not know this?
So, no, really, or maybe X-Men Next Dimension. Maybe it was that too.
No,
I don't remember. But Mutant Academy sounds familiar. It might have been X-Men Mutant Academy.
No,
That
Children
sounds
of the
very familiar.
Atom, you dipshit.
So, ultimately, the game ends up being very honestly, I think it's unintentionally basic. While Street Fighter 6
Yeah, that's a good
took
point.
the series in a brand new direction.
Like, he's gonna hate Tekken. He's gonna hate all the... He's gonna
Adding in
hate every...
so
he
many
hates Street Fighter 6. Like, He wants you to believe that Street Fighter 6 is the one that he loves, but how many clips do we have of him saying that, oh, this game sucks?
Elements. Just on one hand, drive impact and or the drive impact kind of counter.
That looks amazing, by the way.
Counter gameplay, parrying and perfect parrying gameplay, drive rush moves plus.
What are you doing with your
drive
hand?
Rush cancels. Okay, drive reversals. 5 new gameplay elements added to Street Fighter 6, and then you've got all your regular
You
Street
hate all
Fighter
of it because it's too complex for you to remember.
your footsies, your mix-ups, your unblockables,
Your
throw
meaties.
tick traps. You've got all of these elements.
Stop doing that thing with your hand.
Literally right now, Mortal Kombat 1 is high-low mix-up, combo into cameo, aerial juggle. 3. I counted 10 for Street Fighter 6 off the top of my head, 3 for Mortal Kombat 1. And everything feels floaty and imprecise and slow and sluggish. Okay?
No.
Now, admittedly, everything I just described could be said, well, that's just personal preference. You're right. But if we're going
bad.
facts, okay?
What?
Mortal Kombat 1 beta has way less content than the Street Fighter 6 beta did, and the connections are far worse. So on factual basis, objective basis, this beta is underwhelming compared to Street Fighter 6, and Street Fighter 6's beta came out last fall. They had a year to come out with a beta that was at least on par. They failed miserably. Miserably. The connections are ridiculously bad. To give you some perspective here, Sub-Zero, okay, has 2 very interesting mix-up moves. One is the slide, the ice slide, which he's had since Mortal Kombat, what, 2? 1? He might have even been in Mortal Kombat 1.
3.
I can't remember. Okay? And
3.
he's got an overhead attack, which is just, he has a big ice hammer, and he hits you, and it's an overhead. You can't block it low. You have to block it high. Okay? I'm not kidding you. For the vast majority of times I faced Sub-Zero, it was literally impossible to block the mix-up. He could either do ice slide or the overhead.
I doubt
If
it.
you saw it, you would try to adjust your block, and you would get hit anyway.
Guys, just so you know, Sub-Zero has an unblockable combo, apparently, according to Fighting Game Master DSP. What a concept. Yes, Bill, I'm sure that's not hyperbole at all. Sub-Zero has an unblockable combo. It's literally impossible to block.
And there was nothing
Take him seriously. He knows what he's talking about.
you could do about it. You had to already be pre-establishing blocking the right area to block those on reaction. You couldn't block them on reaction.
But you have to know what he's going to do ahead of time to block on reaction.
Yeah, so you had to already be doing it.
Does he just try to melt people's brains? He just goes out and he's like, I'm just going to melt as many brains as I
For
can.
a game that's so simplistic and so slow moving, again, your character's slow. Your character feels like they're covered in taffy. Okay?
No.
You need to have a good connection, or else
What are you
can't react to
talking
anything.
about?
You
Covered
just
in
can't react to
taffy?
anything.
I can't relate
It's
to
a
this
lot of monkey
analogy.
guesses over and over.
I've never seen anyone covered in
gosh,
taffy.
overhead. Oh, okay, well, he blocked it. Now I'm screwed because he's going to punish it. All right, I'll go for the sweep. I got him with the sweep. Let's go again. I got him with the sweep again. I'll throw instead. Haha, got him. Now I'll do the overhead. He didn't block the overhead. I win the round. Well, wait a minute.
Wait.
I mean, I get it, but you're supposed to be able to react to that stuff. That's the whole point. In Street Fighter, there's options, tons of options to answer for that kind of stuff, right? In this game, there's not. It's you need to see it and be able to counter it, and you can't. All right. Now, some people
No.
have already said, well, there's other
You
things.
can.
For example, there's certain special moves that if you use what they call meter burn, so you basically use your super meter in order to and
Something
then-
that's since X-Men Children of the Atom.
through stuff. That's fine, but
Guys, have you
you
ever heard this
explain
meter?
it. You don't know what moves have it. There's no practice mode to practice that. You can't even practice it on the
It's a
computer
beta,
because the
dude.
computer isn't always going to be attacking you. So how do you know?
Play
You
it.
don't. You're just
Oh.
fucking around. And you know, it's essentially what it
You
comes
know.
down to it is this beta
It's
is a
bad.
poor showing. This beta would have been great if Street Fighter 6 didn't exist. It's that simple. If Street Fighter 6 had not
That doesn't make
come out
sense.
so strong in the last year, you might have said this Mortal Kombat 1
If the
beta was
competition
passive.
didn't exist,
When
it
your
would be a good
direct
game.
competitor
No,
in the
that's not
last
how it
year
works.
has done best-in-class online connectivity. Tons of new complex gameplay mechanics, a fast-moving game with great graphics. I mean, of anything, the
You
one
hate
thing
it.
that maybe you can argue Mortal Kombat 1 hangs in Street Fighter 6 with is the graphics. Okay, Maybe it looks good. Personally, I still like Street Fighter 6 better.
My mic is bad. Oh, no.
Better. But you could disagree, and that's okay. That's a personal preference.
Okay,
I'm not going to argue and say the game looks bad. It doesn't look bad. But outside of that, I think literally everything else is superior in Street Fighter 6. If you check off every box, more characters in the beta, better connections in the beta.
There are like 4 characters in the Street Fighter beta.
More complex gameplay mechanics, things that you can actually react to. I can keep checking the boxes.
Yeah, you can keep making stuff up.
And the other sad fact is that you had to buy the game to play this beta. This is not a beta. Ladies and gentlemen, Mortal Kombat 1 comes out in less than 1 month. Less than a month.
How is it not a beta?
Street Fighter 6 had several betas leading up to its release. They were actually able to take the data they got from those betas to tweak the game and make it even better at release. Do you really think they're doing that with Mortal Kombat 1? There's less than a month until release. What are they going to change? Nothing. It's bullshit. It's not a beta. What it is buy the game now to lock into the purchase and then play the game early for 1 weekend. That's what this is. This is not a real beta. This is a foolish attempt to get extra people to buy and create free hype for their game less than a month before. Hopefully you'll watch the FGC hype monsters play the game early and then you'll go buy the game too. That's exactly what this is. This is not any attempt to have a legit beta experience for anyone.
That literally didn't make any sense. Also, you bought it. What do you mean? How do you call it contempt? It worked.
I'm very disappointed. This game has a ton of shortcomings compared to Street Fighter 6. And again, you might, oh, that's not a fair comparison. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
In a competitive market, you can't ignore your competition and claim to be something different. All right? If you own a sandwich shop,
oh my God, it's food. Of course. God damn it.
If you own a car wash, you have to compete with the other car washes. If you're a major fighting game, you have to compete with the other fighting games.
Not really.
Combat 1 at this point doesn't look like it's very well competing with Street Fighter 6 at all. I think it's failed in every aspect. It just seems like an inferior game. It's slower paced. It has less to
testing.
it.
1 2 1 2
it's
test.
Fun to play. The online connections are worse. I played it for 5 hours.
I'm like it's fine.
I was bored. Tell me a different experience you've ever seen. When I played the Street Fighter 6 beta, I played it the entire weekend. And I was like, dude, I'm sad that we ran out of time to play it. I like it so much.
No, you were mad about it.
I want to play
you hated it. You were like, they botched it.
For 5 hours yesterday. I don't want to play it anymore. Until the final game comes out and has the entire cast of characters, then maybe, because then what I could do is play with other characters that play very differently. I don't just want to play a character that's high-low mix-up and cameo cancel or combo into a cameo, right? I want to see what else the game has to offer. You know, a lot of the characters that I liked in the last one aren't in this one yet, right? So I'll wait, and when the final game comes out,
no, you didn't whip it off while you bought it.
This big cat, isn't it 24 characters? So only 1/4 of the cast is even available in the beta.
Just the mic is
some of the
being
characters
weird.
Like Katana seem to be awful. Katana has no major high-low mix-up and no big combos. It's just get lucky with a fan and then do a combo after or do a cameo mix-up setup. It just doesn't seem very good compared to the other characters. So I'm curious, will there be entire characters based the
testing,
only
1
way
2
that
testing.
can be viable is by having cameos help and assist them? It very well may be. I'm not sure. But for what I've seen, I'm just not pleased at all. I bought the game on the premise of I'm going to play this early and enjoy it, and it's completely inferior to Street Fighter 6 in every conceivable way so far.
Okay.
All right? Now,
well, no refunds.
When the game comes out in September, I'm still going to play it, all right? I am. And you got to understand something. This game
still going to pay for
is not only online multiplayer, thankfully, right? Let's be honest. Mortal Kombat and NetherRealm games in general, including Injustice and stuff, always have great single-player content. One of the major features and focuses of Mortal Kombat 1 will be the story. The story of Liu Kang becoming the god of the realm and rebooting everything, and how everyone's changed in their characters, and who's good and who's bad and who's rebel, because you're going to have characters...
Snapping your fingers right into the microphone.
You're on the side of evil now, and vice versa. But who is evil? Maybe Liu Kang's evil. We don't even know yet, because the story's not out yet, right? So, I'm fascinated by what the story will be. I really
fascinated.
I always enjoy the story of every NetherRealm game. It's the first thing I do on purpose. I want to play through the story within the first 1 to 2 days I have the game because I like their story mode so much. Now, how long will the
Is
story
that why you
be?
skipped
I don't know.
Rambo
I think the shortest one ever
and
was 5
RoboCop?
hours. There was one that was 8 hours. So it could very well be 2-3 streams to get through the story of Mortal Kombat 1.
Oh, he
Depends
did.
on how much they put into it.
He skipped
okay?
one DLC.
Mortal Kombat also has always typically had a really good single-player content mode called the Crypt. However, sorry, what
I'm decompressing my back. I'm deherniating myself. If you think what the fuck is this idiot weirdo doing, I'm
but they
repairing
did
my
there will
back.
be significant single-player content.
One column at a time.
So does that mean they've massively extended the story mode? If
Fucking
the story mode's like
goofball.
12 to 15 hours, dude, I'd be very happy. I'd be like, wow, they really did a great job.
Huh?
But if the story mode's only 5 hours long and they took out the crypt and they didn't add anything to replace it, that's going to piss me off. For those who don't know,
Prepare
the
to
way
get
Crypt
pissed
used to work,
off.
It was always a completely different mode for single-player players where you'd run through this exploration world and you'd solve puzzles, you'd fight enemies, you'd do challenges, and it basically added in a ton of gameplay. I remember
Basically.
the crypt in Mortal Kombat 11, wasn't it like
Oh,
pretty
no.
long, right?
Right?
Mortal
You tell
Kombat
me.
had it. All 3, 9, 10, and 11 had it and added a bunch of content into the game. I thought it was hilarious and fun. It was some of the most interesting content I did in Mortal Kombat. So if that's gone, I hope there's a replacement, or I hope the story is longer. Because I'm going to be honest, if this game has a short story and the whole game plays online,
Probably going to be
what I saw in
the same
beta,
length as
it's
the
a
other
fucking
games.
ripoff. Like, it is nowhere near the value of Street Fighter 6, but they're charging more. Street Fighter 6 is $60. This game's $70. So, I don't know. You know, this
I mean,
really
there's a lot of
pisses me off.
microtransactions.
I'm very disappointed at this point at what I've seen, and here I am thinking,
You got ripped off?
all this time, for the last few weeks, what has been the big story in gaming? Baldur's Gate 3, right?
Mhm.
The fact that, oh my god, Baldur's Gate 3
I'm going to see if I can try and play that
proves
on
that you don't need
stream.
to be a AAA studio with an unlimited
I'm gonna have to-
ginormous budget. You
I'm
don't
gonna have to
be a multiplayer game with a
swap
games
the
as a
PC
service
that I use for
model.
streaming, though.
You could be a single player game from a studio that just knows what they're doing, and you could pump out quality games. And this
Pump
Baldur's
out?
Gate 3
That
should
game
put the
took a
whole
long
gaming
time.
world on notice that RPGs need to be up to that
You understand what
standard
pump out
from now
means?
on.
It means
You have
quickly.
game devs coming out saying, don't expect every game to be as good as Baldur's Gate 3. Well, guess what?
Guess what?
That's exactly what's going on right now with Street Fighter 6. Street Fighter 6 came out and is so good that now all these other games that come out are going to have to live up to that standard. And if they don't, you're going to see that direct comparison of, you know, oh my god, head to head, Street Fighter 6 has so much and this is so not as good.
So poop.
And that's what's happened with this beta. Comparing
Money
beta
poop
to
butts.
beta, Mortal Kombat 1 beta
Money
is bad
poop butts
compared to the Street
and
Fighter 6
money
beta.
poop butts,
On its own
food,
merits, it's probably
and
kind of similar to
schedules.
what other betas they've done in the past. That's not good enough anymore. They have to up their game. You can't not be as good as your competition and
You
expect to
can't
thrive
not.
in that landscape. You have to be up to snuff. And right now, they're not. The game's gameplay is inferior. The game's online connection
in
is
beta.
inferior. So until this game comes out,
Let's get to the point!
fully in September, I have no interest. Seriously, when it comes out in September, I'll be the first to play the story mode, see what other single player content there is, try out various characters in training mode,
Mhm.
and then go online and play with them. And like I said, the
Exactly.
characters aren't necessarily the ones that I would like so much in the game right now. I probably like Scorpion, Smoke's in it, right? Reptile.
Yes.
If they have any of the cyborgs, I don't know if any of the cyborgs are in it or not, but like Cyrax, Sector, those were some of my favorites. I liked Garrus in the last one, so I'd probably play with Garrus in this one. So there's characters I'm
Garrus.
thinking in my head, these are the ones I want to use, right?
From
So
Mass
maybe that'll
Effect?
make the game more fun for me once they're out. But for me, right now,
I don't think his
super
name is
disappointed.
Garrus,
Man,
Phil.
am I glad I did not plan to play this all week.
Garrett-
My life was
yeah.
going to play it Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
I guess that
So
is his
happy
name. How
about that
confusing.
My Friday had to be my day off this week, so it made it limited to Saturday and Sunday. And after playing it Saturday, I don't even want to play it today. Seriously.
Okay, play Street Fighter.
The heftiest chonker. The heftiest chonker says, "Have you played the Injustice game? Says MK11. They've been copying that. It feels slow, clunky, awkward at times. MK9 and 10 had an overall better flow. At least the story will be good."
Wow, how interactive.
I agree with you. It's too slow, too clunky, too bogged down. I don't care about your 4,000
you look at my
animations. Just make the game play good. But it has to
Make
look good.
gameplay good.
Fuck that. Make the game play good and be
Make
fun to play
gameplay good.
first, and then be pretty second. But it doesn't seem like that's what they cared about.
I don't know, man. Moving on.
Okay. So anyway, that's why I'm not playing Mortal Kombat 1 today. All right, and it's just weird because, you know, for me, I had no plans on playing Street Fighter today. During the daytime, I was going to do the community night. This is probably the final community night tonight.
Game Checker's not coming back, Phil.
But now I was like, well, what am I going to do? Well, I already told you guys that the React show is tomorrow. DSP versus the Internet, my weekly clips React show. I already rescheduled.
Could you imagine if BioWare made a fighting game? BioWare, make a fighting game that includes like everyone's favorite characters from all of the BioWare games and just have them out of fight.
I could do GTA 5, but again,
free money. Take my idea.
Being here for GTA 5, so you'd have more disappointed people. So really, the only thing I can do in a moment's notice to fill in a gap is to basically do Street Fighter. So that's what we're doing today. And I apologize for those of you who
wanted to see more Mortal Kombat.
If you're in a situation where you didn't care about Street Fighter 6 today, wasn't planning on it today, but the good news is this is going to be good progress for Street Fighter 6 because we're trying to get my characters ranked up, and to have a whole extra
for no reason
today will be really, really good to be able to make progress. With Honda, I'm hoping I can actually get him up high up into the diamond ranks. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. He's e-begging. He's e-begging. I know for a fact a lot of you are going to leave. Like right now,
that'd be funny. There was like an X-Men game where you could play as Professor X and he was just in a wheelchair. That'd be Joker.
Opinion on Mortal Kombat 1. I guarantee you,
wheelchair fighter.
200 people are going to leave. Seriously, I would guess we'll probably have 300 people here for Street Fighter today.
Oh, boo-hoo. Only
months.
like 3 or 4 people give you money anyways.
Today, and I apologize. I'm trying to put out content for you guys, and it is what it is. That sadly this beta is just not good.
Okay,
so
can we wrap it up?
You guys tuned in for the Mortal Kombat segment, but I'm sad that you're probably not going to care about Street Fighter. It is what it is. It's just it's a makeup stream essentially. The next 3 days the schedule will be as planned. Okay.
Okay, can we move on? God, is he looking at the clock and being like, well, I have to talk about this for 5 more minutes?
Let's now talk about the schedule coming up.
Oh, okay.
Because we got a couple exciting weeks going on. So today, it's going to be ranked E-Honda in Street Fighter 6. I'm currently at 2-star diamond, but I think I'm very close to 3-star. So
meaningless.
Within just a little bit, I should probably hit 3-star diamond with him.
And then what do you get for that?
And try to push forward. And
did they send you a silver trophy?
Today? I don't know. Once you get to the diamond ranks, it gets tougher. We're essentially hitting the same spot that I was at on the Xbox with Honda. I was 3-star diamond.
You get to earn the ability to get your ass beat.
How well I can do. No one cares! Or if my progress gets stifled a bit.
You play more, you earn the ability to unlock getting beaten up.
Big gains and keep getting higher up and eventually get them to master. Okay.
What a video game.
Tonight on the late stream, it will be community night in Street Fighter 6, where I'll play a variety of characters. Likely no Honda and no Blanca, but instead mix up with all the other characters that I've been using. I've actually really enjoyed playing like Dalsim and stuff like that on those community nights. So that'll be fun tonight on the late stream, 6:45 p.m. Pacific time. If you're interested in playing Street Fighter 6, that's the time.
1v1 me on Fortnite right now.
Join and play against me. Okay. Tomorrow, no Street Fighter. It'll be DSP versus the Internet, my weekly clips react show over on my sister channel, DSP Reacts, on the daytime stream.
Should I stream that?
Sadly, it's the only
God, it's so exhausting.
I can't wait to play more of it tomorrow night with you guys. Then for Tuesday,
he reacted to a King Cobra video last time. I mean, he quote-unquote reacted.
In a short 2-hour stream.
Literally said nothing and just skipped the video.
I'll probably do Blanca on Tuesday night. And then depending on how things go, either Honda or Blanca again on Wednesday night, depending on who I feel like playing more.
Cool.
Okay, so I'm excited for that. I hope you guys are too. Should be fun. That's the
I guess
week.
not. I guess I shouldn't
Thursday,
torture myself.
This is a shorter streaming week. Friday, Armored Core 6 is out.
Hooray! Yeah, because someone paid for it. Otherwise, he would have skipped it. What an authentic gamer. He doesn't play video games unless they're bought for him.
And
cool.
We'll be giving it a shot. Now, I don't know anything about Armored Core, and I told you guys I wasn't interested in the game.
But someone bought it for me, so now I have to play it. Fuck.
So I said, since you're donating it, I'll give it a shot. But remember,
what a
I'm
cock.
not committing here to a full playthrough whatsoever. I'm going to try it on Friday, maybe do another stream of it, and based on that, determine if it's something we keep playing or not. But I'm curious to see what it is. Okay? Friday night will be Friday Night Fights, more ranked Street Fighter. Saturday is my big marathon event to celebrate my 15-year anniversary as a content creator.
God, that looks so awful.
It is going to be a marathon-style
Looks so
event.
terrible.
We're going to be going down memory lane and watching the clips that you guys have nominated as your favorite
Hello,
moments in my
Jill.
gaming history. All right? So
We're
people have
including
been
that clip?
nominating these for a while. We have a few more days.
I'm gonna show more
until
Panda
Sunday,
Lee.
So you have the rest of this week until Saturday night. How can you do that? If you're a channel member, you have priority to get your clips watched. What you need to do is go to the main channel page here on DSP Gaming, the members tab, and you'll see that there was a thread posted at the beginning of the month. Please post up 2 clips, up to 2, in that thread with timestamps and or descriptions of what you find are the best moments in my 15-year history. It could be anything. It could be gameplay. It could be a review. It could be a vlog. It could be a podcast. It could be a countdown.
It could be anything,
funny or
as long as it doesn't include Panda Lee in it.
Please please do so. Now,
As long as there's no game
non-channel
awards.
members, you could still nominate. It's open nominations. However, we are going to watch channel member submissions first and then go to the open nominations. So open nominations are in a thread that I created at the beginning of the month. If you're interested right now, type !retrospective into the stream chat, and the bot will post up the link. You click on that link, you go to the thread, and that's where you're going to nominate your favorite moments. Please do so. All right?
No.
Now, near the end of this week, probably let's say Tuesday-ish, no one cares about and see how many nominations we have. No! And if we have a good amount, no one cares about me. But what if we don't have enough? What if I look and we don't seem to have enough for a whole day? Then what I might do is open it up and say, hey guys, you can submit as many as you want. I didn't want to do that right away. I wanted to limit it to 2 nominations per person, simply because I didn't want someone going in there and nominating 400 clips.
You hear that,
and
Derek?
dominating everything we watch during the event. But
Fucking
it
Derek.
really depends on how many. I literally have not looked at those threads in 2 weeks. So I don't know how many nominations we have. Okay? I'll give it a look, like I said. And I'll let you know probably in a couple nights. So you'll know if you have opportunity to go and submit more if you like to. Okay? But please, the more that you submit, the better. During this day, we're going to do so much fun stuff. It's going to be a laid-back,
I'm gonna eat food.
party-like atmosphere. We're not going to be in any kind of a serious situation.
Party-like
Relax.
atmosphere.
We're going to be reminiscing about the past. I'm going to tell my story about how I became a YouTuber back in the day. And
Oh my God.
over the years.
Kill
I'm gonna be
me.
Drinking. We have certain
Of
levels
course
of
you are.
having shots of liquor, but I don't know what yet. I'm going to get something at the end of this week.
What a recovering alcoholic.
My wife is going to make multiple kinds of food.
Mhm.
She's determining that. She's going to be looking up recipes this week
Bruh.
and making food that we're going
Ludwig
to try
World,
together
something like
live.
that, right? So he
it's
rolled
going to
up.
be a laid-back anniversary
Party-like
party,
atmosphere.
retrospective vibes, and all kinds of fun stuff going on. It
Kill
should be
me.
a great time to basically celebrate right before we hit the busy gaming season, and we're so inundated with new games we don't have time to do that kind of stuff anymore. Okay? So that'll be cool.
No.
Then on Sunday, it'll be DSP versus the Internet, the React Show. And then Sunday night, I believe I said we do more Chrono Trigger. And then what we're going to do for that week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, is alternate GTA 5 and Armored Core on the daytime streams, Street Fighter and Chrono Trigger on the night streams. Okay? Now, here's the thing.
Ouch.
I've already been asked, are you going to play Starfield early? Because Starfield comes out on the 6th for Game Pass subscribers, which I am. But some people have said, well, are you going to play it early? Like, for example, earlier this year when you played Hogwarts Legacy early, you paid a little extra, but you got it early and you played it, and we loved that. Will you do that with Starfield? I'd be willing to do that, but you have to understand something. Then I can't be investing in a million other games. So, for example, you want Armored Core. Well, I'm going to play it a couple streams. But if you want me to play Starfield early...
Thank you, Mr. Nobody. I appreciate it.
Armored Core. We got to finish GTA 5, and that probably has about another 10 to 15 hours.
No one wants you to play GTA 5.
So we gotta
Just
keep
drop
going
it.
until it's done. And obviously, it's going to be...
What is this? We have to finish GTA 5. No one wanted it.
Right? So there's got to be choices here. There's got to be, you know, what's the more important
How-
priority? What do more people
how about
want
you
to see?
figure it
I
out?
don't know. So,
I don't know. So, you know.
let's see what happens. If I like Armored Core and you guys like it, we might have a conundrum. I don't know what the best solution would be.
By liking
If I
it
play Armored
means
Core,
give
I don't
money.
really like it that much, but then you guys want Starfield early, then maybe I could do it. Just so you know, if you have the Game Pass, the advanced copy of Starfield is like $30. So it's not like you have to pay $60, $70. It's $30 to play it a little early.
What?
Excuse me.
If you have Game Pass, okay.
So
Sure.
let's see what happens. All right, let's see what happens.
You already
Let's
said that.
Talk about it as it's happening and determine exactly what we want to do. But that's the schedule for the next couple of weeks. Okay, everybody? Fair enough? All right. I don't really have any gaming news today, just so you guys know.
Oh boy, okay. Schedule wrapped up.
Going on. Although Elon Musk continues to make an ass of himself.
Hmm.
So remember, I talked about
That's
how
not a
big
video
off
game,
Elon
though.
Musk had posted up on Twitter saying that he wanted to get rid of the block feature, and then Community Notes corrected him and said, actually, you can't do that. You need a block feature to be on the Google Play Store or Apple Store. It's part of the agreement to be an app on there and a social app. So Elon Musk posted up again and said, oh, you know, that community note was incorrect and was removed. And then a community note went on that post and said, no, it wasn't. Here's the community note. It still exists. Hasn't been corrected. You're lying.
It didn't say that.
The app is correct.
We're just making shit up as game news.
He just continues to screw up. So, I don't know. But I mean, we could sit here all day. And if we really wanted to sit here and make fun of everything he did wrong, we wouldn't have time to do anything else. Because there's a lot of it.
There's a lot to make fun about you.
Say whatever, par for the course.
Whatever. Moving on.
So let's do some shout-outs.
Okay.
All right. And then we'll get to, if we have time for Q&A, but let's do the shout-outs first and see where we go from there. Now, just a reminder.
You can give me
Yesterday
money.
we kind of said goodbye to Game Checker. All right, so he's not going to be around anymore to support
Fuck
Street
off.
Fighter streams.
Fuck off, Dan.
So no people freaking out. Where's Game Checker? Why didn't he tip for the
No
Street Fighter
one
stream?
will say that, Phil. Only you will say that. Where's Game Checker? Where's his money?
It's kind of a send-off.
Uh-huh.
Maybe he'll come back from time to time. Did you look at my moose?
No, fuck him. He said he's going away. That's what he meant.
All right?
Apparently.
Okay. If you don't know what I'm talking about, watch yesterday's podcast.
No!
All right? Okay. So let's get to shout-outs here.
Okay.
On the YouTube side of things. We start off with Nobert, who became a super supporter channel member this morning. Thank you so much, Nobert. I really appreciate that.
Why?
Thank you for joining the member community.
The member community.
Shell Ryukin is here this morning and did a $10 super chat. What's going on, Shell Ryukin? I don't know if you're still here because it was like an hour ago. He says,
Yeah, maybe you should read them when they come in.
No one cares! They had a massive
Why do you expect people to stick around for an hour until you read their shout out, you fucking lunatic?
Marisa is high tier in my opinion. Well, good for you.
Good for you.
Winning, getting or placing, I should
Hopefully
say.
you're still watching an hour after you've given your contribution.
Right now is a big accomplishment considering the insane amount
This
of
isn't what
competition
streamers do.
that there is for the game. And of course the fact that Ken is so ridiculously overpowered. I'm glad to hear that you held your own, and I hope you won some good money there for making top 3. Congratulations.
Congrats.
Okay.
Your cookie is in the mail.
Brad re-upped his membership for 18 months at the ultra level. Thank you so much, Brad, for 18 months of support.
Why?
It's bizarre to me that NetherRealm Studios is so committed to making the game clunky. He says, Capcom and ArcSys keep making games with much more fun, new movement, and defensive options and mechanics. Their fans deserve better. It's weird. Like, when I played Mortal Kombat 11, I said, wow, this feels totally different. It's like they changed the game to play like Street Fighter. And I got, kind of more used to it. Now, I didn't play it as a competitive game. I didn't get into it. But I kind of acknowledged, wow, see? They realized how a little bit messed up their gameplay engine was and outdated, and they tried to improve it. And now they removed all those improvements. They're all gone. Oh, go back to being clunky again. Go back to being slow, like molasses. What were you thinking? People don't want a slow fucking fighting game.
Okay, then play Multi-Blood if you like fast fighting games. Oh wait, you don't play that.
Starfield early. We just talked about that, correct? We just talked about that. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Lord Prince Albert has done a $5 super chat. He says, to really give us the full 15 years of PSP experience, give yourself a buzz cut and shave all your facial hair.
God, shut the fuck up, these fucking dents. Thank you, I'm glad to be back, and I'm glad you're back. This is just a bad time, because watching the most insufferable bastard on the internet.
Past. You respect the past. You can comment and laugh about the past.
Go fuck
but you don't go back to relive it. There's too many. It's bullshit. They should be outright calling it out and saying, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Worse connection, less features, less characters, slow molasses
Quit
game.
clapping into the microphone. Why the fuck do you have a pop filter if you're just gonna clap into it? You know what a pop filter is?
Oh, it's the best game ever. Look, the cameos are so fun. Look at this crazy fucking combo I figured out. Oh, it's the best game. Oh, by the way, shower me with money on my stream.
That's a clip.
Bullshit.
Shower.
I'm tired of it. They literally did the same thing in Street Fighter V. 7 fucking years. How do you not realize this yet? That this is what they do. I don't get it. How people for 7
You don't get
years
anything.
were fooled Then all of a sudden, all their stories change and they hate Street Fighter V now, even though they told you they loved it for 7 years. But now you believe them on Mortal Kombat 1. Like, what on earth?
Wow, what a great point, man.
So thank you to Tubi is cute for the super chat.
I can't say Tubi is cute. I'm married.
There you go.
There you go.
All right. So now we get to the tip side of things. And like I said, there will be no more game checker.
No one
unless he
cares!
decides to come by one day and do a random tip.
Okay,
There will not be daily
No one
tips for
cares!
game checker for Street Fighter anymore. So our first tip for the day.
All right. Hold on. I don't care about his stupid fucking tips, but we're gonna rewind. Shower me with money. Let's get Audacity open here.
Coming out in its inferior, people have the right to call it out. People should be calling it out. It shouldn't be the whole FGC sugarcoats it because they want you to buy these games because they want to stream them and make money because they're getting.
Hold on. Recording device. Look back.
Paid sponsorships on them. It's bullshit. They should be outright calling it out and saying, wait a minute. Worse connections, less features, less characters, slow molasses gameplay. What is going on here? We want more. We want better. We had it with Street Fighter. We want it from you too, NetherRealm. Instead, oh, it's the best game ever. Look, the cameos are so fun. Look at this crazy fucking combo I figured out. Oh, it's the best game. Oh, by the way, shower me with money on my stream. Enough with this bullshit.
Okay. Let's see.
Oh, by the way, shower me with money on my stream. Shower me with money on my stream.
Yeah, Street Fighter isn't about flashy combos, you guys. There's nothing flashy about Street Fighter 6's combos. Okay, buddy.
Shower me with money on my stream.
Go live.
I received a $1 tip from an anonymous tipper saying, when did you first start to dislike the FGC? Has your disdain for them grown over the years? You know, when you say the FGC, it is a very generic term. And I should very much clarify that I never had an overall negative opinion of the FGC.
Excuse me.
All right?
Nice retcon.
So, when I was part of the FGC, or Fighting Game Community, it was grassroots. What that means is there was no financing from companies, there was no sponsorships, there was no Capcom backing, there was no tournament circuits. None of that existed. It very much was, if you like competitive fighting games, you're supporting them with your own effort, your own money. You're doing it yourself. You're on your own. No one else is going to support you. You have to do it
by your credit cards. You have to do it by maxing out multiple credit cards.
Extent, that definitely is to be applauded. People who were tournament organizers and stuff back in the day, they literally all lost money. There was no one making big bucks on these events back.
That's why they had money matches, and you were mocking Justin Wong for asking about money matches, and you were calling him a beggar.
What's happened is when Street Fighter 4 came out and became giant business, became a mainstream game, and everyone was buying it, and now all of a sudden, game pads, joysticks, peripherals, all these things became profitable.
The most powerful spell
all
is
these companies
dry
jumped on the
spell.
sponsorship bandwagon. Now esports teams started to be created around.
Wow, they didn't beg people for money.
Correct? And what ended up
They got
happening was,
sponsorships
it went
instead.
from the love of the game to this.
Mm-hmm.
And
You're not
what
about
happened
that.
with everything. Happens with sports,
You're so much better than they are as you
entertainment
beg
medium, and now it's happened with
mentally
fighting.
ill people for their
Yeah,
money.
We have a whole community based around this. If this doesn't
Okay,
happen,
Phil, you
they
already
don't
did that. No need to do it
So if you
over
get a game that
again.
comes out and it's inferior, you're still gonna have people saying it's great. Why?
'Cause it
Because they got
is.
paid to say it.
Uh-huh.
Because they're somehow gonna benefit from that game doing well, right? If Mortal Kombat 1 flops right now, people will still be playing Street Fighter 6 and other games, but that's a potential new game they can get big money pushing, and
Ugh,
playing,
dude.
having content on, and traveling to play, and they don't want that game to flop because that is a big money bag for them. You understand?
Money,
So,
money,
that
yes.
never existed
Everyone
back
else
in
is
the day.
obsessed with
Back in the
money,
day,
not
there
you
was
though.
Brutal honesty in the fighting game community. If a game came out and sucked, it sucked. There was a few times when fighting games came out in the 2000s and people just shat the fuck out of them. For example,
Shat?
Capcom Fighting Jam. So Capcom had not made a major fighting game in many years. Like the last one was Capcom vs.
God damn
SNK
it.
2. All of a sudden, 2-3 years later,
Failed while uploading file. That doesn't make any sense.
Today, the entire FGC would say, "Oh, it's the best game ever. Look at this. The game's, oh my God, you got to play it. Look at it's amazing. Look at the fucking gameplay elements and everything." Because they all got paid to say it. They benefit by pushing it.
This is the literal conspiracy theory, by the way.
Right? Back then, you know what happened? The entire fighting game community took a big steamy dino dump on it and said, "This game sucks shit. It's the same graphics from
Scat Fetish. What the fuck, man?
Are shitty and broken. It plays like crap. No one
Did I like hit my limit or what? Like I can't upload anymore.
There was a major tournament in Japan, and there were regional qualifiers for it. So I remember going to Texas, and in the Texas tournament, I forget which one it was, Texas Showdown probably.
Wow.
They had qualifiers to go to Japan and play this tournament as an American qualifier. And so I went and I played in it, and I lost.
They should tell you if you hit your limit, not just like give you errors when you try to upload something.
And a few others, but that's what I mean. Like back then, that was it. You know, that was one tournament for it. After that, everyone was like, "That game doesn't exist." No one even acknowledges Capcom Fighting Jam anymore. They act like it never existed. Why? Because back then people were honest. Today, they fucking be playing it like crazy. Oh yeah, it's great. Come on, everyone, come to my stream and play Capcom Fighting Jam. By the way, sponsored by this team, sponsored by Capcom, sponsored by this peripheral, sponsored. Make money. That's what I don't like about the modern FGC.
Yeah,
no
they should just beg people. That's way better.
The entire FGC lie to people about Street Fighter V for 7 years. I was the only fucking person who came out at launch said this game is terrible.
You say that about every game.
And everyone, oh no,
because you hate video games.
7 years later, everyone's tune changed. Everything I said was correct.
No.
It took 7 years though. 7 years and a much better game to come out to replace it, so now they can be honest. So why? That's what I hate about the modern FGC. That's why I have resentment.
I thought, okay.
Listen, they could sit there and they could make fun of me all they want. They say, Dark Side feels
but
good at
you flip your shit about it, and you cry, and you whine, and you bitch about it like you are now. Yes, you do.
What I care about is them.
You sound like you do.
To their own fan bases to make money. That's what pisses me off.
To make money. Okay, can you move on? You're just saying the same thing over and over again.
And by the way, I was the same way back in the day.
That's why I hate the FGC.
In the 2000s, I was the guy who was outspoken. I was always the one who said what no one else would say. And even though a lot of people always disliked me in the community because of it, I was
no, you're a fucking toxic bigot. That's why they don't like you.
A lot of people don't like brutal honesty. They can't take it. A lot of people hated me, right?
He's too honest, you guys. That's what I hate about Darkside Phil. He's just too damn honest.
All right, guys. We have a little bit of extra time. I've done all the shout-outs so far. So we have a little bit of extra time. If anyone would like to ask me a question.
That's what everyone says about DSP. You know what? I would love to like DSP, but man, his honesty is just too much for me.
Let's do it. Let's do a little bit of a Q&A and interaction before we jump into Honda today. Now, it would be great today, guys, again,
if we can make more money
for today's Honda stream.
He's not about that money, though, you guys. As he's literally begging you for money.
I'm going to be honest with you guys.
What a
today, I'm going
fucking
to try to be a little
doofus.
bit more positive. Yeah, I am. Today, I'm going to try to be a little bit more positive. I feel like playing Street Fighter 6 recently, I've been too toxic. I've been a little bit too salty. I'm going to try to be better today. I'm still going to be salty, but rather than get so over the top, crazy, full of rage, upset.
What does that
I'm just
mean?
Gonna try to analyze what happened and why I lost in a factual manner, as opposed to
that's gonna age well.
And insulting. I'm gonna actually try to be a little better today. I don't know if it's gonna work. I'm gonna be honest. You know how heated I get playing Street Fighter, but I'm gonna try my best today to do a little better and to not be as salty and toxic today.
Okay.
I'll do my best. And call me out if you think I'm being salty and toxic.
So I can ban you from chat.
Right ahead. It's probably gonna be the whole stream.
All
right.
How funny.
It'd be great if you could support the stream today in some way.
Begging.
Whether it's a like for engagement, a super chat or a super sticker, a membership or a gifted membership for the community to help out the community, or a tip. Today, I predict tips are gonna be much lower than usual because we're not gonna have the game track.
God, dude.
So anything today is greatly appreciated. Thank you in advance.
You're welcome in advance, Phil.
Canadian Kirk, I don't know what you're talking about. Jade, what's going on? He says he has a jury shirt out.
Why even
today.
read it?
Mortal Kombat 1 was slow. I play Mortal Kombat 1 story in towers, but not online because you love Mortal Kombat. I'm of the same. Like, I feel like the game was not that good.
Phil.
You know, I don't know
Okay.
if the will be like. No one cares. But I'm definitely interested in
What diaper are you wearing?
That beta. I'm definitely playing the story when it comes out for sure, and I hope that there's better offline content than just story. I do hope there's another mode that'll be better than that, because sadly, no crypt really actually makes me worried. If they remove the crypt, then what are you replacing it with? You can't just remove a significant amount of content that you always had in the last 3 games and expect that you could charge the same amount. So let's see what happens, okay?
We'll see what happens.
Thank you, Brownie. Brownie says your dedication to fighting games is impressive, and I hope you get Master for Hunter. Thank you. That's very nice. What's going on,
Yes, your dedication to fighting games is impressive. That's why you're rage quitting Mortal Kombat, because of that fighting game dedication. Totally not just blowing smoke up your ass.
Zayas says you have to maintain a positive attitude. The second you start getting flustered, you don't play as good. Stay relaxed and positive. Same principle applies to any online game. You're right. You guys are 100% right. Diaphone was right when he told me the same thing. When I get heated, I tend to make more mistakes. That is absolutely true. So I need to try to cool. If I play a match and everything goes wrong, I gotta stop playing and don't jump into the next set and cool down, talk with you guys for a couple of minutes. I need to do that.
A couple minutes.
Because I do tend to just jump right into the next match, pissed off,
as fuck.
and then I fuck up again, and it continues.
Okay.
The steamrolling failure continues. I need to get better at the cooling process, right? The cool down.
Weird.
Let's see here. Retro Parasite did a super chat. He says there's been a tweet claiming the campaign is going to be 6 to 8 hours long. That's all right. That's pretty much on par. At least it's not 5. I think it was MK10 that had the shortest campaign. It was only like 5 hours.
How did that work?
Kind of upset about that. I would like to do shower me with money on my stream story if possible. I think that'd be really nice. So hopefully that's true, because that would be a good few solid days of playing Mortal Kombat 1 before we even worry about the online play. So that's good. Some tips have come in here.
Oh boy.
I got a $2 tip. Someone says, you're not wrong about esports corrupting the FGC. Many said the same thing, but I hate how certain people will pretend you're the only one saying this to be just to be contrary.
Oh my god.
See, there's the
Go
thing.
back to
I only know
Reddit.
from my own perspective. Perhaps there are other people saying stuff similar to me, but everyone pretends like I'm the only one and my opinion is completely invalid, right? No, dude, it's bullshit. You're right. Anything Darkside Phil says is invalid. Even if it's right, it's invalid, right?
No.
Shout out to Adam, who tipped me $5. Thank you, Adam, for a $5 tip.
He says, hello.
And actually, that's the biggest tip of the day. Let's get Adam up on the leaderboard. Thank you very much.
Damn it.
So I'll give you up to $10 in tips to start today. Thank you so very much, guys.
How did that work?
There you go. Thank you, thank you. Cool.
You're welcome, you're welcome.
All right. When is GTA? Tuesday and Wednesday, daytime streams, GTA 5.
Hey, how's it going?
Nobert says, I'm a brand new supporter. Can't I get no love?
Oh my
Can't
god,
you get
dude.
no love?
These people are
Shout
so
out to
fucking...
Nobert. I gave you a shout out, sir. Or it is sir, correct?
Oh.
I gave you a shout out when you became a member of support. No one cares! When is Lily ranked? I don't know. My goal is to get Honda and Blanca to master. Once Honda and Blanca get to master, I would like to give them a little bit of a rest and try other characters.
Yeah, it should
Lily
work
is
now.
one, Zangief is one, and Luke is one. Like, those are the 3. And I kind of want to try Dalsim again, as I know how bad that's going to be.
Stop!
I'm probably going to get completely destroyed, but I kind of want to try Dalsim again.
There it is.
Okay, but for me, that my focus is getting Honda and Blanca to master, and once that's established, then we can move on to other characters, and Lily will definitely be one of them. Okay?
Shower me with money.
Oh, really?
On my
Jade
stream.
says Cyrax and Sector are cameos. I really wanted to play with Cyrax. I was hoping Cyrax was playable. God damn it.
Yikes.
I miss the cyborgs. I really do. Like, Cyrax was my favorite in MK3, or Vanilla MK3, not Ultimate MK3. But Vanilla MK3, he was always my favorite. And he's never playable. I think he was playable in MK9. They never make him playable in any of these games, and now he's a cameo. That sucks. Well, I'll have to see who else is in it that I want to play. What's going on, Shin Black? How are you today?
You don't
Random
care.
Rogers, how is it Capcom's doing more for Street Fighter 6 than NetherRealm is for Mortal Kombat 1? I remember when it was the opposite. It seems to me with Capcom, right? they have focuses that
Right?
change
You
over
haven't
time.
said
So, for
anything.
example,
How can I say right or
Capcom's focused in the
wrong?
90s
It seems to be with
on long-term
Capcom,
fighting,
right?
and they gave up on that and they started focusing
God,
on
learn how to
Devil May
talk.
Cry, and then Mega Man, but then they dropped Mega Man, then they went on to other things, and they rotate between all their franchises, right?
Right.
So now it seems like they're going back to a heavy fighting game focus with Street Fighter 6. Street Fighter 6 is doing well, and they're hoping it's going to grow even more. And if it does, they'll probably put more focus into fighting games. Maybe you'll see a few other spin-off fighters come out, right? We'll see. That's how they are, kind of. With NetherRealm, all they do are fighting games. So, you know, I hate to say it, but I feel like this will be the first time in a decade that NetherRealm can't just do the status quo and expect to do as well as they always have. They have to go above and beyond because Street Fighter 6 did. You see? They didn't have to do that the entire time Street Fighter 5 was out. They didn't have to even really try that hard because Street Fighter 5 was so inferior. But now they have a superior game out there and they have to do their best to compete, and they're really.
You say it sucks. You say this game sucks whenever you play Street Fighter 6. But okay, let's just forget about all that.
Xantar says, how do you keep pumping out this much content?
Uh.
Effort.
Oh my god.
There you go.
These
JT says,
LARPers.
fight with your custom character online.
Death to LARPers.
No, we've never even been into the online lobby. Remember? It's what do they call battle? Never even
No one cares!
You know, I figured what we would do is we would go through World Tour, and by the end of World Tour, when I have all the abilities of all the Street Fighters, I would make a true hybrid build.
Well, he's saying
and then I would
NetherRealm
go
only
online
makes
and
fighting
try and,
games.
like,
He's not saying Capcom
so,
only makes
can you
fighting
imagine?
games.
You have the
Abandon the
role
entire
of
Twitch
block
chat,
a roll,
please.
To his
but
credit.
360 throw Zengi. So you could roll up to them, land, and do 360 throw immediately. And they can't do shit. Right? They'd be trying to block and then get 360 throw.
Hey Phil, remember when
Broken.
NetherRealm
I think
made
that'd be amazing. But
single player
we haven't
RPGs? It didn't really go very
World
well.
Tour, if that. We never beat World Tour. So we didn't unlock all the characters yet, so it's not even viable yet. You see?
Lega.
Ellipsian, like I already said, even though, yes, it would have made sense to play Grand Theft Auto today progress-wise, it would have upset people who are here for every stream of GTA and wouldn't be able to be here because I changed the schedule last minute. It's a narrative-based game. So I didn't want to do that to people who wanted to see that playthrough. That's why we didn't do that today. All right?
God.
I hear what you're saying. Progress-wise, it would have made sense, but it doesn't make sense for the viewers who now have a schedule change who would be upset they couldn't be here. As opposed to Street Fighter, I can play Street Fighter whenever, right? And it's no big deal. It's all like a competition, you know, it's different.
Hell!
I hear ya.
Have I ever? I already answered this question. Have I thought about growing a bigger beard? I hate having facial hair longer
Then get rid
just,
of
say,
it.
like heavy stubble. For example, last week was an 8-day streaming week. By day 7, my beard was getting very thick, and my entire face was itching and bothering me a lot. It was really getting to me.
So you
I was like,
rub your
"Man, I
bald
really
spot.
need to shave," and I couldn't wait. And when I finally shaved, it was a big relief. So, yeah.
You could have
sadly,
shaved at any
maybe it is my
moment.
skin. I have very sensitive skin.
Yeah, you're very
You know, I have
thin-skinned.
eczema on my hands. I have acne all over. It's gross. It's fucking gross.
Ew.
And when I have hair like that, it basically, all my skin bothers me and everything. You know what I mean?
No.
I don't think
I don't know what you
It
mean.
would bother me too much. But who knows? Maybe one day I'll try it, but for now, not very interested. Yes, I did play Alex the Kid. Didn't we play it on the Genesis Mini? I think we did. Savage 2 Days says, I hope you find a stream to try the Lies of P demo. No reason to. It's Game Pass. I'm gonna try it when it comes out. Why not? It's on Game Pass. It's free. So I'll try it when it comes out.
It's not
If I
free
like it, great.
if you
And
pay
not,
for
we'll
it.
Continue. But there's no reason to play the demo because it's Game Pass. I didn't even know it was at the Game Pass until recently. I was like, oh, well then screw the demo. Why waste time with that, right? Just give it a whole shot.
I'm sure your save progress will carry over, but okay. Dead air.
Moisturize? Are you crazy? The last thing I
No,
need to do is moisturize.
you
My skin
are.
is greasy. I have greasy ass skin.
Ugh.
My skin's so weird. My hands
Oh god.
are dry.
I'm gonna fucking
with
puke.
eczema, but then get a itchy rash. Okay?
No.
If I moisturize my hands, the rash gets
Can you
worse.
stop talking about your rashes, you gross fucker?
Inflammatory steroidal cream.
No.
And then it heals.
Stop.
That's the only
This
way I can
is
get my
not-
hands to heal. Okay? My other skin is greasy. Everywhere on my body is grease. It's disgusting.
Who's an ugly boy? Yes, you
my
are.
whole fingers will be covered in grease.
Pardon? Then why do you constantly rub your hair?
It's some of the worst you could have. And I was on Accutane when I was a kid. It's better now than when I was a kid. When I was a kid, a teenager growing up, and I started to get facial, all of the pores on my face got infected. And one day I went to work. Remember I told you I worked at that health food store, salads and stuff? I went to work, and my face was so inflamed with acne. My boss said to me, "You've got to go to a doctor." He's like, "Dude, there's no way you can live like that. And you're just hitting puberty." He's like, "You've got to go to a doctor for that because that's just going to get worse."
What? You were just hitting puberty after you graduated high school?
So I went to a dermatologist, and the dermatologist prescribed me Accutane. And then I still have acne, but it's nowhere near as bad as it was when I was a teenager. Like, that was atrocious of pain and inflamed. It was disgusting.
Okay.
So I just have insanely bad skin.
Yeah.
Mr. Game Master, thank you for the super chat. So do you think Baldur's Gate 3 will run smooth on PS5? I would hope so. I would hope that they've optimized it so that it runs well
I
on
don't know if a
PS5.
PS5 can run Baldur's Gate 3, Game Master. Thanks for the question.
Might not run.
Stupid ass. You think a PS5 can't run?
Game Master. Is your name like 11111, something like that?
Dude.
It is. Is it 5 ones? I got it right. I guessed and I was correct. It might not look as good as PC because probably it's going to have a lot of the effects disabled, right? I would think they'll probably.
You mean PC gaming is better than a PS5?
But it should look darn good. You would
That's
hope so.
weird.
Like Diablo looked great, right? I think Diablo looked amazing on console. So hopefully it's similar.
Almost like PC gaming is better. Dead air.
I still have my old Shredder statue. No. All that stuff is gone. Long gone. A lot of the stuff was sold within a couple of years that I lived here. A lot of that stuff was lost during the whole bankruptcy period. It's all that stuff
Lost during the whole bankruptcy period. You didn't have to give up your statues during the bankruptcy, but nice
I
lie.
cleaned out this closet last summer. That's what I have left. Like, that's the remnants of any collection or anything that I have. I've held on to that stuff. I haven't sold any of it. So I still have a lot of all those classic games and things I still have. They're probably accumulating even more value. Those are there and they're going to stay there.
Oh my god.
Escanor says, why do you have to wait 7 days to shave? I don't. But typically I like to shave once a week.
Why do you talk like you do?
My skin gets irritated because I have bad skin. If I shave every day, my whole face swells up. So if I shave like every 3 or 4 days, it's better. If I shave once a week, it's ideal. Yeah, when you have bad skin, you just got to deal with all this shit. It's terrible. Jay says, I miss Street Fighter. Well, miss it no more. We'll have Street Fighter within a few minutes here, right?
What an idiot.
Let's see. I received a $2 tip. Big Larry Gaming says, sorry about MK1. I was hoping
I'm sorry on behalf of a video game, Phil. Here's money to show my apologies for something I had nothing to do with.
Big Larry Gaming for that tip. I appreciate that.
What an idiot.
Okay.
Up to $12. If you guys double it, we can get up to Game Trekker's daily tip.
No one cares! You've seen them. You see what I have. I have a non-functional NES. I have a Genesis, Sega CD, and 32X, and that's it. That's all I've got over there. Do I have any old arcade boards? No. I told you guys the story last year when I reacted to the John and Howard video. One of the big misconceptions about what Howard said in that video was that I never paid anyone for Project 7, right? Yet when I moved away from Connecticut, I had given Howard my Super Turbo
That's not
board
payment.
and allowed him to keep it as part of the agreement for these T-shirts that he had actually like financed.
Oh my god.
$100
We're going over this again.
Project 7 that we never sold. So he actually game board, a Super Turbo.
No, you were like, I don't care, take it. You didn't negotiate that as part of this payment for being an actor in your stupid, fucking idiotic
today's a collector's item
YouTube show.
Worth like, hundreds to thousands of dollars.
It's worth like,
We complain about a couple T-shirts. Anyway, we're not gonna get into
that. We're not gonna get into it, even though I did.
The only fighting game boards I ever had was X-Men vs. Street Fighter and Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Those were the two that I owned. And one of them my friend Scott Hovannisian kept permanently. I just let him keep it. And the other one, the Super Turbo board, I gave to Howard, and he kept when I moved.
Didn't you say it was broken?
Oh, let's see here. We're doing good, CJ. Ventisky says, what side content do you enjoy making the most? Smart Guys, DSP Tries It, Ask the King, Project 7, visiting events. You know, it was all fun. As
Oh my
I keep
god.
telling you guys this,
Go back to Reddit,
to me,
fucking LARPers.
Shower me with money on my stream. That wasn't work. That was just fun. That was like, if I got to go to an event with John or Howard or other people in no
one cares!
Fun event.
Okay, I'm gonna turn that down.
And essentially pay me to do it was shocking to me. You know, when John came over every Saturday and we did co-op gameplay, that wasn't work. That was a fun hangout session with a friend, but people liked it and paid us for it. For me, it was like win-win. I get to hang out with my bud and make money. You know, it really blew me away. And that's what I mean. Like, any of that stuff that I did back in the day was just super fun. Ask the King. People want to ask me questions, actually hear my opinions on stuff, and then pay me for it. What the hell? It blew me again. Project 7.
It makes no sense. I agree, Phil.
All of us working together to have fun and do something creative as actually making a show that's going to have views and make money. It wasn't really about that. I wasn't intending that Project 7 was going to blow up and get millions of views.
Yes, you did. You thought it was great.
It was just supposed to be something we as fun.
You planned on like releasing DVDs and shit, but nice retcon.
Wanted to do their own thing on YouTube, and maybe that could have been the way that they got their start. That's how I saw it.
I just planned on selling DVDs.
Remember, everyone else who was involved in that stuff apparently was expecting to make big bucks and was upset that I didn't pay them big bucks and stuff for it, which is ridiculous because none of it made that much money. You know, it made okay money, but you know,
it made me money.
That stuff was all equally wild and fun. Really, it was just like, wow, I could buy a meal from Burger King.
And
sit
get
down
gout.
on the camera, eat the meal, and it's gonna get 30,000 views and make me $100.
Yeah. Thanks for tanking YouTube's ad revenue, Phil.
Times, right?
Appreciate it.
It really was bizarre.
Everyone on behalf of YouTube appreciates you for putting out garbage content and just running ads on it.
We can talk about that during the event coming up. He says,
Thanks, buddy.
Lessons you learned about building and maintaining an engaged audience on YouTube. Let's talk about that during the marathon on Saturday. That's a key question to ask someone like me who's been around for so long, because I got some good answers, but we're nearing the end of the podcast today.
Ask me on a Q&A. Oh, wait. Ask me those questions during a Q&A. Any questions? Dead air.
Dead air.
All right.
All right. That's about the tips. I don't know, are you?
We'll probably use the restroom quick, and then we'll get ready. And we'll
Fuck off.
Get back into Honda.
Have a 15-minute long pee break.
I watched like a 25-minute Honda set from a top Honda player. But really, honestly, the only two things, number one, the top Hondas always use Sumo Spirit and then do a combo into the hands. But it's not often. Every once in a while, they'll get a good combo into hands that's good. But it's not a giant difference from the gameplay I'm doing. The other thing is there's this interesting setup with the stomp in the corner on a grounded opponent, where it tends to trade or lock them down, and then you have like a little option. I'm going to try that today. But outside of that, almost everything I'm doing with Honda is what top Hondas are doing. So it's not like there's much else that I can really mix up or anything. Do you have a signature cologne smell I like? You know, the one cologne that I absolutely loved and I never bought because it's way too expensive, it was called Jimmy
Tactical
Choo.
soap.
But I think it was called Ice. It had this unique scent to it that was very fresh. And it did genuinely remind me of like ice, but it also had a citrus smell.
How does
So it was
ice
citrus
smell?
And ice together. And I remember years ago with Kat going to like stores and you smell the samples and smelling it and like, wow, that thing is like really significantly great. But the bottle is insane. It's like, you know, a bottle like 3 ounces, like $120. Like, what, are you out of your fucking mind? I'll never spend money like that. That's wild. Like, you're gonna be an idiot. So I never had anything like that. I never had like an expensive cologne or anything like that. But that would be one that I would be interested in because I really like that one, but I don't remember what it was. I think it was Jimmy Choo.
Quit picking at your face. No wonder you got acne.
Do I get hive rashes? Yes. Sometimes I'll have a reaction to something, and I'll get a breakout rash on my arm that will itch really bad, and then I have to basically not scratch it or touch it.
Oh yeah, he totally doesn't
Sometimes
scratch
if I
it.
pop an allergy pill, it'll go away faster. Brownie, I'll see you
Can
later.
you not be gross? Please. Can we not talk about rashes and oozing skin? Are you capable of
I'm not
not?
selling the mug behind me. And will I ever open a merch store? I have no idea. I have no clue.
Could.
I will say this. The other day, I want to say it was like the middle of last week, I did reach out to one of the online retailers who does this kind of stuff, who makes merch, and I wrote them a story, explained who I am, explained my story, and sent them a request. I said, I'm curious, would your company be interested in doing this, knowing up front the online harassment that I get? And that was the middle of last week. It's now Sunday, and I haven't gotten a response.
What a weird email.
So,
what a weird fucking request.
I assume the answer is no, and they just don't want to.
Guys, I'm a toxic asshole that everyone hates. Are you cool with that? They probably read it and they're like, don't reply.
Negativity or anything. They want nothing to do with it. So the moment that they see that you're a victim of it, they fucking cut you off. It's stupid.
You're
We can't
stupid.
deal with that.
How are other
So
people
we'll
able
see.
to? Okay.
I did throw out a feeler to a company, but I've heard nothing. So.
Okay.
Oh yeah? Mr. Game Master says Sega is hopefully going to reveal the release date for Sonic Superstars Tuesday. That's good. I hope it does have a good release date. You know, everyone's rumored it's going to be sometime in October. The game looks great. No Sleep Real Vibes, I don't know. He says, are you going to buy new games for Xbox or PlayStation? I don't know. If it's cross-platform, honestly, the games seem to be performing similarly on each console, unless there's a reason to go one way or the other. You know, I don't think there's really a
No.
determining factor.
You don't even know.
Okay.
Wrap it up.
All right, guys. I think it's time to end the show. Thanks for chilling. I appreciate that. Thanks to
Mm.
anyone who contributed. I appreciate
Very chill.
that. And let's see how we do with Honda today. Hoping for great progress. We're gonna hopefully get up a couple ranks here. Do well with Honda. We'll see. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for everything.
Yeah.
I hope that you enjoyed my full opinions on Mortal Kombat 1's beta. I do hope the game is good at release, even if it's just single player content, but I guess we'll see.
Why are you
But,
Why are you
I give it
talking
to you like
during
it is. I
this?
give it to you the honest stuff.
Is this an outro or what?
No reason to be kissing something's butt or sugarcoating it.
Yeah, well.
You'll always get the truth from me. So thanks for watching the show. See you all tomorrow.
Bye, everybody.
All
Oh
right,
wait,
guys. It's definitely time for a
what a
break. I
fucking
gotta
weird
get back.
format.
So let me just set up the camera. And then I am just going to run a few quick ads while I go use the bathroom. And
I hope a lot of people left after that. We'll see you tomorrow. And then they left, and he's like, "Wait, where are you going?" That was just my fake, stupid outro for my stupid, fake pretend podcast. Oh my god! Again mentioning the lack of
I'm
tips
hoping
from
that now,
Gamecock.
without Game Tracker, that doesn't mean that every
Again,
like
bro.
support, that would really suck. All right.
It's not about that money, though.
Won't be the case. But let's take a quick break. I'll
Beg
be back
harder,
with a
buddy.
few guys, and then we'll start.
Ugh. Okay, that was miserable. He's so shook by that lack of a game checker tip. He can't believe starting, or ending his stupid fake podcast at only $12 in tips. He's like, oh man, game checker. He's restreaming.
Overall,
Literally,
negative opinion
Snood and
of
I
FGC.
go back
It's
and
various
look.
elements about the FGC.
Yeah. If
All
he just removed it,
when I was part of the
we
FGC
wouldn't have known.
fighting in community, it was grassroots.
Right?
Yeah,
What
he
that
doesn't have to
means
bring
is
it
that-
up.
Oh man. He's so far behind. I can't stand, like, to keep listening to the podcast until like fucking 3 p.m., 4 p.m. Even I'm calling it a podcast. I'm getting fooled. Is there anything else in the sub box? No. Oh god. Playing with Your Beliefs is going to be covering Cobra's Reese's Pieces and peanut butter burger. Good for him. What is this?
Tip me $2. He says, let's hit the tips goal. Angie tipped me $2. Thank you, Angie, for the $2 tip. He says, Best wishes to you and your lovely wife, Jasper.
Best wishes to your lovely wife, Jasper. Wow. Okay, I guess there's nothing else here. All right, I'm going through. I'm on page 1029 of the Spoony Kiwi Farms thread. Only got about 10 pages to go. That's pretty good. Okay. Wait, another beg? Another one. He begged again? Just fucking with me. Yeah, he's not even here. Detractorisms, going at it. Hey, nice. Okay, enough restreaming. Back to the Spoony stuff. Let's see. Okay. Nearly went to pieces on live stream. I don't think I can do that. That would have been great. It would have been great if he just would have broke down crying. I can't do this, man. I can't. It would have been like a Wings moment. It would have been great. People clipping it would have gotten like 1 million views off it. Where's Wingo?
I'm a low T beta cut.
That would have been great. Do that, Noah.
I just can't do it. I can't take this shit no more, man. Chat usually just makes me sad. Look here! Look, listen!
God, he's such... This is why Spoony doesn't have that many detractors. He's too boring. Oh, this is a good one here. You might think I'm angry or even hurt by what I say. Please. Ain't nothing you can say to me stacks up to the shit I tell myself every hour of every goddamn day.
Rock bottom.
You've never known real fear. Can you imagine like being an army veteran, someone who's actually served in war, and you go home on like shore leave, and you're like, hey, I wonder what this guy who reviewed SWAT 4 is up to, and you check his Twitter, and he's like, you've never known real fear. It's like, fuck you fucking mongoloid. What I do hope you manage to find is some fucking sympathy. And someone replies, you assume much, child. But what I do isn't blaming it on people, then wasting it away when I had so much. When my meds didn't work, I tried helping people and working hard. Like when I donated to you for nearly a fucking year and got a big middle finger. I tried bettering myself. And his response, really? Doesn't show. What a fucking asshole. So, From Software. Wait, yeah. Yeah, December 25th. So literally on Christmas, he's like getting in fights with people on Twitter. From Software. Nice name, asshole. Hey, idiot. From Software is a Japanese company, so the word from isn't as common as you think it is. Makes games and just doesn't tell you about core gameplay mechanics or that they even exist. I think DSP is just through just beating his head against the game is better at FromSoft games than Spoony is, which is very sad. You don't tell you anything. Okay, this is Spoony talking about DSP.
I'm almost as good as DSP? Aw. That just breaks my heart that you'd say something that mean. The DSP dig, did you come up with that yourself, or did you have the rest of your Reddit friends come up with that for you?
No, your Reddit friend. Did you come up with that comeback on your own, or did you need your Twitter for friends to help you out, Noah?
For you. Took y'all 7 seconds, did it? See, it's funny, because DSP is considered by some to be not a very good gamer. Why do you have to bring up DSP? I've got no problem with DSP. Just...
No one asked you if you had a problem with him. Like, what kind of display of narcissism is this? It's scary how much he sounds like DSP now. He isn't even talking to you. He's talking to other people in chat, and you're just like, I don't have any problem with DSP. He wasn't trying to get you to start a fight. Like, okay, Phil. Look at him.
Leave DSP alone. DSP is just trying to make his way in the world.
He's a scammer recognizes scammer, I guess. He's just trying to scam people and lie to people and manipulate them into giving him money. Come on, leave him alone. Leave me alone, too. Guess what he does after this? You'll never believe.
Like all of us.
Has chosen to try. Will you make this voyage?
Dude.
Talk.
Oh my god.
Son of John.
And then he begs. Then he begs for money. This is Twitter's reading bottom up. I wish I knew what Brock did with all that money, because as near as I can tell, he just wants to run around naked in the woods of Minnesota. I mean, I don't know if you got to spare $200,000 or so to throw around Brock Lesnar, but help a brother out. I'm broke. I'll wash your car. That goes for any of you who happen to be secret millionaires, really. I bet you got a lot of cars. I got a squeegee. Just straight up begging. I like this meme. So it pretty much summarizes Noah going around making fun of people for their political ideology. Meanwhile, he has several mental illnesses. Like, I doubt anyone wants to take your advice. I hate my life, I hate my job, I hate my family, but trust me, dude, my worldview and ideology are the key to a happy, God, now I'm, bleh, healthy, happy life. Ugh. So yeah, I'm in a perpetual state of panic and inconsolable despair. I'm not a big fan of this world anymore. Out the edge. I can't even sleep anymore. I'm wishing we could just start the apocalypse now so I could stop feeling this way. What a sad sack. This guy is all about making people happy, by the way. He's all about making people happy. He remembers where he comes from. He's an entertainer. Oreo doesn't understand what it means when I cry, so now she's scared of me. This is 2017. I can't do it. I
just can't do it. I can't take this shit no more, man.
I can't do this, and if I can't make videos like I used to, I'm not good for anything. I have no purpose. I can't get that back. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to just be as depressing as possible in order to punish anyone who ever paid attention to me. What a dork. I got to live stream something. I've just got to. Or you can make an edited review, like everyone is asking. It's difficult to describe what I'm going through when it comes to live streaming. I want to perform, to entertain, more than anything, but I just can't do it. I just can't do
it.
I'm no fun to be around, and trying to fake it just feels miserable. I reach for that energy, and there's nothing there, just tiredness. Boo! Oh my god. His war on Christmas is a purely personal one. He nearly destroyed an entire Dollar Tree store. We're in 2017, right? Why is it scrolling down? Keeps doing this for some reason. 80,000 tweets in. Spoonie's Twitter continues to be a disaster, claiming Dark Souls has no plot. There's no point in commenting on his political melodrama. It's just embarrassingly banal. He speaks like the sort of JRPG character that 2008 Spoonie would hurl gay slurs at, including this infamous line. Mr. Medicare releases his video on Spoonie, supposedly leading to a sustained 8-hour-long panic attack. A clever Redditor buys ad space on Spoonie's website trolling him. I didn't include that because, I don't know, I'm already going over so much, but they put an ad on his website that basically makes fun of him. I think I have it included here. Let's see. You can just see what I'm talking about here. There's a lot to scroll through. Not as much as the Russ Greer one, but... So many images. Gross. I'll get to it eventually. Come on. I guess not. Despite his country voting to kill him, Spoonie has an uncharacteristically upbeat stream. Oh, I went over that. The begging. Okay, here's a question. So you saw that stream where he's supposedly like upbeat and stuff, right? So does that mean his depression is just overblown histrionics, or is the shift in attitude more of a cresting manic high moment resulting from his bipolar disorder? You decide. Is it fair to demand the old Spoonie back when what you're really asking to see is simply the most photogenic facet of a manic depressive disorder that he should be working to get rid of entirely? Like, I don't know. Like, should you be asking him to be the old Spoonie again when the old Spoonie is really just a part of his manic bipolar? I don't know. Sometimes I keep bouncing back and forth between, like, being like, why don't you just stop being such a sad fucking sack? And on the other hand, being like, well, maybe this just isn't cut out for you to begin with. Maybe you just shouldn't do anything. For a guy who hates Christmas trees, he sure looks pretty festive here. I thought he hated Christmas, but weird mixed signal. Spoonie and April reviewed The Last Jedi, calling everyone sexist for thinking Rey is the Mary Sue, solidifying Spoonie's embrace of political correctness. Literally, he says, if you have a problem with that, so what? There are bigger problems, which isn't really a defense for anything. Funny enough, his position changes after April leaves him, so it wonders if that was even his opinion to begin with, or if he was just trying to play up to this obvious fifth wave feminist over here with literal dyed pink hair. Because he tweets, here, say something nice about the sequel trilogy. No. So he had nothing nice to say about The Last Jedi, but back then when he was trying to appease pink hair over here, he was like, people say Rey is the Mary Sue. They're just stupid, sexless weirdos. They're just neckbeard dorks. Rey is the Mary Sue. 2018. We're getting quickly moving ahead. Okay. Spoonie dies of sadness, of course. No, just kidding. He does get banned off Twitter. In January, a false alarm of a missile alert terrorizes the state of Hawaii. Spoonie goes on Twitter and calls for the public execution of the person responsible. Whoever the motherfucker is who sent out that alert, find them and put their head on a goddamn spike. That asshole almost wiped out the human fucking race just now. Of course, this got reported. Spoonie gets banned off Twitter. And he uses his account that he made for his dog as his backup account, begging Twitter to give him back his main account. Instead of it being exactly what he needed, he just gets it back. And he makes the most obnoxious tweet ever when he comes back. I have been sent back until my task is done, and I have come back to you now at the turn of the tide. He just... like he's Gandalf. Everyone, including his fans, wanted him to get off Twitter, but once he gets his Twitter back, he pretends like everyone really wanted him back. It's ridiculous. Nobody wanted him back. This is basically his Twitter in a nutshell. He shoots his own productivity and blames Trump on it. So this is a funny side story. This incredible cuck named Shaminar the Dragon sent Spoonie a $100 Big Trouble in Little China board game to review. Spoonie never reviews it. Even goes so far as to tweet at April, being like, hey there, just letting you know I got an email telling me the Big Trouble in Little China board game has finally been shipped to Spoonie's address. I hope you both like it. If they reboot the series, you need to get involved and play the gate... Oh, God. Hey, Spoonie, good news. I just got an email informing me that the board game Big Trouble in Little China has just been shipped to your address. I hope you like it and possibly review it, too. These people are so pathetic. Thanks. It says on the tracking list that it's now delivered, so you can go get it. I sent it to Spoonie's P.O. Box. He listed it on his website for donations and fan mail / gifts. April, I just checked my email and it says that you and Spoonie should receive the package. Spoonie just checked my email and it says you should receive the package. What a fucking goofball. I do hope this board game kindles the fire of review in him and we see a comeback of Spoonie in the black hole of board games, only this time he plays a good game. That doesn't make sense, idiot. The whole point of the review show is that he's reviewing bad games. Why would you send him a game and be like, hey, review this one, it's a good game? You stupid motherfucker. Spoonie, please check... Oh my god, he's relentless. Please check your P.O. Box. The package is waiting for you. It's from me. It's the Big Trouble in Little China board game. Then Spoonie responds finally. Sure thing. Sorry, I haven't been my usual self lately. I've been very ill for about a month now. Try years. I'm really excited to check out the game, though. As soon as I'm feeling better, I can have my friends over to give it a try. That's a complete and utter lie. No problems. Always happy to help. I spent literally the entire night sitting here trying to work up the energy to live stream something. I can't go on like this every night. Why not invite Brad over and play the board game I sent you, Big Trouble in Little China? Go on, Spoonie. Would love you to see it. Like, he's literally like, yeah, I'll invite my friends over and we'll give it a try. And then Spoonie's like, I'm so sad. And the guy's like, why don't you do what you said you were going to do and invite friends over to play that game I sent you? And then eventually, he tells him to fuck off. I don't expect you to understand, and I never asked for your advice. If you're that fed up with me, fuck off someplace and leave me alone. So that's how that mini saga ended. The guy sends him a board game that costs $100, and he's like, review the board game. And Spoonie's like, I'm not really feeling myself. Maybe someday I'll invite friends over and play it. And then multiple tweets later, he's like, I'm so sad, I don't know what to do. And the guy's like, hey, why don't you play that board game I sent you? And eventually Spoonie's like, fuck off, leave me alone. I don't want your advice. He remembers where he came from, by the way. He loves his fans. 2019. Right now, literally the only way I can see where I survive 2019 is to hope Canada grants me asylum or citizenship. I am not being melodramatic. Why would Canada grant you asylum? It's not like America is at the midst of a civil war. Hey Canada, grant me asylum. I want into your country so I can mooch off your Canadian healthcare. Why does every American think they can just waltz into Canada without any sort of like immigration system? Is it just because America doesn't really have an immigration system? He thinks that it just applies to every other country. Hey, Mexicans show up into our country and just squat and they get citizenship. I bet I can just walk into Canada and squat and they'll treat me the exact same way as our broken immigration system. I'm sorry. Political. Okay, here's a good moment. Spoonie jumps into an online D&D game to berate the players for not respecting the DM enough. Everyone just thinks he's being weird until he awkwardly leaves. This is pretty funny.
That's my turn.
All right. Next up, Eli DeLucchi.
Okay, guys. Hello.
Hi.
I'm kind of pissed off listening to this. Like, you guys are seriously busting on Jason's campaign right now, and that's not cool.
No. I fucking love it.
I love that reaction. That immediate reaction is, ugh. Literal UGH, just, ugh. Here he goes again.
No, it's really not cool, especially since, I seriously, like, I actually like the bee theme a lot. I should steal it. But
anyways.
No, it's shit like this that's kind of killing me right now because, okay, seriously, statistics. I actually looked this up. The most deaths of humans caused by animals in the United States are caused by bees.
People are allergic to bees. Why are we doing this?
Yeah, then shut the fuck up, Chris. I mean, Jesus Christ, they kill people.
Eli, are you going to do something?
No, just pass my turn.
All right, Drew, you going to do anything?
I'm going to hold my action for now just because I'm waiting until they actually show themselves to be fully hostile against us.
Okay.
Like, what led up to this is they encounter a bunch of like royal guards, and they have on their shields a bee emblem, and it makes the rest of the campaign laugh because they're just laughing at the just absurdity. There's nothing really toxic or hostile about it. They're just laughing at the fact that these soldiers are walking around with bees on their shield. And then Spoonie jumps in and is like, I'm not really cool with you guys disrespecting the DM like this. And they're all just like,
2, 3, 4. The guards are
they're
going
showing
to
themselves
slowly
to be
approach.
fully hostile against us, guys.
Well, the problem is I went out, but my turn comes after the guards. That's the problem.
Like, they're just trying to play a
Bees
game.
would fucking kill your fat ass. Jesus Christ.
Good God. Whoa. He's so abrasive. He just wants to get into a fight. God, it's so wild. What a frame of mind. You're like, you fucking fat fuck. It's like, what did I do to you? You made fun of the bees. Don't you realize bees can kill you?
I'm allergic to insects, so yeah.
They're slowly going to approach you guys tentatively, and they're going to shout out, "Who goes there?" And then that's pretty much going to be their turn. And John.
Okay, usual line of bullshit. We are adventurers, traveling out from the city of Wormwick. Just traveling through the lands. We don't like to walk along the roads, though, for fear of detection.
Roll. Fear of protection.
Fear of
detection, he said.
Just having fun.
And there's also a distinct lack of respect for these guys, considering they have swords and you have thongs.
Dude, go away. Like, he's just trying to pick a fight. It's so bizarre.
Actually, well, they're equipped.
Oh, we've got ours.
We mean no threat or...
We mean you no harm.
Yeah,
Take
no
us to your
threat, no
leader.
threat or, kingdom.
Oh dear, I would do a diplomacy check here.
Oh, that's gonna be fun.
A diplomacy.
I would seriously do a diplomacy check there.
Yeah. Don't have that written up yet. Okay.
It seems like Spoonie is upset that he's not getting the fight that he's trying to pick. Who have we heard that kind of rationale from? Come on, fight me! I want to fight one of you guys.
It's not really. It's not like a one, but not amazing.
I'm gonna read more Wikipedia B facts at you until you fight me.
The guards, the look on the guards' faces is that of doubt and suspicion, and they are quite eager to take you into questioning. Dother.
How does that?
I honestly don't
did you
see
turn
what's-
over, John?
I honestly don't see what's undignified about revering the bee. I'm serious.
Okay.
Oh my god. You better respect bees or I'm gonna yell at you guys. It's like, dude, they're just having fun. Like, it's so weird.
Okay, we're playing a game. Playing a game.
Oh god. Damn it, I skipped ahead.
Like a one, but not amazing.
The guards, the look on the guards' faces is that of doubt and suspicion, and they are...
No, seriously, if you guys don't respect these bees, I'm gonna fuck you guys up, okay?
I honestly don't
did you
see
turn
what's-
over, John?
I honestly don't see what's undignified about revering the bee. I'm serious.
Okay, we're playing a game.
I love that. Okay, we're playing a game.
Okay, we're playing a game. We're playing a game.
No, you're not. You're fucking laughing your asses off and being stupid chuckleheads.
Oh boy, you guys are having way too much fun here. I better step in and tell you guys to, you better respect those bees.
Why did you come in?
This is so awkward, so uncomfortable, and so funny.
Why did you come in?
To tell you guys you're being really
You came in the
disrespectful,
call
Jason.
just to shit on this.
Oh, like you're shitting on this
We're
game
just
any more than
joking
you
with
are, Chris.
Jason. Why do you have to come in and shit on this? Like we're lashing out at him. Jason was laughing.
Look at this. Look at this awkward. Look at this timeline here. This
Out at him. Jason was laughing.
silence. The sound of realizing you're not wanted.
Alright, listen, we have an encounter here.
Alright, I'm out.
Fuck off. What a weird fucking encounter that was. Spoonie runs a red light and crashes into a car. I like to think these happened one after the other. I like to imagine in my head, Kanan, that after this call, he got into his car and just crashed into someone immediately after. But no.
I had bronchitis for like seriously 6 months straight. And this was right around the same time I had the car accident.
He's sounding like a kid who doesn't want to go to school, and he's just man, I can barely talk. Especially if you fast forward to the stream, he sounds just fine. Like he's literally just playing it up.
Where I broke some ribs. The
He broke
car
some ribs.
accident where I broke some ribs.
How you doing? Are you injured at all?
I had the wind knocked out of me, but I think I'm okay.
Okay. You had airbag deployment?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have your driver's license and insurance?
Yes.
If you're not going to go to the hospital, just have a seat in the back seat of my car to stay warm, okay?
Okay, you got it.
You all right?
I think I'll be okay.
All right.
Does this sound to you like someone who's broken ribs? Who just minutes earlier has broken ribs? I don't think so. I really don't think so. I don't think he has that high enough of pain tolerance to just walk that off. I don't know about you.
Well, not until I calm down, you know?
Yeah. Are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital?
I'm sure.
You're breathing awfully heavy over there. Getting a little worried about you.
No, I'm just... Nothing's broken. I'm pretty
Nothing's
sure.
broken. Literally saying nothing's broken. But then later is like, I broke some ribs, you guys. It totally makes you believe everything else he's saying about his physical ailments.
It knocked the wind out of me.
Okay.
Okay.
Which, that was fun. It wasn't fun.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying?
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Stop your fucking lying.
2020. Let's see, what happened in 2020? Spoonie's tweets. This is an unscientific graph. This isn't exactly 100% accurate. It's just an estimation. His tweets at this point, 25% him saying that he's sad, 35% really bad jokes about comic book panels, 15% saying Orange Man bad, 10% saying, look, a doggy, 10% wrestling tweets, and 5% video game tweets. That's his entire Twitter feed at this point. April leaves. April leaves him. His girlfriend leaves. Which, I'm surprised she stuck around that long, I guess. She just wanted to save up enough to get the fuck out of there. It's so bizarre. Him and DSP and Wings to tell the entire world that, oh, I'm miserable, I'm sad, I'm depressed. Like, can they even fathom what their loved ones and spouses think about that? Don't you realize that they're looking at themselves and being like, what? Are you saying I don't make you happy? You're not happy with me? Because that's what they're saying. They're like, oh, I'm so sad, I'm so miserable. And then just sitting there just like throwing their hands up in the air, being like, well, I guess I don't make you happy. I guess I might as well leave. I know Oreo is heartbroken to this day that I can't bring back the family we were. There's nothing I can do. Ugh, what a cliche. There's nothing he can do. Nothing I can do. I did everything correct. I did nothing wrong. I'm down to eating beans out of the can. I know this isn't quite rock bottom, but it's not far off. Again, rock bottom.
Rock bottom.
Apparently being sad makes it so you can't, like, put a bowl under a sink and wipe down the bowl and put the beans into the bowl. Apparently you reach a point where you're so sad that you have no choice but to just eat the beans out of the can. You can't, like, put it in a microwave or anything. I bet he thinks he's like Rorschach. No need. Fine like this. I'm so dark and moody and brooding. I'm like the guy from the comic book. I'm just eating the beans. This frog is eating beans. He's just eating them beans. Trump beans, by the way, since he's probably eating that because of Corona stimulus money. He's the king of Twitter, and It's April back here with darts being thrown at her. You're the king of Twitter, Spoonie. I'm sad. Here's a solution. I don't want a solution. I want to be sad. That's him in a nutshell. This is a fake Twitter account. This isn't the actual Spoonie, but someone tweets at the fake Spoonie being like, you never sounded like a sociopath. I've always had you hard-pegged as bipolar, which both my brother and mother have. And the parody account says, no one cares about your brother and mother. This is me we're talking about. And the guy responds to the parody account, you're literally wrong. I care about both of them. And knowing them has given me a reasonable understanding of what to look for in a person with bipolar. Like, imagine you think this is the real Spoonie. The guy literally tells you, I don't care about you and your brother and your mother. And your response is, well, I do. And I want to help you too. Like, these people are so down bad. It's so pathetic. Like, at that point, just be like, fuck you. And the guy's like, someone informs him, that's a troll account. And the guy says, is it? I've been following a troll account for years. Oh, God. Noah Antwilers, I have no job, and I must live stream. These Photoshops are great. This one's really good. Make that a little bigger. You see, there's a lot of details here. You can see there's Oreo up there in the box. There's Trump waving goodbye. You can see there's even written on the pathway here. Jobs, rep, fame, career, friends, hopes. Lucky for you, I can't reach my pockets. I think that's his... I think that's like a taser? Or like a... something. Is it like a Dremel? I don't know. But really good artwork at this point on the thread. And there's more. You took everything from me. And Trump is like, Trump Tower has the best taco bowl. Snap. And then there goes his house. Basically, Trump doesn't even give a fuck. Like, imagine all these people just... They're just ringing and screaming and tweeting at him. He doesn't give a fuck about you. Doesn't even know who you are. Like, all that time wasted, just... fuck Twitter. I'm so miserable and alone all the time, I can't even describe it. You think you've been isolated a long time. This has been my life for about 2 years now, trapped here. Like, imagine someone in prison. I'm pretty sure anyone who's ever been in prison for any significant amount of time knows more about loneliness and isolation than you do. You fucking whiner. Arizona Trail, Misery Edition. What a game. No reason to stay here. No future in Arizona. You wouldn't understand this unpredictable frontier. And there's more. There's a game screenshot. Noah has depression. Press enter to tweet about current situation. Date whatever, weather whatever, health don't even ask. Food, 6 packets of noodles. Current Dremel, nothing. Money, not enough. Next landmark, crawl under a rock and never come back out. I love the artwork. This is dedication right here. You don't think moving out of the house you shared with her could help in the slightest? Not really. I guess there's been a forlorn hope in me that maybe she would try to work things out. Moving out of the house puts an end to that. So basically the reason he didn't just end up selling the house and moving into a smaller place that he could possibly afford was that he was just holding out hope that she would come back. He could have alleviated a lot of his concerns just by selling the house the moment he knew that he couldn't afford it. He could just sell it. Like, instead he just stayed in it and rotted until he had to be forcibly evicted. What a smart guy. He's so much smarter than everyone else. The end of everything. And here's a good one. Virgin Avatar versus Chad Lionheart. You can read all this. Classic Virgin v Chad meme. And if anyone thinks I'm stealing this stuff from Kiwi Farms, then I would warn you that there exists the possibility that I was the person who made this stuff in the first place. So I wouldn't make assumptions if I were you. Because it is quite possible that I am the one who made this. Just saying. I know it's against internet etiquette etiquette to out yourself as a user on Kiwi Farms, but just saying.
Guess what?
This is Spoonie's very last live stream to this date.
What was I doing?
I'm sure you can see that.
Ah!
Is it really that bad? You can see, by the way, the frame rate difference between the face cam here and the game. At this point, Spoonie's PC is so out of date that he can barely run Death Stranding. So, yeah, like this is literally the most tame nudity you could literally ever imagine, and this is his reaction. Either he's overplaying it because he thinks it's funny, or he has some serious issues when it comes to the human form.
Ah!
Oh my god! No.
No!
Like at this point, it's off the screen. Like it's not even visible, but he's still reacting as hard as he can. It's because he's married. Oh my god! Like there's nothing there. Oh! There's literally nothing there. Look how shaken up he is. He can't stand it. Oh my god.
It's like... Okay, it's like, this is Hideo Kojima. This is his Zardoz.
That's great. I got that. I got that joke. Memories.
I had to bring that back. I had to bring back that clip. That was my edit. Just, wow, Noah. Pop culture reference. You've certainly never made fun of people who do that. Oh my god, Mars Girl. Mars Girl, I swear to god, I've never seen anyone with less charisma than Mars Girl. Just dull as dishwater doesn't even begin to describe it. She makes dishwater look like a margarita.
Boob jiggle.
Gotta catch 'em all.
It's Pokemon.
It's a Pokemon. It's a reference. It's a Pokemon reference. There we go.
What?
What a fucking... What a brick.
Like, wait! What? Why?
I had not seen that, Monty.
I'm not letting you go until you spill everything you've got.
Someone in chat asks, did you see Spoonie lost his house finally? And her reaction is, no. Okay. Cool. Ah! Another personal edit of mine. Speaking of Mars Girl, this is how Spoonie should be reacting to her. Instead, he tries to hit on her. Warthog. Okay, here we go. We're going to talk about Warthog. We're going to take a break from talking about Spoonie, and we're going to talk about the equivalent to Derek when it comes to Spoonie. This is Warthog. They met at a convention. This is Spoonie standing next to Warthog. As you can see, she is definitely no looker. Oh my god. Another picture with Spoonie next to Warthog. Another picture with Spoonie next to Warthog. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Sorry. She actually makes a shrine to him. This is her shrine. Look at how fucking... Look at everything. It looks like it's a pigsty. Literally, it's a warthog sty. This, I think, is a bag of diapers. I'm pretty sure this is a bag of diapers. But yeah, you can see pictures. There's that picture of her and Spoonie. There's a picture of some wrestlers. Like, so she has like an actual literal shrine dedicated to him. She is a weird, weird person, as you will see. Another very clever Photoshop. if Spoonie's Patreon drops lower than 300, it's just a $100 bill and his hair taped up on the wall. Days without the Spoonie one tweets. Worry not, it never gets that high. It's a funny bit. This is one of the few rare interactions between them. This meme says, oh God, I'm going to try not to puke. From the first time I saw you, I knew I was going to have real and or imaginary sex with you. And Warthog subtweets this. My thoughts at the time when I met the Spoonie one at Con Bravo last year. Pretty fucking embarrassing to admit. #bad me. Well, if it's embarrassing, then why would you make it public? Spoonie responds, how'd the imaginary stuff go? Ew. And she's like, are you sure you want to know? And this is the real account, by the way. This is not a parody account. This is actually the Spoonie one. Pics or didn't happen. And then Warthog replies, no pics involved. However, in the imaginary stuff involved, me dressed up as a doctor in a mini skirt. Oh.
Pardon?
Oh, God. Bring back DSP talking about his rashes. Because, oh, my God. She's also really, really stupid. She's super dumb. This tweet says, in 4 words, what advice would you give to your 18-year-old self? She responds with more than 4 words. I guess she doesn't know what in 4 words mean. I mean, it could not have been more clear. She writes several sentences instead. Okay, this is a chain. So this is one after the other. Spoonie writes, just stumbled across an old email and I've made myself very, very sad. I really am an emotional wreck. My mood and my entire mindset seem to just collapse, crumple, and die like the Bluesmobile. And Warthog responds, again, not sure if you're the type of person who likes hugs, but here's one from one sad person to another. Spoonie responds, I don't hug, never have. Well, I guess that's why April left. I guess that's why Scarlet left. You can't even, hug them. But Warthog responds, fair enough, I'm a pretty affectionate person, so I do hugs, but not if someone doesn't like them. Thanks for telling me. She then responds, I'm probably going to get snapped at for this, but my DMs are open if and when you ready to talk. You'd surprised at how all too familiar I am with trauma, pain, and grief, seeing that was pretty much my whole existence from childhood to now. Stay strong, always keep fighting. And Spoonie replies, I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to April, and she's blocked all means I have of contacting her, so that'll never happen again. Again, this is not the parody. You can see why so many people get fooled by the parody account, because he is like a self-parody at this point. I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to my ex-girlfriend. Like, okay, wow. And she didn't take that very well. Slept way too much because of my bloody migraine, and also because my hip decided to torment me some more, even after taking pain pills and putting pain cream on it. God, again, she talks in that very obnoxious way where, just like Derek, she just over-explains things in like a really, really annoying way. I don't know how to describe it, and I can't really replicate it without being annoying myself. In other words, I can't sleep at all. Yeah, we figured. Might as well wait for at the Spoonie one to begin live streaming. And Spoonie responds, I'm trying, but as usual, I'm going to pieces over April like I do every night. Like this girl is throwing herself at him, and all he can do is be like, you're not my ex-girlfriend. I don't want you. I don't want your attention. And really doesn't take that very well. My best friend / brother, by the way, this guy was on an episode of like Canadian Intervention for meth. So she has some family lore to go over. My best friend brother was the one person who never gave up on me, and he is one of my biggest inspirations, so I credit him for the message I gave him in this post. The Spoonie one deserves to have someone in his corner, just like whatever was in mine. And he responds, I'm trying hard not to be rude, but I don't need a cheering section. What I need is gone and is never coming back, and that's my own fault. I have to suffer with that. So he's just rebuffed her multiple times, just over and over again, being like, I don't want your attention. As he's on Twitter crying and bitching and moaning about how sad he is. But if anyone is ever like, hey, I'm rooting for you, brother. Hope you get better. He just responds like, leave me alone. And he's kept this act up for years, for literal years, over and over again. It's so ridiculous. And finally, she kind of snaps, I guess. Did Noah cheat on April? Probably not. I doubt it. I doubt he's capable of cheating on anyone. But I don't know, weird. I guess he just couldn't stand the fact that he was getting evicted and he was doing literally nothing to help his situation. So she responds to the I'm trying not to be rude. Like, it's funny because you rewind this and she's like, I'm probably going to get snapped at for this. So she knows that she's pushing his buttons and that if she keeps this up, he's going to react negatively to her. And she knows this by her own admission. Just keep that in mind. My reaction to this last night was like I was punched in the face. It's not the first time I got this kind of response with someone, and it's not going to be the last. I'm a glutton for punishment, mental or otherwise. Okay, what? What does that mean? You're a glutton for physical punishment? Are you a masochist? If you're a masochist, why are you complaining so much about the pain that you feel? Shouldn't you be like, hooray, more pain? I'm a glutton for pain. Hooray. Almost like she doesn't really know what the words that she uses mean. Yeah, I'm a very forgiving person, but I wasn't always like this. Truth be told, if this happened 13 years ago, I would have gotten very angry with the Spoony one, seeing as I had a shorter temper back then than I do now, and rip him a new one. Painfully. What a way to say that you're not mad. I'm not mad, but if this had happened when I wasn't such a nice person, I would have been very angry, and I would have ripped him a new asshole. Like, okay. Like, this is the way Spoony treats his top #1 fan. This is how he makes people feel. Okay, this is quite possibly the funniest tweet I've ever seen in my life, so you're gonna want to see this. Okay, I might as well read my fucking monologue I have here. When a locale wanes in influence, the spotlight is often taken up by their most outrageous fan. In Spoony's case, this is a sycophantic admirer referred to as Warthog. On slow news days, Warthog's antics serve as a substitute topic of discussion. She tags Spoony's Twitter handle in most of her tweets to the point of harassment. She's extraordinarily gullible, believing that whenever a WWE wrestler, John Cena, followers on Twitter, she's earned the attention of the actual wrestler and not their social media manager. So she actually... Her Twitter account gets followed by the John Cena Twitter account, and she's like, oh my god, John Cena personally has noticed me. And it's like, no, idiot. Like, these celebrities have people who manage this stuff, and they just follow people just in order to expand their social media footprint. They don't actually know who you are. That's how gullible she is. She believes she's like just the textbook definition of parasocial relationship. Despite being Canadian, Warthog engages in Twitter fights over American politics, following in the footsteps of her celebrity crush. She also uses arthritis as an excuse not to do anything productive, much like Spoony and his illnesses. She dreams of being a wrestler. She would be worse at wrestling than Jim Sterling, but she has danes of being a wrestler, despite constantly injuring herself, falling out of bed, in the shower, falling downstairs, etc. Seriously, she tweets about falling down and hurting herself many times. It's so wild. Fun fact, her brother was on an episode of Canadian Intervention for meth. Speaking of Derek, she writes in the same repetitively obnoxious way where everything has to be over-explained. Warthog gets into a Twitter relationship... Oh my god, this is... Warthog gets into a Twitter relationship, who's in America, by the way. They don't even live anywhere near each other. A blind gamer who follows Super Blind Man. So small world, right? There's some cow overlap there. He is also a diaper fetishist. Go figure. She continues competing with Spoony on who can be more pathetic. Like, I'm not kidding about this. Oh my god. She calls this guy her significant other. And if you look into his Twitter history, he is a straight up diaper fetishist. Like, what the fuck are these people? Warthog incessantly tweets at two people, Spoonie and a proto-locale who goes by Depression Muse. Depression Muse tweets nonstop about, well, her depression. I only mention her because she posted one of the most hilarious tweets I have ever seen. And this is it. This is a suicide attempt. This is a picture of a suicide attempt. If you don't know what's happening here, this is a plastic grocery bag partially covering her head, and there's a roll of tape like wrapped around the bottom. So she tried to put the bag over her head and tape it up in order to suffocate herself. Failed attempt. I tore open the bag as soon as I couldn't breathe. Folks, I don't think I can go through with this. Like, imagine, this is so crazy if you think about this in context. So imagine taping a bag over your head to try and suffocate yourself. You back out by ripping the bag, and your first thought is to post a selfie and tweet about it. It's almost like a parody. It's like a suicide attempt directed by Juicy Smollett. Oh my god. And the expression on her face is so funny. This is peak unintentional comedy. There's a lot more I can say about this person, and I probably won't during the stream with Alt Insider to talk about the Spoonie one, because this is going way, way off topic. This is literally like an orbiter of an orbiter when it comes to Spoonie, so I probably won't get a chance to talk about it other than now. So I'll just say she's clearly schizophrenic. And the thing about schizophrenics is schizophrenia affects men and women differently. In a very noticeable way. Men with schizophrenia tend to obsess over women that they have not been with. You know, so they find like a celebrity and they obsess over that celebrity and wish they could have a relationship with that celebrity. Women with schizophrenia is like the opposite. Women with schizophrenia focus on men that they've been with in the past. So they try and reform relationship with men that they've already been with, whereas male schizophrenics obsess over relationships that they've never had. It's a very clear distinction that I've noticed. And it's true with her as well. A lot of times female schizophrenics will reach a point where they just go on social media and they just start lying about their exes, like their ex-husbands. Like they'll say things like, oh, he's a rapist, he raped me, or like he's a psychopath. Basically just to try and get their attention. They just straight up slander the guy with the intention of making the guy want to hire a lawyer and to try and get her to stop like slandering his name in public. Because that's what she wants. She wants the attention. She wants to offend him to the point that he pays attention to her. And that happens a lot. It's something I've noticed looking at schizo cows like Lucas Warner and a bunch of other schizos like Daniel Larson, things like that. The Patreon falls under $300 a month. It's a pretty good animated GIF. Okay, this is another comic book that I totally didn't make myself. This was stolen off of Kiwi Farm shamelessly. Make sure you can see this. In actuality, these panels are a lot bigger, but I just cropped and zoomed in order for them to be more visible. Him sleeping, he wakes up with a fright. I had a nightmare. Somewhere someone said, on second thought, Spoonie is not funny. Betrayal. My ego shouldn't have to endure this kind of abuse from haters. No, nobody should. I'll show them. I'll show everyone. Squish. The Spoonie Experiment. This is his Twitter account. One tweet says, wah, wah, wah. The other one says, I'm sad, so sad. And then a new tweet pops up. Orange Man bad. It's retweeted from some fig. And that's his dopamine receptor there in his brain. Just a very emaciated, underfed portion of his brain just farting out another tweet of dopamine. And that makes Spoonie very happy. Very, very happy. He's like, take that, you fuck. 2009 Mashable Award winner, bitch. I'm so funny. And then he has his DSP moment as he gets likes for his tweet, because anyone who says anything negatively about Orange Man, it's an automatic source of approval. Oh shit, I used too much of my power again, shutting down. And then Oreo calls him a cuck. It's a very wise dog. Oreo's the hero in this story. There are no heroes except for Oreo. Please feed me, as he passes out. And then we're back to square one, where he wakes up 3 days later. Here's another comic by a very talented person. Trump tweets, "Tonight, Flotus and I tested positive for COVID-19. We'll begin our quarantine and recovery process immediately. We'll get through this together." And Spoonie is very happy about this, as his home is getting foreclosed on and a U-Haul is taking his things away. He's very satisfied that the president is undergoing hardship. It's the only thing that gives him any sort of pleasure. 2021. Here's a couple years in review. So 2017, no written reviews, 25 live wires, 38 tweets per day, totaling 13,000 tweets in the year. He started 2017 over $1,000 a month at Patreon. By the end of that year, he's about $500. 2018, 11,000 tweets. Like, literally, this is so ridiculous. Patreon began over 500 and so under 500. 2019, 8,000 tweets. Patreon starts at 481, it ends at 389, and then 2020, his tweeting has actually wound down a little bit from 389 Patreon down to under 300. And whoever made these, I guess, hasn't made updates for 2021 and beyond. I guess they were too busy. And that's about all I've caught up on. At least in video form. Trump loses re-election in November with the bane of Spoonie's existence and the subject of literally thousands of angry tweets defeated. He is finally able to put his shattered life back together. Just kidding. Spoonie continues to deteriorate, almost as though Trump wasn't actually the problem. How strange. And there are many such cases of this. So many people on Twitter, when Trump was in office, did nothing but tweet at Donald Trump, blaming him for everything wrong in their lives. But when Trump is no longer in office, none of their lives turned around for the better. Which is very telling. Oh yeah, I forgot to include this part. I had months to pick a game and start the live stream, and I just can't do it. All I would be doing is airing dirty laundry about April, and I don't want to do that, which is so weird. It's so bizarre to be like, I don't want to live stream, because if I do, I'll talk bad about my ex-girlfriend. It's like, really? You can't control yourself? You don't want to live stream because you don't want to talk shit about your ex-girlfriend. Like, what kind of self-control is that? It's so weird. Like, how can you just decide on, can't you just decide what not to talk about? Like, focus on the video game. So weird. Okay, this one isn't in video form, so I'm gonna have to go through the pictures here. This is what Spoonie's house looks like when there's snow. I mean, it doesn't seem too bad, does it? Like, this doesn't seem like the house of someone who can't leave their house because there's too much snow. This is the point I'm getting at. Spoonie on Twitter says that he's snowed in, he can't get medication, and is suffering from withdrawal. When someone calls in a wellness check, Spoonie loses it. He can't stand it. He can't stand being called out. Massive icicles have formed directly over my front door. You almost got 2 cops killed. That's literally what he says. Like the cops are going to show up. By the way, this is how his house looks. He claims, well, I mean, I guess he's talking about this. But he says, like, you almost got those cops killed. They would have been impaled by the massive, dangerous icicles. Like, this is fucking, like, this is Castle Canehurst. And it's just like an environmental hazard. They're just going to get impaled like in Final Destination. Which is weird. One has to ask how cops were in danger, but not like food and medicine delivery people. Like, because I'm sure he ordered DoorDash, and he wasn't concerned at all that they were going to get impaled by the icicles. This is what it looks like. What do you imagines? I guess this is what it looks like in his mind. Just piles of corpses piled outside of his door. Oh god, that was a jump scare. That frightened me. I don't need any help. Leave, you're not welcome. Just all these dead people. There's some pretty insane tweets about this time. I wonder if I can sort by date and get them. So this is the tweet. The reason I have not been around is because I have been trapped in my house by snow for over a week. Deliveries cannot reach me. Deliveries cannot reach me. Like, what the fuck? What an obvious lie. Like, and it's one of those things where it's like, if he's lying about this, if he's lying about something that's so easily verifiable, what else could he possibly be lying about? It puts everything he says into question. You can't really take anything he says seriously if he lies to this extent. Deliveries cannot reach me. Look at the footprints. Apparently it's just fine. They're able to reach the front door. Like, just the melodrama, the way he hypes things up. The withdrawal effects of the venlafaxine. Oh my god, these medications. One has to wonder if they're really having an effect. Are horrible, they're horrible. I repeat, do not send anyone to check up on me. Do not send anyone to try and help. Either this will kill me, or it will not. Like, anyone concerned about his well-being would be like, this sounds serious. I'm gonna call just some people to come check up on you. Either this will kill me or it will not. No spoilers. Again, the real account, not a fake account. Let's see. Is this one? This is Matthew from Botchamania fame. This is like an aside. It doesn't really have anything to do with the snow, but still to point out. That awkward moment aside, I learned so much from Spoonie during my formative years on social media. I'd make notes and do the complete opposite of him. Who else does that sound like? Sounds quite like DSP, doesn't it? There's one here. Let's see. This is the one where he says, this is the tweet, just so you know. Someone disregarded my wishes and called the police. There are a few reasons I asked you not to do this. One of them is that my gutters are blocked and massive icicles have formed directly over my front door and could fall at any time. You almost got 2 cops killed. Let's see. There's one more here before I go into this. Oh, okay, here it is. I told you, it's useless. I spent most Friday afternoon calling snow cleaning services. Everyone's booked. Texas thinks it's frozen over. If I dropped just a snow in my driveway on Houston, there would be no survivors. Again, just a reminder. This is how his driveway looks. Apparently, if you dropped this onto the city of Houston, there would be no survivors. He's totally not exaggerating his personal problems for sympathy. But when cops come to his house, he threatens to DFE, I guess. It's been actual years and you've refused to talk with people about this, just to us, and told us to listen to you spiraling harder and faster. Now you tell us openly you may be dying, and you expect people to shut up and let it happen if it happens. No, that's not acceptable. And he says, from now on, I will tell you nothing. Problem solved. So again, it's that thing where it's like, if you don't do anything, you can't actually create anything. The only thing at that point that you're able to threaten anyone with is you going away. Like, you don't have anything to threaten anyone with other than access to yourself when that's your only commodity. It's so pathetic. But I get it. You were trying to help, and you have. Look how much better everything is now. I feel so much better. This is just what I needed. To be menaced at midnight by armed men who are expecting a madman with a knife. I may never stop dancing. This is my sarcasm dance. And just to prove how much this has helped me, I don't think I'll ever open up to a single goddamn one of you ever again. Okay. Like people are going to be like, oh no. He's going to stop trying to make everyone sad. Oh no. That person who sent that wellness check used to be ashamed and embarrassed with yourself. You're going to make it so Spoonie isn't going to tweet sadness at us anymore. It's like, fuck off, dude. I suppose I will lock this account. Spoiler, he didn't. I suppose I will lock this account. When I next return to this computer, I have nothing more to say. I have no stories left to tell. I no longer want to live stream. I no longer want to entertain. I no longer want to make people laugh. And I no longer care. It's so melodramatic. What do you have to say about that, Kat? What do you think?
So much drama. We're being so melodramatic.
Thank you, Kat. Very true. I thought you were going to lock this account. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I fucking boring you? Of course, he doesn't lock his account. He's immediately back to tweeting. I have been accused of acting like this in some bonker's attempt to win her back. Yeah, because how could she not come crawling back seeing all this? Move that down. Please. She ghosted me the day she walked out the door, and it was the smartest thing she could have done. I got what I deserved. You sure did. 2021. Like, here's a monologue. If Spoonie, like, here's the thing. If he had given up on content creation, like, there are non-zero amount of people who are like, leave Spoonie alone. Like, he's given up on content creation. Leave him alone. But the thing is, he didn't. Like, if he would have just said, I give up, I don't want to create content anymore, then people would have left him alone. But no. Like, instead he tweets nonstop about how he desperately wants trying and failing to live stream a game, which even then is something that had nothing to do with his initial success. Like, that's the thing. Like, he's so broken up about not being able to live stream. You notice in his list of complaints here, none of it is, I no longer want to make edited video reviews, which is the entire reason he was able to get the $5,000 a month in Patreon to begin with. It wasn't because he was live streaming. He wasn't even live streaming back then. It was only because of his edited videos. And then for some reason he's like, from now on, I'm going to live stream. I don't know why. It's so weird. He can't understand that even having the ability, let me start over. He can't understand that even having the ability to cry on Twitter for years on end is a first world luxury in and of itself. By September 21, it's been an entire year since his last live stream, which was that Death Stranding stream where he goes, but. Conversations with Curtis launches in April 2021, starring the main actor in Phantasmagoria 2. Spoonie would eventually be invited on in 2023. Spoonie gets another dog. Oh my god. Gets another dog named... oh my god.
God damn it.
Play, please.
Stop this!
Oh. For some reason my headphones turned off. Not enough audio, I guess.
Stop this!
Spoonie gets another dog named... I can't do it. Just read that. I'm not going to say it. Every time he says it in all caps. And he goes back to role-playing as the dog in that cringy, misspelled way that makes you want to crack a bat over his forehead. I don't even want to subject you to his tweets, because, God, they're so fucking obnoxious. He just... That intentionally misspelled way where every word is just misspelled. And he thinks it sounds so cute and quirky and funny, but it just gives me just brain aneurysms every single time I have to read it. So fucking terrible. Oh, thank you, Billy. I did not know that. I didn't know that at all. I thought it was because it was like a Chihuahua mix, and it was like a Hispanic thing. But it's an acronym to Hit Armor Class 0, so it's a D&D reference. I get it. That's why it's in all caps. Thank you, Billy. Thank you. 2022. By now, Spoonie's Kiwi Farms thread hosts some of the more in-depth discussions about Final Fantasy VIII than pretty much anywhere, so we've gone full circle. We went full circle from year one, talking about Final Fantasy VIII, to the point where... hold on, I got a call. to the point where just Spoonie is so boring that the people in his Kiwi Farms thread just talk about Final Fantasy VIII for pages on end, which I appreciate because I love Final Fantasy VIII. The people on that thread, who, by the way, as a reminder, does not include me, of course. We talk about Final Fantasy VIII a lot. Yeah, but I fucked it up. Spoonie sucks at Sekiro. And we're up to page, let's see here, 1029. So let me make a note of that. 1029, his total thread is about 1040 pages. So almost to the end there. So one thing I want to watch is his conversations with Curtis. We're gonna watch this because I have not seen it. I want to see the one with Spoonie. Let's see. When was this even? I guess I'll do a search. It'll be quicker. Spoonie. Oops. It would help if I spelled it right. There we go. 9 months ago. 1 day ago. So wild. 8 days ago, 9 months ago, 1 year ago. Okay, I guess it's this one from 9 months ago. This is an hour long. Let's take a look.
Hey everyone, welcome to Conversations with Curtis. My name is Paul Morgan Stetler, and I am the host of this program, and I want to welcome you. I'm coming at you from a hotel room in Southern California, where I'm doing
he's got
a
his
work
own
tour.
hotel arc.
And so I don't have my setup. I have a laptop with a bad camera and no
Tell me about it.
microphone, kind of hearkening back to
I can't spell.
The old days of 2021.
Curtis.
But I wanted to introduce my interview with Noah Antweiler, the Spoonie one himself. I'm very excited to share this interview with you.
Like, this is so irritating. It's so obnoxious. Because, I mean, you've seen the tweets that I went over. Him saying, oh, the only possible way I could survive 2019 is if Canada grants me asylum. It's like, all the doom and gloom shit just looks more and more insane when you wake up the next morning and everything is fine. You know what I mean?
But
like all that moping, all that despair, all that trying to make people sad, and then years later you're still kicking. It's like, so what was the point?
I want to just give you a little context.
The news about Michael Ower. I don't know who that is. Tell me more, please.
About this whole thing.
I appreciate it.
So, as you probably know, Noah Antweiler.
I'm going to get something to drink. My throat is scratchy.
Is almost single-handedly responsible for introducing Phantasmagoria 2 to thousands and thousands of people. His Let's Play of that game in 2008 was legendary. It was a Mystery Science Theater 3000 kind of a send-up. He was unbelievably funny. Almost every single moment is filled with great jokes and humor and really completely on point observations. And really, it's because of him, I think, that so many of you know about Phantasmagoria 2, and as a result now know about Conversations with Curtis. So the moment I started Conversations with Curtis, people immediately said, you need to talk to Spoon. So I looked into it, and I found that Spoonie is a very polarizing figure. He had some
asshole.
Emotional troubles
He's a fucking dickhead.
that he had to deal with. And he kind of took himself offline for the last couple of years, trying to take care of himself and get him back to a place of mental health.
God damn it.
And I reached out to him a little bit.
This is just as annoying as people who simp for DSP. Like, this guy's a Spoonie simp. Like, He's been trying to better himself on Twitter. Like, no, he wasn't. He was sitting on Twitter just being a fucking black hole of sadness, like being just an unbelievable prick. But okay, he's leave him alone, man. He's just trying to get by in the world.
That time, and he never responded. And I realized that wasn't where he's at right now. But then time went by, and I'm continuing to do this. And I reached out a couple more times, and then one day I got an email or a DM from him, apologizing for not responding, letting me know that it's been a really tough year or two,
or 5,
but that he'd like to maybe talk at some point. So I respond and say, that sounds great. More time goes by, and I think I reach out 1 or 2 more times. And then he responded and said, yeah, let's talk. So we scheduled a time, and that time was this past Sunday. So here's what I want to tell you about this interview. There's a couple things. One, I felt a certain nervousness about talking to him, not knowing what he would be like or if he was going to be open to a real conversation. And 2, being able to deliver something to...
I'm going to do something while I'm listening to this. I'm going to open up Blender and start work on replacing one of my VTuber costumes that I lost when my hard drive got destroyed. Let's see. What was some of your favorite costumes? So I have a place to start. Just so I can get some ideas. Let me know, and then I'll work on it. Futaba? Oh, yeah. Wait, no, I do have that one. I still have that one. Let's see. Right. Yeah, I was using that every Wednesday in place. Oh, yeah, I should probably redo the Froppy one, huh? I should start with Froppy. Let's see.
To our fans and to his fans, that would be something of worth. And I'll be honest, I don't know if we quite got there. And it's mostly my fault. I feel like I was not prepared for this interview the way I normally am. I didn't have the time to put as much thought and prep work into this as I normally do. But we started to talk, and it was great. He was open and humble and kind, and clearly someone who has come out of
You should not be on Twitter.
Profound. And we didn't get into it. He asked in advance not to talk in depth about his struggles. But I really liked how open he was, and we had a great talk. And what I had planned to do was cut together a number of clips from his Let's Play of
It's so fucking obnoxious to have someone who's just such a sad sack. Everyone tries to help him. Everyone tries to get him support. But a celebrity reaches out to him and he's like, oh, okay. Oh yeah, I'll talk to you. And it's like, really? So what the fuck was all that? I can't get over it. I can't get over how fucking ridiculous it is to shut yourself off from the world waiting for someone with enough money and enough clout to reach out to you. So basically you're just... God, I don't know. There's got to be a word for it. Where you're just like, you're as miserable as possible just for attention from the biggest hitter who's willing to reach out. It's so idiotic. It's like the Keemstar effect, if there's any word for it.
Us too. And in fact,
it's so just scummy and underhanded and annoying.
Out to a bunch of our Patreon members and Discord
members. All his fans, all the people who gave him money, all those people who he says, like, oh, you're the reason I am where I am today. All those people reached out to him on Twitter and were like, dude, like, get help. You want to talk about this? And he just pushes them away, and he's like, no. But the only reason he pushed them all away is because they didn't have enough power and influence. But then someone comes along, like a pseudo-celebrity, and he's like, oh, okay, I'll talk to you. It's like, well, fuck you, man. You really don't deserve that attention. You really don't deserve it.
of their favorite moments.
I
And the
hate
idea
it.
was to cut all those together.
You deserve
And
to
then
be
after
told to fuck
Spoonie
off,
and
just
I
like you
talked
told
for
to
a
everyone
while,
else.
to share those clips with him
I
and
hate it.
have him comment on those. I didn't get a chance to finish all those
So
clips
irritating.
before the interview, but I had about 25 minutes worth. And then I had this great idea, or at least I thought it was a great idea, about a couple hours before the interview, where I thought, hey, what? Maybe it would be fun for Spoonie and I, if he's up for it, to do a full Let's Play of his Let's Play. And take our time and do it in like 5 parts, 5 1-hour parts, like his Let's Play is. And just spend time watching him play Phantasmagoria and talk about the game that I happen to be in. And it seemed like a really fun meta exercise. And I reached out to him just about an hour before the interview and asked if he'd be interested. And he came back and said, yeah, let's go for it. So after about 35, 40 minutes of us chatting, we booted up his Let's Play and started to watch it. And it was really fun. And there were a lot of good things in there, but it became super clear to me early on that this wasn't the right way to go. That spending, potentially 5 hours watching someone else's Let's Play, especially someone who had so much great commentary, that if we're commenting over his commentary, then we're losing the commentary. So it became clear that that this wasn't right. And so I stopped the recording at that point. He and I talked about how, that doesn't quite feel right. And we strategized about what we could do next. And at that point, I thought I would just sort of scrap the interview and we would do it again. But I think there's a lot in here that you guys are going to like. And so what I want to do is release my interview with Spoonie right now for you to watch. I'm going to cut out the Let's Play stuff. And then what happened was I wasn't going to record anymore, but he and I started to talk about some, we started to get into some really interesting stuff. And I realized there was something genuine happening, and I asked if we could record again. And he said yes. And so then we talked a little bit about where he's at right now and what he wants to do with his, with his life and his career. And I really thought there were some real interesting moments in there. So what you're going to see is my very first interview with Noah Antweiler. I'm going to cut the Let's Play. And then I'm going to show you the tail end of that interview. And then what you're going to learn is that he has agreed to come on Conversations with Curtis for a live stream event where we will continue our conversation.
Yeah,
he will take
just
a
give
live
him
Q&A
that undeserved
of the chat.
attention.
And then we will watch about
After years
40
of
minutes of
shitting on his audience.
moments from his Let's Play of Phantasmagoria 2.
What a
and I will have
reward.
him comment
What a great
on those moments.
reward.
So that's going to be happening in the near future. We don't have those dates lined up yet, but we're going to make that happen. But in the meantime, please enjoy
Good for
my
him.
interview, my first interview with Noah Antweiler, the Spoonie one himself.
Noah Antweiler.
Mr. Stetler.
We meet at last.
That's
Sir.
right.
Hello,
Hey,
sir.
honestly, I'm just glad you're not suing me, at least not yet.
Let's see how today goes. Exactly. I like Bard to the Bone. Are you a fan of? Is this a Shakespeare thing?
No. It's a reference to the Spoonie Bard thing.
You're gonna have to catch me up on a lot of things that I don't know.
The Spoonie thing is a reference to a video game called Final Fantasy.
Okay.
And it's a reference to what's kind of considered to be a poorly translated line, where one character calls another a Spoonie Bard.
A Spoonie Bard.
And so what's actually interesting is it's actually a very good translation, but nobody knows what Spoonie means. So I kind of took that and I rolled with it because I wanted to. I was naming a Dungeons and Dragons character, and I wanted to call him something that nobody knew the meaning of the word. So like Sir Lancelot the Brave.
Right.
Pure. I wanted to be Sir Tandem the something like some ostentatious word that nobody knew what it meant. So I was like, the Spoonie. What does that mean? So and I was like, oh, well, it's Elvish. Don't worry about it. And
I love it. Did you ever dig in to what it could have meant in those under those circumstances?
It does. What it means is foolishly sentimental or romantic. So actually, in context, it's a brilliant translation because that's actually literally what he's calling him, but in just one word.
Oh, that's great.
So I actually want to find the person who localized the game from Japan because that translation is amazing.
Yeah. So it became the Spoonie one. Did it get to the Spoonie one? Did it morph along the way?
The Spoonie one was just kind of a name, kind of a pen name I did because the very first thing I started doing was I started writing for a comic book. I did a movie review column for a comic book, and I just decided to call myself Spoonie. Just because everyone was like, you have to have an internet handle.
Right.
So I just thought that was a fun name, and it's something people remember. So
Yeah. Well, hey, man, I just want to thank you for taking the time to do this. People have been ever since I started this, whatever this thing is I'm doing. It goes way back. So back in 2008, my Facebook messages started to blow up. I started getting all of these. Are you Curtis? Spoonie says hi, or whatever this was, and I had no idea what was going on.
I didn't send them, I swear.
No, I didn't get the sense you did, and I didn't really engage because at that point I didn't know what you were doing, and then I finally heard and realized that you were doing a Mystery Science Theater kind of send up of Phantasm, which it absolutely deserved. We were doing that ourselves on set when we were filming it, so it made total sense. And then I watched a little of it, and I thought I just maybe watched 5-10 minutes of it way back then, and I thought it's really funny, but at the same time, not sure I can sit and watch 4 hours of me being made fun of. So I just kind of let it go. And then it just, over the years I would hear about it. And then when I created this little channel, by the way, we're in the, I thought you'd get a kick. I'm in the therapist's office. This is the background of the therapist's office.
Oh, I get it.
So this is my place to ask you some questions now.
Okay.
So anyways, it was just a long, your name and our name somehow got entwined because of this incredible thing that you pulled off. And so it is a truly, truly beloved Let's Play that people talk to with incredible fondness. And as I've watched it, I totally see it. So I'm just dying to talk to you about that. I haven't watched any of your others, and I hear that Phantasm 2 isn't even one of your best. But what you do and what's that?
I think it is. I actually haven't done any other Let's Plays quite as
he
involved.
does look pretty bad.
Because none of them are quite as cinematic as Phantasmagoria 2 is.
Let's back up. I want to get to know you just a little bit. So where are you from?
I was born in St. Louis, Missouri, but I have virtually no memory of that. So I grew up in Mesa, Arizona.
Mesa, Arizona. All through high school and all that? Yeah. And are you still in Arizona?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's been your hometown ever since.
No.
And I know that...
No, that's wrong. He moved to Aurora, Illinois to be closer to April, and then he got evicted and moved back to Arizona to live in his brother's house.
Tell me a little bit.
Okay. Let's just brush past that.
If you can, just give me a brief sense of family and mom, dad, brothers, sisters, all that stuff.
Oh, they're doing fine. My brother's a civil engineer, my older brother, and my younger brother is a sheriff's deputy.
Oh, wow.
My sister works for the state. She's I'm actually not sure what her job is now, but she was a civil engineer for a while. But yeah, she's I think she works also in southern Arizona as well.
What's the age difference between the four of you?
Oh, geez, my younger brother's 2 years younger than me, and he's the youngest, and the others are about 10 to 12 years older.
Oh, wow, big gap. Okay,
yeah.
Same mom and dad, or was there a switch? And okay, they just took a break, I guess.
They took a break, and they somehow. I was the one who kind of broke the streak, I guess.
Yeah. And what do your parents do, or what did they do?
Oh, they're retired. My dad worked for McDonnell Douglas, and then later for Boeing.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And so, what was your first introduction to computers, computer games? How did you? What got you hooked?
My dad. My dad was he. This was before anyone really had computers, when computers had one color on the monitor, and so we were among the first to have a personal computer, one with a text prompt and everything. And it was we were playing games like monochrome games like Ultima, and my older brother and I was too young to really understand what was going on, but I was just sitting there watching him just in fascination as he would play with these video games. This is before Nintendo.
So you're like what, 5 and he's 15 kind of thing?
Yeah. Roundabout. And so I was just always fascinated with what computers could do. And I started, I as soon as I could, I took programming classes. And That was when I was introduced to the Oregon Trail.
Yep.
And I would finish my work really quickly because in that class anyway, I was really good. So, and then we would be playing on the Apple II computers, Oregon Trail in monochrome, very silly, the entire class, all day, every day. And so that was really the first multiplayer game I ever really started playing. And so you get to know people a certain way, the way they play Oregon Trail as well. My friend Bill always wanted to just shoot buffalo. He had this. He would always just cackle as he would just massacre buffalo left and right because you only need to kill one, right?
Right.
You can only drag that much meat back, but he was just like, look how many I can get, Noah.
Man, we're off on a tangent.
He got really good at that game.
That's great.
Or really terrible at that.
Now,
game.
this was not you're not talking about the text version of it. This was a more
no, Oregon Trail was well.
It started off as a text adventure, right? Where you would it would say, okay,
like the only watching
beginning all up.
I think what let me see. What the second thing that really kind of inspired me was I joined drama club.
Oh, great. Yeah, tell me about that.
So that was when I started. I didn't have a lot of friends, and so and I was actually a very quiet
Imagine
kid
that.
because I was nerdy and I didn't know how to deal with people. I was your kind of typical computer nerd, and so that one actually hanging out with people I wouldn't have normally hung out with, I think, and doing things that were out of my comfort zone and just having fun.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think drama club was just fantastic for me.
It's
By the way, Spoonie cannot figure out how to unzip a 7-zip file. He cannot figure out how to emulate a game in DOSBox, and he's probably still to this day using Windows 7. So this whole computer nerd shit is all bullshit.
Amazing.
It's just complete fabrication, just pretend nerd cred.
Experience. I think everybody...
I'm not kidding about that. To this day, he is most likely using Windows 7.
I think... It should almost be required just because.
I was in marching band, and that's the thing is a lot of the extracurricular programs nowadays, schools are underfunded, and they're cutting all those programs.
All these programs that make such a huge difference, and when adults think, well, why would we fund something that they're not going to do later on in life? It's so short-sighted.
It made high school and junior high bearable.
Yeah.
That's a really good point. Now they're teaching journalism because why have a programming class when you can have a journalism class?
Yeah.
I mean, and like I said, it was my only outlet for friends. Like I wouldn't have had friends otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's such an incredible thing. And I actually started looking back into, I wanted to volunteer for the high school band.
I'm not bitter.
Like to teach the high school band, and they cut it.
This is recently?
Yeah, they cut the high school marching band.
Oh man,
I couldn't even volunteer if I wanted.
Oh, that's a bummer. Luckily, where I'm at,
Spoonie reaching out to schools to volunteer to be an instructor in the marching band. Yeah, that totally happened. Dude, this guy's such a fucking liar. It pisses me off.
Still being taught music in schools, and
he's already lied so much during this interview. God damn it.
But yeah, okay. And you play. When did you start playing?
When did I start playing? My freshman year I started playing. Actually, the first instrument was violin, but I didn't stick with that. In high school, I started playing pit percussion, which is essentially like xylophone, marimba, piano, that sort of thing. The big timpani drums and stuff like that. All the stuff that's played in. The reason I call it pit percussion is it's the stuff that gets played in the orchestra pit.
Right.
So I wanted to play with all the really fun toys that nobody else got to play with, and so it was me getting to play with the big musical toys.
Yeah, I never played. I regret it terribly. I was really shy too. I played sports. So I had I had an in, because I was so into that and playing, and that really kept me going. But to put myself in a position of being around a bunch of people, not knowing, just absolutely,
What sport did you play?
What's that?
What sport?
I played. I did a bunch of it, but the sport I was really into was football. I had I played really. I had a great high school career, and then very quickly realized that college was was a totally different environment. I played 2 years, and and I blew my knee out my second year, and that was a life-changing experience because I had no clue what I wanted to be. I was just playing sports and all that. I blew my knee out, and back then, this is like late '80s, early '80s. They didn't know how to reconstruct, ACLs the way they do now. They can do it pretty efficiently now, but back
like tendons and like Tommy John surgery and stuff like that. That used to be like revolutionary.
yeah, and now they can do it, and you can walk out of the hospital that day. But I tore my ACL. The doctors made this weird decision to not to rebuild it. And so they basically said, hey, you're going to be on an unsteady knee for the next, for your life. So just be careful. And so I just completely lost all aspects of my physical abilities. And about 8 years later, I could barely walk. And I finally went in and got a reconstructive surgery at the college I was going to. And that kind of made things more bearable. But yeah, it's been a lifetime thing that I've had to kind of
knock the world, just the legs out from, not fall. That's a bad analogy. Knock the legs out from under you. That must have just changed everything for you, though. Like
it did, and then that's where I had, like you, I had found the drama club in junior high school. Just this crazy mix of bizarre, children of the lost toys or whatever, and I always loved it. I always felt I always loved, and I'd always sneak over when I was in high school or when I was in college. I'd sneak over to the drama department and audition for a play or do something, and just never thought it could be something you could make a living at. And then it wasn't until well after college, that I thought, okay, I'm going to give it a go. And
me neither. I never thought I could make a living, even temporarily, doing what I do. When I was doing a dinner theater, we got paid $20 a night, and that actually, believe it or not, put me in basically the top 5 percentile of paid actors in Arizona. the fact that I got paid at all.
Yeah.
Because most actors work unpaid.
They do.
It's really remarkable. And the fact that that I was able to make a living making fun of games and talking about video games, it's so remarkable, especially today, that's their entire career. That's.
Yeah, and you did it, from what I know, so where, it sounds to me like there were a couple people doing that when you first started. Is that right? That you were sort of,
I wasn't the first, but I was among the first.
Right.
To become really popular. I don't think anybody, even the people who were doing it at the time, were doing it to make a living that way.
Yeah.
They had a popular show, but this was before very big YouTube ad revenues or anything like that. This is before YouTube even really was something that had ads.
Right. Well, I remember, I'm not technically inclined. And so, I'm learning so much right now by what I'm doing here and learning OBS software and all this stuff. So it's been a crazy adventure for me, but I've not been that person. So I remember, around the time that you started, YouTube wasn't really even it was there, but it really wasn't as mainstream as it is now. Now we all have our own YouTube channel. We all have our own, the stuff.
I know, right?
It becomes, it's like TV now. It's basically part of your TV culture. But back then,
education. Download movies off.
Exactly. So tell me a little bit about what you were walking into at the time in terms of, what was that must have really been the Wild West.
I wasn't walking into anything. It was sort of Mystery Science Theater really changed my life.
Yeah.
Just because I loved it so much, and then it went off the air. And so what got me started, what I was walking into, was I wanted to make a fan series that was basically just ripping off Mystery Science Theater. I wanted to do the same thing with the puppets and the robots and the I was going to do public domain movies because there's plenty of those. And so I even went so far as to building robots, and then I realized I needed other people to help me do it.
Yeah, that's the first.
And so I was like, my friends, they liked watching bad movies and all that stuff, and I was like, hey, do you guys want to watch bad movies and film us riffing them and watch these movies several times in a row? And they weren't that good for they weren't quite up for that.
Yeah.
And so I decided I'd seen other characters I'd seen other people talking about video games and stuff like that, and I had a camera and I had a robot that I didn't know what to do with. So I still don't know what to do with the robot. He just kind of sits near the chair. And so I decided I was going to talk about video games, talk about whatever sprang to mind. And what I started talking about stuff that I grew up with, that kind of formed me as a person.
Yeah.
The crazy stuff that I grew up with playing with, and things like the Ultima series, things like The Secret of Monkey Island,
which I played for the first time about a month ago.
Yes, this all that stuff, the graphic adventure games, the Sierra games that I grew up with, that my brother and I would play and try to figure out together, because this was before the internet. We couldn't look up the solutions online. You had to bash your head against the screen until you figured it out.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to talk about all those things. And so I didn't realize I was jumping into anything. And it wasn't until like I started talking about Phantasmagoria was actually one of the first videos that really took off for me.
Really?
Yeah. I did one on the Atari ET game, but that one was really popular. But like in terms of, I didn't even know that people were interested in watching somebody watch a game, like play through a game.
That to me, I feel like in a way, at least from my perspective, everybody's doing that now, but you were truly one of the first people to be doing that with such a big and growing audience. And
it wasn't. I'll show you how the sausage is made, maybe, and if we're gonna watch the show, you'll maybe be able to spot how I did this.
Yeah, I'm very curious.
I cheated a little bit.
God.
When I played through it, I recorded my impressions and my jokes live as I was playing the game. But then when I'd finished like a session, I stopped, I looked at the video, and I went back through the video again. And whenever there were times that like I fell silent, or I didn't like the joke, or I wanted to add a joke, I would then like record on top of myself.
Oh, fantastic.
So I kind of made two passes.
And did you do that all the way through, or did you find that when I watched some of it, it seemed to me that the first hour or so feels very pure. It feels very much like you are just experience. You have no idea what you're getting yourself into.
Right. And I think the first hour. I'm sorry to interrupt. The first hour, I think, was me just going through it just once, because I didn't know what to expect. I had heard. Now, like, I'm going to explain my feelings on the game a little bit later, but at the time, I had heard that Phantasmagoria 2 was terrible.
Okay.
That was the impression I heard. And the reason I heard that was because I heard that it financially had flopped.
Yeah.
For Sierra Interactive anyway. And so I was really gung-ho to see this really, really bad full motion video thing, because games historically up to that point with full motion video were pretty terrible.
Oh yeah.
They just were. And so I was really unprepared for quite how, I don't want to say just how like a really great B movie that it was. Like how
you can't backtrack now and say how good it
no, and actually that's what I wanted to get into it, because there's a lot more going on to Phantasmagoria 2 than just kind of a creepy monsters story. It is that. But actually it's saying a lot, I think, about human sexuality. And I think it's actually a rather, you don't see games like that today. Yeah. You definitely didn't see games like that talking about the stuff that your character goes through back then.
Yeah.
At all. So there's a lot going on behind the characters that's kind of that's kind of obscured by what seems to be kind of silly alien, monsters zapping people, turning into pizzas. I think it's easy to mistake what's going on there, because there's actually a very mature story, or at least a very mature.
It's also about mental health. It's also about it's also about, as you said, sexuality, but also like
Yeah, I hear you, Samurai Sensei. I had to sell my Oculus DK2 for the same reason, so I know what you're going through.
alternate behavior, and I've had more people.
Not DK2. That's development kit. I mean the Oculus Rift 2.
Well, as I've kind of
the MetaQuest
come out of the shadows to talk about this stuff, talk to me about how, this game was their first introduction to going, oh, somebody else is experiencing this too. And in this game, what the thing that I love about this game is, whatever faults it has, is it never passed judgment on any of the characters. Exactly. Never passed judgment on any of the on the topics that it was exploring.
So exactly, for instance, Trevor, the character who's gay, I was fully expecting, because almost everything that involves a gay character, be it a movie, video game, anything, turns the gay character into a flaming stereotype.
Yep.
Someone who lisps, who's very effeminate, who's very offensive. And this game does not do that.
Yeah.
He is a character who is gay, and your character is his friend. At no point does he, you must let me dress you. There's no point where there's like some kind of, you're not making crazy, nobody's making jokes in reference to him being gay. Nobody's making flaming impressions of him.
Right.
What about
he's a straight up character, and he's taken seriously.
Okay.
And so that's
and he never comes on to Curtis. And Curtis is at one point near the end, Curtis actually makes a gesture towards him, and he revokes it, or he refuses it, which I think Trevor is the most level-headed character in the whole game.
So yeah, that's why I say I'm not backtracking when I say, like, on the surface, yes, it's a very silly, very funny kind of B movie, but I think in a lot of ways it's important.
Yeah.
In the way that it explores issues, and the way that it's not afraid to explore the issues. And I think if there was a reason that it failed, if it did fail, that was why. I don't think people were ready for that.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it was. I think it was this. What I remember was that the gamers back then were like, it was just too slow. They needed to interact, and then the people who were really interested in how FMV was starting. It was shortly thereafter that FMV pretty much imploded and stopped. I think there wasn't much more after that. But so it was interesting because, like, again, this was all real sets as opposed to the blue screen. It just, the quality was better and better. I would have been really curious to see, had it had another few years, what levels could they have gotten to? It's only now that you're seeing in the 2020s that you're seeing any kind of resurgence of full motion video in games. Like, have you watched any of them? Do you is that interesting to you, watching like the Sam Barlow stuff or the Contradiction or whatever? They're mostly Contradiction was really great. Yeah, and that was the closest I'd seen in a long time to anything that resembled a full production in terms of locations, in terms of sets, in terms of like real actors. Right. When I say real actors, a lot of times it's just people who work at the office. Yeah. The only other games that I saw with full motion video up to that point was like Wing Commander 4, which had Mark Hamill in it. Right. So I was like, you're kind of in.
Speaking of Mark Hamill, another jackass who uses Twitter in the absolute worst way possible.
Rare company. Yeah. When it comes to actors who've appeared in this medium, there's not many.
Well, maybe if
that's the thing. I actually wrote that down in my text file, but I skipped past it. Let's see. Let me pull it up real quick.
This little thing of mine grows. I might be able to get some of those guys to come and talk about their experience. That would be fun.
Mm-hmm.
Get some of the big boys to. Because there was, Walken and Mark Hamill and what's his name from. Tim Curry and all those folks. Yeah. Well, we've talked. We were definitely going to get into looking at your playthrough, but I just want to talk a little bit about. So I just want to kind of get more sense of your trajectory. So you you release Phantasm 2, and
So this is what I wrote. There's something to be said about how when celebrities make polarizing, divisive political tweets, they have the clout and money to not suffer too much backlash. However, when their fans emulate this behavior, they divide their small fan bases to the point that they suffer financial ruin. I don't think people like Mark Hamill and Will Wheaton understands this, let alone cares. Spoonie treated Twitter the same way that Mark Hamill treats Twitter, but Mark Hamill has enough money and enough fans to not ruin his career over it. Whereas these smaller creators act like Mark Hamill and they lose it all because of it, because they act like such insufferable dickbags and they can't really afford to divide their audiences down those political lines. But, the big celebrities don't give a fuck.
it must have been really fun for you as the game progressed, and as it sounds, I can see now that as you would look through your comments, and then I even found a couple moments where I'm like the waiter, your receipts monologue is just so unbelievably brilliant, and I really can see where you must have watched it, you must have made a couple comments, and then you went back and at one point and went, oh, I know what to do here.
Yeah, because in every scene he's doing this, and I'm guessing that was just the direction. I'm guessing you shot those in one go, those cafe scenes, kind of in one go, and so it wasn't a big deal. The director was just like, okay, we need somebody in the background doing business stuff.
Yeah,
receipts, but it's in every shot that he's.
I put a little compilation of all the receipt jokes, which is really great. But yeah, it must have been really fun because it just got more and more involved with each episode, that you just started to take it to higher and higher levels, which had to have been. And were you getting, it sounds like you were getting real-time feedback. Were you doing live streams?
No.
Or you were recording it, and then, when did you release it? Yeah, tell me how you would do it.
I wasn't yet doing live streams. These were, a Let's Play is different from a live stream in the sense that a Let's Play is just usually recorded, I think.
Yeah, okay.
I think so.
All right.
And so I didn't know how to live stream, if that was even possible back in the day. But I could record game footage, and I could record myself talking over game footage. And
Gotcha.
So that's what I was doing.
Gotcha.
But if I was getting any feedback, it was from the comments in previous videos. And because the thing is, I think what you may have queued up is I later released the Phantasmagoria series in terms of hours.
Yes, that's what I've got, pretty much.
I think I initially started releasing them in very small episodes, like maybe 10, 20 minutes.
Oh, okay.
So it came out in like 30, maybe 40 parts.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
So I think I was turning them around a lot faster than that. I wasn't turning them out in terms of hour-long episodes.
Gotcha.
So if I was getting any feedback or response to the jokes that worked, it was in terms of those shorter episodes.
Gotcha.
And I don't even think you can find those shorter episodes. I may have taken them down because a lot of them got copyright flagged.
Oh, really?
For whatever reason. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure if it was music. It's usually music or some kind of background.
No, because it's all the music's from it's Gary Spinrads, and he's never gone off and tried to make a thing of it. We've been using it forever. So yeah, you must have got flagged somehow. But
I got a few claims, but I can't remember why.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the hour-long episodes were a lot easier to handle.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think I initially released them as I know I didn't release them initially as hour-long episodes.
Yeah. So you do this game, and you get a lot of incredible feedback. What's it like? When do you start to realize that you're onto something and you have this ability to create this kind of content? And then where do you take it from there? And you seemed like you had a pretty good run for a while there.
You're onto something when the view, you can pretty easily follow the view count on the videos, and in terms of your subscribers, that's. I knew I was onto something because people kept on Twitter and stuff. They kept asking, when's the next episode coming out?
Okay.
So that's people were asking for more.
And I told them it'll be done when it's done.
But it was that, and I was doing reviews of the Final Fantasy series, like Final Fantasy X. Those were by far my most popular videos.
Now let's talk a little bit more about your Twitter activity. No, let's not.
And so it was just easy to see right away how fast those took off because people were because people when they like something, they ask for more.
Yeah.
And so I was always getting questions. When's the next episode coming out? And so that's a great problem to have.
Yeah, and there's such a simplicity to it
Fucking
too that's really great. Because like even now, I mean, I've got a green screen that does. I've got a little curtain that's on my wall that I can kind of do this. The production people have the ability to create production values that they couldn't before. And watching you in your bedroom at the time and just sort of having fun and not trying to hide the fact that you are where you are, but still creating these moments. And I think that was there was a real charm to that.
Yeah, and it was an authenticity.
Yeah,
to it, because I never wanted to claim like I was some super nerd that I was better than anybody else.
Oh my god!
I was just some kid who played some stuff, and maybe you played them too. And if you didn't, here's what it was like.
Right.
I always wanted to be authentic more than anything.
And so, how does gaining that kind of fandom?
Good God.
How does that affect you? Does that become? I mean, it had to have been. There's got to be some really great highs and some, the world of.
I don't think I was better than anyone.
People get. I know what you're getting at. It's when I get invited to conventions. It's actually a little hard being an internet celebrity. D-list though I might be. It's actually very hard because a lot of the stuff you see is negative. A lot of the attention you get is negative.
Well, you're a negative
usually
person.
people only post a review like on Yelp or something. People only post a review if something went wrong.
Right, of course, yeah. You're not going to spend a lot of time praising something because you were happy and you're moving on.
People don't often post glowing.
What are you talking about? There aren't positive reviews on Yelp? Dude, you're trying really hard to make an analogy. Everyone's just so negative. Nobody's nice to me. It's because you're a fucking dick.
Reviews of stuff like this was great. They only have something when they're angry.
It's
so when I say
the
that
internet's problem.
any positive feedback one gets online is so incredible. It feels so good. And so when I would get invited to conventions to speak at conventions and just do stuff like that, seeing people in person, we don't get that feedback in person.
Yeah.
Almost ever. That is so valuable. That is it means so much to see people in person who like what you do and to tell you to your face that to remind you that they exist.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times it's easy to get caught up in negativity or to see more negativity than there really is.
Oh yeah. I mean, and I had to stop reading reviews when I was, in the height of my career, but when I was working more, because I got a review that was probably the best review I ever had, but it was something like, Paul was really, really good. He was brilliant in this moment, especially in Act 1 when he did this thing. And the first thing I thought was, well, what the hell is wrong with Act 2? What did I do wrong in Act 2? And so I couldn't accept the praise. I had to find some negative to it. And so, it's important to get that positive feedback. It's vital to get that positive feedback. But sometimes we can't even accept that, and if we are willing to accept the bad, then you have to accept the good. And I think that we have a hard time accepting the good sometimes,
And that's why I'm glad that I'm here to begin with, is because I hope you realize that when I was doing this review, you said initially that it was hard to watch because you were getting made fun of.
But I never felt like it was me. I totally got it. It was the character. I never felt ever that there was a couple moments like, oh, I hope he doesn't take a crack, or I hope, it wasn't just you, but I think other, the game got out there and people are doing all kinds. There's a ton of Let's Plays of Phantasm 2, and I just didn't want to come across like, oh, are they going to take a crack at something personal? And I never really ever got that from you. I really felt like you had fun. You had a couple funny cracks about acting, but it never felt personal. It was absolutely, I don't know. I'm lucky that way that I don't feel. I wasn't took so much ownership over it.
It was never personal against you, and I'm making fun of the movie.
Yeah.
But I'm not even. But I have no hostility towards anyone. Like I never would say like I wish this was never made.
Yeah,
Or I wish bad things would happen to anyone in this. Never.
Well, when I started doing this thing, now I'm starting to stream these old games, and I reached out to, and I want to ask you a little bit because I did I read a couple of your, or I've seen a couple of your early interviews from way back.
God,
but it sounds like you were a pretty big fan of Phantas
I don't
1
think
when it first
anyone-
came out, and
anyone
never
should feel
did
bad
Phantas
about
2. And
anything.
so I reached out to the actress who was the lead in that. After I finished playing, I finally played
I'm just a
Phantas 2 for
nice
the first
guy.
time, and so that was kind of bizarre, which is why I'm going to make you watch some of your...
Orange shirt.
What's that?
She who perpetually wore the orange shirt.
Exactly. So I reached out to her, and like myself, she had never played it before, so I got her to play her own game.
You never played
Yeah.
your own game, really?
No, and neither had I. And I think part of it is we didn't have the money or didn't have the computers that could do it. It's also hard to watch yourself. And
Yeah, and that was actually one of the harder things that you have to get over when you're doing what I do, is because I'm editing my own video.
yeah,
You get so critical of your own performance because you're watching yourself over and over and over again.
yeah, for sure.
Video. That's something you've got to get over.
Yeah.
Because that's otherwise you're never going to get anything done.
Right. Now, are you right now?
You don't
You're live streaming quite a bit these days. Is that right?
Yeah.
And how's that going? Are you enjoying that?
It's difficult for me because I don't know. I have too many choices. I have so many games to choose from to live stream, and because I don't know until I start
Whether you're gonna like it.
whether I'm going to like it or whether or not it's going to be good viewing.
Yeah. Do you feel comfortable punting when you need to, or do you? Yeah.
Yeah, if I have to, because I just played one called Library of Ruina, which is not a bad game, but I just don't think it's told in a style that's not very interesting to watch in terms of like as an audience.
Yeah. How do you like with live streaming? You can't go back and edit and add some fun quips that you didn't have. How do you like this process and just doing it, on the fly?
Well, that's when I say Phantasmagoria 2 it's unique in a way.
I know.
There really aren't that many games like that are told like a movie. That's why I haven't done many other Let's Plays in that style, is because
They're
you
not.
made
Oh my God.
another game that does like maybe Contradictions, which I did.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I mean, I even wasn't really making fun of that. That was a live stream, I think.
Okay.
But that was so much fun.
This guy's such a
I
fucking
I could do a
liar.
Let's Play. I mean, but I think the live stream was good enough on its own.
Yeah.
But I that's why I think, again, I'm not trying to kiss your ass when I say that Phantasmagoria 2, there's really not many things like it. That's my dog.
What's your dog's name?
Thaco.
Paco.
THAC 0.
Oh, Thaco. There you go. He heard me. He heard me saying his name. That's great.
Yeah.
That's right.
Focus.
Uh-oh. Anyway, but yeah, there's really not that many games like Phantasmagoria 2, and if there were, I would have done them.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I think it's a shame because I think, was it Roberta Williams who?
No, Roberta Williams wasn't involved in that at
annoying.
all. It was Lorelei Shannon was the name of the writer, and she was a writer for Sierra and just pitched it. I think Roberta Williams, her goal was to sort of create a Twilight Zone, just the moniker of Phantasmagoria.
Right.
There would be just numerous horror games that don't connect to each other.
Sure.
I thought they did have one little moment where Curtis gets a postcard from Adrian or her agent saying go to a book signing or something like that. I think it would have been great if Adrian had made like a small cameo. Like, I mean, again, it would have been neat if there was in the the Marvel world,
just some minor crossover. Yeah.
exactly. And then had they made more, it would have been really fun to kind of do what Marvel does.
All right. I'm gonna go to 1.5 speed.
And sort of have these kind of interconnective things. There's a lot of ways they could have gone.
Cinematic universe. I like
Yeah.
it.
But well, listen,
Now
you and I
you-
talked. I mean, here's the thing. Here's what you and I reached out to you a couple times, and and you know, wasn't sure if this was going to be of interest to you or not. And then you finally got back to me, and so we agreed to do this today. And I thought this would be just a couple hours of us chatting a little bit, and then maybe playing a little bit of some of the clips. I asked a lot of my fans for some of their favorite clips from the P2, so I gathered those. But then I started watching them, and I'm like, well, I really should start watching it from the beginning. And so I start watching it from the beginning, and so yesterday I had this moment of like, you know, I wonder if Noah would be up for doing, I mean, maybe I'll just call it a let's play of your let's play to like literally just start at the beginning and let's watch it. It's going to be, I mean, I was thinking about the meta-ness of this. It would be us watching a 14-year-old let's play. So 14 years ago, you did this.
Oh my God.
Let's play. 26 years ago, I was in the game that you did the let's play, and now we're here. So us watching you comment on a game that I was in, I think is just too good and not that to. That said, I don't know.
I was commenting on this.
So that said, I don't know how well it will go. Let's just play with it for a bit. I mean, it's mostly your commentary, and there's so much of it that's good that if we're talking over it, I don't know. It's all. I think we just throw it up there and see what happens.
Let's see what happens.
Let's do it. All right, let me share this thing and make sure.
It's such a terrible fucking idea. Like, I forget who it was, but Mr. Medicare was being interviewed by somebody, and the guy that he was being interviewed by just puts on a Medicare video, and they just sort of start watching Jim's video together. And after a few minutes, Jim is like, "What the fuck are we doing? Like, this is so dumb and boring." You should have figured that one out.
Okay, so I'm just popping in here real quick to say that this is where we started to play. The Let's Play didn't really work out as well as we wanted. I'm throwing that all away. We'll have Noah join us at a future date. And then what you're going to see now is when we picked up the interview after we started to talk about other things. So enjoy the tail end of my chat with Noah and Juan.
Yeah, so I just was saying that there's a lot of ways that we can go with this, and I'm curious where you're at with your career right now and what your goal is to kind of get back into the swing of things.
Things got bad for me for a while. It's my goal ultimately to start making reviews again.
Okay.
It's been a long way. Trying to climb my way back to where I can even appear on camera again. And it's hard to explain why for a lot of reasons, but I'm getting there.
Okay.
And I think that's the important thing is I'm making progress, and I think that's actually why I wanted to thank you for having me on here, because this is a big.
A celebrity reached out to me with enough clout to bring me out of my cave of misery.
Except for me, I haven't even appeared on camera in a long time. So just knowing that there's people out there who still want to see, hear from me and see what I have to say, and people that are still engaged with my content after 12 years, you said?
Yeah.
I think that's actually very helpful for me, and it's going to bring me back. It's going to help bring me back a lot sooner. So, but yeah, that's my ultimate goal, is to just be in a position again where I can keep doing what I love doing, and that's just having fun with you guys, making people laugh.
Just you
guys,
guys,
what it's always been about.
not my fans.
Right. Does it feel like that there was a point where it just got too big too soon, and did you feel like maybe it was just a little overwhelming? And
it got to especially with like the Final Fantasy reviews. I was doing almost like short films, like entire like these big epic fight scenes with various characters and stuff like that, and I liked doing them a lot. But at the same time, it was distracting from the main content. I was starting to get too big for myself. I'm one guy doing all this stuff, and it got to be really overwhelming. And I think kind of going back to basics was kind of a big step for me to realize what I needed to do. Was people like the stuff that I do, but they care. It's you got to remember what's important. Is the core content. People want to hear what you have to say about these things. They don't necessarily care about these crazy action scenes and fight scenes. They're fun, but they're not what's important.
Right.
They want to see what you have to say about these things that you grew up with.
Yeah.
So I think it's back, for me. It's about going back to basics, I think.
Okay. Is there a way that you can produce these? I mean, so much has changed since we were first
going back to
doing this.
Basics means making edited reviews, not doing live streams. What the fuck are you talking about?
Are you interested in? Well, when I say go back to, you're saying go back to the basics, but like even the basics can be more highly produced if that's something you're interested in pursuing.
No, I will admit that the game has changed, so to speak, in terms of people producing content on YouTube a lot since the stuff I last produced. Just in terms of like sponsored reviews and stuff like that.
Yeah,
that's something that wasn't done back when I started out.
Sponsored reviews,
the ways in which people make money off these type of things. It's I think a question I need to answer for myself when I start doing projects again is, what do I expect to get?
How much money am I going to get?
Do I plan to make money doing this anymore? That's a big question that needs to be answered. What do I realistically expect to get out of this?
The crippling effect. Just do it. Just fucking do it. Stop worrying about how much money you're going to make doing it. Fucking greedy fuck.
And I think my answer to that is, I don't
know if I'm going to make money off of this. I better sit on Twitter and mope.
Want to have any expectations about.
How about you just fucking do it? Quit crying. Quit worrying about the fucking money, greedy fucker.
What I want to get out of things. Like,
And then he lost everything because he was so greedy. Like, what the... Great psychology there, buddy.
I don't. If I go into this wanting to make money, if I go into this wanting to just monetize, this becomes something that I don't. It's not creatively stimulating for me. I want to make something that makes people laugh.
Right.
I think as long as I keep that in the forefront, good things will follow from that.
That's why he spent 4 years being like, I'm so sad. I'm so mopey. Hey, if you're so sad and mopey, why don't you make a video? No, I can't. I'm too sad. You wouldn't understand. Every single day for 4 or 5 fucking years. This guy's so fucking fake. So irritating.
I can't wait to see what you come up with in terms of your next review, because I imagine you must have a lot of ideas about how you might want to do that.
We're gonna wait another 7 years.
Well, I can actually tell you.
Yeah.
Like, one thing I wanted to do very badly was, I'm a big fan of. Hang on. One of the things I grew up doing was playing Dungeons and Dragons, and so what I didn't know was that there is a third Dungeons and Dragons movie.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there was one that was just terrible, starring Jeremy Irons, and there was a second that was released on the Sci-Fi Channel. But what I didn't know was that overseas, or at least in Europe anyway, there was a third, and it's something. It's quite something. And so when I thought about getting back to basics, for me, it doesn't get any more meat and potatoes for me, so to speak, than Dungeons and Dragons, because I could talk about RPGs and I could talk about that kind of stuff all day, every day, and I have. So I think if there's a project that's likely to bring me back, it's D&D, in some form or another.
Do you already have? Is it already fully formed in your head, or is it worth
fully formed? But I can see it. You know what I mean?
What would it take to get that ball rolling? Do you think?
It's rolling.
Okay.
It's rolling.
Yeah.
As for when, I don't know.
Okay.
But I can say that this and everything else. This interview is because it's helping to inspire me.
Step one, right? You gotta just And I think that when I always like to work backwards if I can. If I have to push myself to put something on a calendar, even if I know I can't do it. But then all of a sudden I'm like, oh, that thing's on the calendar, and so then I know I've got to start prepping for it. Like
what you're talking about is momentum.
Yeah.
You got to keep, and that's actually really important, and that's something that I think I lost along the way, was any kind of forward momentum. So it's being able to kind of seize that initiative and hold it that keeps you productive as a creator of new material. If you let yourself get stagnant, if you let yourself stop, you can take a break every now and then.
Sure.
But if you've got to keep moving forward, even if it's just a little bit.
Yeah. And when things present themselves to you, and again, it sounds to me that in your situation, for various reasons, you really had to step back, and that was the most healthy thing for you to do.
What?
But then, where you're at right now, I mean, not that I'm going to be any, I could be a little stepping stone towards something, but when something presents itself, if you're willing to open your door to that, it could, this could lead to a creative burst towards something else. That would be great if that.
I hope so, and I think it has. It's good to be it's good to be talking about this kind of stuff, and it's good to see, like I said, it's that kind of direct feedback that you don't get very often as an online producer. Just talking to someone who enjoys what you do and is willing to tell you that they enjoy what you do.
Yeah,
it's not often that you get that in real life, and I think that's true for almost anybody, not just internet producers.
Oh, for sure. Are you engaging a lot with your fans? Is it? Are you feeling?
Are you trying to contact them on Twitter, because they've actually been very supportive on Twitter.
Yeah. Would you ever want to do a live stream of some of this stuff, or would it be better to keep it? Would you?
Like what we're doing now?
Yeah.
They've been very supportive, and I told them to suck my dick. Like, what the fuck? This guy is such a fucking phony. Like, I've shown you for several hours the way that he treats people who reach out to him on Twitter. And now he's talking to someone with sufficient clout, and he's like, yeah, you're so supportive. Man, I loved him so much.
Yeah, I think that'd be fun. I think a fan Q&A or something like that would be neat.
Okay. All right. This is great. I think this is going to be great. I'm out of town next week, but I'll be in touch next week, and I'll throw a couple dates your way, and I'll just throw a couple of ideas, and then we'll figure out a way to get to the next step.
Sounds good.
All right. Hey, it's really nice to meet you, Noah.
Sounds good.
Nice to meet you too.
All right, man. I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
So there you go. That was my interview with Noah
go.
Antweiler, part 1 of my interview with Noah Antweiler. Like I said, I was tempted to just kind of throw this one away and start from scratch. He seemed open to doing that, but like I said, it just felt like there were some real honest moments here that I'm not sure we could recapture. So he gave me permission to release this. So enjoy this for now until we come back with another episode of Noah Antweiler joining me on Conversations with Curtis. This time on a live stream. So that'll be.
Yay! It's the most attention my channel will ever get. It's fucking ridiculous. Okay, that was more annoying than I thought it would be. So there's Noah Antweiler in 2023. lying to the actor in Phantasmagoria about what a nice guy he is. What a lovely ending to the story with this horrifying clown world we live in. Of course, he's never going to do any research. He's never going to watch the Medicare video about what a fucking prick Noah is, because that's just drama. That's just drama for clicks and views. But anyways, in the meantime, I was putting together the Froppy costume. It still needs some work. But we're getting there. Slowly but surely rebuilding all of the costumes. Let's go raid someone over on Twitch. Who is on Twitch? God, that was painful. Yeah, I just move forward positively. Sometimes things will get in the way, but you know, it's whatever. It's not that bad, really. If you're sitting there thinking things are bad, then just get over it, like I did. Yeah, we got Marked One, we got Tevin, we got John Fraga. What's he watching? Do some mic checks. I don't know what's... Okay. Alright. I don't know what the problem with my mic could be.
Because I honestly don't know. 5.0
It's just
sounds
position?
pretty strong. Does that mean it's really good? Like really, not good, but really, really strong and dangerous, right?
Like if I talk to it like this, is that better? Because I kind of have it to the side.
Highest.
How about Marked One? What's he doing? Man. Can send you an audio guide. Yeah. Yeah, hit me up on Twitter. Or, damn it, my brain's so melted. Not Twitter, Discord, you know what I mean. Don't hit me up on Twitter. I don't even use it.
Never stand. So I mean, he's gonna dominate like he always does. It's all about those
Kevin.
fundamentals. It's seriously all about the fundamentals.
Gatsu,
Show Rivers is underrated as hell. I think.
What the fuck? So Game Tracker goes away, and I guess we're gonna get some big tips from people we've literally never heard from and never will again. Nice. How surprising. You know that longtime fan and viewer, Gatsu Katsu, with a $21 tip? It makes total sense. Alright, we can raid Tevin. I'm sure he'll be surprised if he's even at his computer. He might not be. Raid Almighty _ Tevin. There we go. We're getting back into the swing of things. I'll stream tomorrow as well. We can continue the VTuber costume, can continue the Spoonie deep dive going past 2021 into 2023. All that stuff. Thank you for stopping by. Thanks for the resubs, everybody who did resub. We had a hype train, which is pretty cool. That's surprising. Alright, you got 16 viewers ready to go raid Tevin. May the good blood guide your way, everybody.
Will be the React today, DSP versus the Internet. Tomorrow night will be Chrono Trigger, and then GTA 5 returns starting Tuesday and Wednesday. Okay. All right. Shall we continue? You know what? I think I'll pee quickly, and then we'll zoom. Give me a second. I'm just gonna mute the mic. I'll be right back.